in mainland China where you can LARP as the revolutionary patriotic masses storming a fortress of the Japanese occupiers. So fire, dude. Holy shit.
有可能跟着团长去攻打被鬼子霸占的县城，连炸药包都是真家伙。一开始大家只想随便玩玩，谁知冲锋号一响，刻在骨子里的血脉瞬间觉醒。
Okay, well, I have to figure out where this is, and I have to. Do you have a girlfriend? Yeah, your mom. I have to figure out where this is, and I have to go to it, and I have to live stream it. That's what I have to do. Like, let's be real. Early hog, MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. Yeah, he saw this, and he was like, MAGA. He saw this and he was like, why can't we have this in America? God damn it. Are you going to watch Turkey in the World Cup? Maybe. Are you going to China again this year? Well, I was supposed to, and then some plans fell through, but I still, from what I understand, I have an open invitation to speak at a Chinese university. I won't tell you which one, but I'm very excited about it. And therefore, I will be going back at some point this year. Don't you worry about it. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, we're going global, folks. We're going global. Dr. John collab. Oh my God. Not the GOAT. Not my Dr. John. Not Professor John. But can't wait for Fox News Media Bliss after you speak at a Chinese uni. That's fine. I mean, what is that going to be any different than what I'm experiencing currently? Probably not. But yeah, that's it. That's all I got for personal news, folks. We got Republicans subverting democracy as always. Epstein Fury Day 71, Victory Day, straight clothes, Melat Kiros in the building. Saturday Fun Day. React Lord. Get in now. I know. Jose did a good video on him. So I got your blast offs, Druku. Don't worry. Jose did a good video on my Professor Chung, not my Professor Chung, and therefore I'll be doing that. I'll be doing the damn thing. Put the Fun Day fries in the bag. I mean, I tried to do a Fun Day a little bit yesterday on Friday, and people did not react positively to it. Let's be real. I made the mistake of looking at a little bit of drama that was like popping in the Manosphere circuit, like, and people were losing their minds. They were like, why are you not covering the news? I'm going to kill myself. I have a gun. I have a gun on me that I purchased for this occasion. I'm so close. I'm so close to ending it all. You were mentioned on CNN today. Yeah, I know. You know why I know that? Because I was training this morning. Okay, at my trainer's backyard, and his dad comes out and goes, "I just watched you on CNN last night," and I was like, "Oh, brother, oh no." And yeah, this is like they're demonizing wealthy people and success. I think I'm gonna tell you something, okay? I'm gonna tell you guys something. This is at 7:31 a.m. Pacific time. Did they run it last night or something? Or maybe he watched it this morning, or maybe he was talking about another. No, I think this is from last night. They just are maybe replaying it. Because this is a nighttime show usually. This is a nighttime panel. Anyway. The Epstein class is a protected class. Yeah. I mean, if left to their own devices, I feel like we're just going to drive peak liberalism and shallow identity politics into that ditch, you know, where they unironically are going to say, oh no, the only POC we must protect are people of capital. Like, people of color, sure, they've been under attack, but we've fought long and hard, and there have been solutions for the problems that pertain to people of color. But what about the people of capital, the real POC? Nobody ever talks about the real POC. The people of capital. Yeah, people of the CEO class. I'm worried that this is like what liberals are going to run with. You know, tax the rich is actually a slur. It really is. It's actually a much worse slur than the other slur. The ones that you can't say. See, you can't even say those other slurs, but you can say tax the rich. So obviously, there you have it. You can't say the N-word, but you can say tax the rich, which is a slur. Therefore, people of capital, the real POC, much worse off. I can totally see a world where like Republicans run with that. And then Democrat consultants who get their notes from the Republicans who have a very hard time fighting back against the Republicans, they will turn around and lean into it somehow. Of course, just like with the case in the Israel saga, where people just kept doing it and they still keep doing it to lesser and lesser impact, I think people are not going to buy it. I think people are just not going to buy it. Yeah. Abby does a Saturday morning show too. This is from today. All right, well, let's see. Let's see what the fuck. Because if you thought the fuck Hasan saga was over, let me tell you, it's not. The bulwark is still hitting it. The bulwark is still hitting it. Third Way is still on my ass, bro. They are still on my ass. Hey, man, are you going to talk about Big Z turning into Zioron? You mean Zogron? Is that who you're talking about? Big Z? Israel's greatest defender? Israel's favorite mayor? What did he do now? I'm fucking around. I found you by listening to TIT, then CNN was bitching about you. Bro, I mean, look at this. Look, this is what happens when you're not fucking constantly caving, okay? When you're not constantly caving to the demands of the apartheid state and all of its most bloodthirsty lovers, okay? What is this? The Mamdani Act. Yeah. The fuck? And the House Judiciary? I mean, this is the Mamdani Act is the this one is the one where it's like you can't be Muslim and like run for office, right? Or something. It's like one of those stupid ones. You gonna talk about Honduras Gate? Sure. To direct the Federal Trade Commission to conduct a study on the potential impacts of... Oh, this is a separate one. There's another Mamdani one that Chip Roy put out, which was like, if you're Muslim, you shouldn't be... There was another one that Chip Roy from Texas put out that was like, if you're Muslim, you shouldn't be in Congress. Like, you just shouldn't be allowed to be in Congress if you're Muslim, and we should also kill you and deport you first, and then maybe kill you in the process of deportation. Very cool. It's very cool that you get to do stuff like that in American Congress, and everyone is just like, yeah, I guess this guy has a reasonable disagreement. Yeah, he does, doesn't he? We do have a disagreement. I want to live. He doesn't want me to live. but I guess that's a reasonable disagreement from your perspective. Very strange. What else? Like, are there other normal decorum-based conversations that we're going to have around, you know, can Muslims be? Question mark. That's it. That's the question. Can Muslims be? Are Muslims allowed? Question mark. Nothing further. Nothing beyond that. Should they to be in office? Right? Is Islam anti-Semitic across the board? Very cool stuff. Oh yeah, this was awesome. I saw this earlier. Also, yeah, happy John Brown Day. Also, happy Victory Day. Don't you think you went a little too far with Harper's Ferry? Don't you think slavery went a little too far? What Kami says. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Yeah, do Muslims have a right to exist? The answer is no, of course. But yeah, let's see what the CNN folks, the good folks at CNN, were saying about the fuck Hasan times 54. This is like the you know, what is it now? 3 months. I'm honored. I'll admit I'm honored. By the way, we blasted off. Let the people know we're live and alive. I'm honored that I have been the singular focus of enmity. That like the media can focus on one issue for longer than like a 24-hour media cycle, and it's truly remarkable, because for the longest time I thought this was impossible, right? I thought it was impossible to have anything stay in the media cycle for longer than like 24 hours or 48 hours, and it turns out that is the case. It turns out they can have something in the media cycle for a lot longer than 24 hours, because we're now currently sitting on the 3rd month almost. Some people want to read the fucking chat. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you mad that I'm spamming in my own chat the blast off link so that people can go and interact with it, so that we can let the people know that I'm alive, and we can welcome people into the community? Overtime with Bill Maher, John Fetterman, Dan Crenshaw, Donna Brazil. Oh my God. This is like an op fest. Well, I guess maybe not Donna. What is, I assume that there was some talk, right? Or am I wrong? Did Bill Maher do a piece on me? Old Bilbo Baggins? No mention of you? Whoa, what? That's crazy. Okay. That they brought two of my ops. They brought John Fetterman and also Dan Crenshaw. So, I mean, bro, this is literally a league of villains, by the way. This is, look at some of my most annoying ops. Like, this just straight up looks like, this is villain status. It literally looks like a bunch of villains in a round table being like, haha, how can we be evil today? What the fuck? Anyway, all right, let's see what the fuck CNN was saying.
Coming up, it's like, that's a mental problem. And if they can't deal with it themselves, then we should tax them to deal with it.
Lydia.
So first, just to briefly address the economics, at least in New York, about the top 1% of basically 40,000 people pay about 50% of the taxes. So if you look at the numbers, I think Mamdani is going to be a tough spot because people will continue to leave. So that's just the reality. But in terms of the way that the rich are being treated, Mamdani, of course, is very close with Hasan Piker, who over the years has made comments that he wants to see effing capitalists' blood in the streets.
They know
and
each other.
Mamdani,
they are not. You're associating
okay,
Hasan Piker. Don't do that. That's ridiculous.
But Mamdani basically.
Yo, chill. They know each other. No, we're best friends. Okay, we're best friends. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, I don't know him. Who's that guy? What's his name? What's his name? Chat. Zoran. Zorro? What is it? I don't know who the fuck that guy is. What are we talking about? What is it? Zokron? Is that how you say it? What is he? What's his background? What's he like? Is he Japanese? Zorro? I don't know. I don't know this man. What does he do? What does he do? Explain to me what he does. What's his job? What is he, like the fucking mayor or something? Barack Obama? Yeah. Zoran, the Croatian? He's a Croatian dude? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's cool, man. I love Croatia. Croatia! Yeah. Yeah, what's his I don't fucking know that guy. I don't know that guy at all. I don't know why they're bringing my name up next to him. Speaking of Asian people, Fukuyama just said China. I already saw this, bro. Are you kidding me? Every time Francis Fukuyama says something that is like in the Hasanabi school of thought, I watch it, and then I immediately tell my dad that I'm right and he's wrong, and his entire worldview has been destroyed thoroughly. That capitalism is over, and that the end of history, turns out there was a lot more history, and then the next like global hegemon, even if it's not a global hegemon, the next global leader will be most likely China. You know, your dad's a Fukuyama stan? Dog, my dad has a fucking PhD from the London School of Economics. Okay, how have we? I've explained this before. Like, we do not agree on a lot of things, on the way that we see the world. Okay. He will get mad if I call him King Neoliberal, because apparently he fancies himself to be a not even a social democrat, but he thinks that he's a socialist. He's not. Okay, he is literally, his entire life's work is upholding neoliberalism. This is what he grew up in. Debate your dad on stream? Absolutely not. One, he doesn't speak English. So he's probably more pro-Palestine than you. He absolutely is not. I'm definitely more pro-Palestine than he is. I mean, he's also pro-Palestine, but he can, but he doesn't. Yes. That just means he's a dingus? No, he's not. He is not. He's not very pro-China. Let's be real. Chill, broski. Some of us went to LSE and turned out third world is. There's only one guy that is. Pink Corbett Teal says, chill, broski. Some of us went to LSE and turned out third world is. There's only one guy that I know that is like an LSE guy that is unironically a Maoist third worldist. But I mean, maybe not a Maoist third worldist. But it's Jason Hickel. Jason Hickel is one of my favorite guys on Twitter. He's a professor and a visiting senior fellow at London School of Economics, and he is like sincerely a third worldist, I think. He probably wouldn't say that he's a third worldist, but yeah, he's a degrowth guy. He's definitely a socialist. He's definitely a Marxist. Not Jackson Hinkledink, not the ACP MAGA communist guys. I'm talking specifically about Jason Hickel, professor and visiting senior fellow at London School of Economics, who I read his stuff all the time. My sister went to LSE and she's an anarchist. It happens. Look, I did the Oxbridge move, okay? I went to Oxford. I went to Cambridge. There were a lot of Hasanabi heads there. So it does happen. I mean, fuck it. There were Hasanabi heads at Yale, which in my opinion is even more shocking, right? So it happens. I don't know why. I don't know how. Maybe people like accidentally read too much and then they become woke. But it does happen. So I'm not discounting that. So 9 articles since the rally. Jesus Christ. Corporate media condemns Hasan Piker. I'm a Hasanabi head going to Oxford for my PhD. Hell yeah. Jewish news syndicate, racist, misogynistic, xenophobic. Democratic city official says so. Far left podcaster. The Daily Caller. Far left streamer calls for violent revolution after the court side with GOP on redistricting. F-bombs and disco balls. Fox News. Leftist streamer calls violent revolution inevitable as Democrats explode over Virginia courts. Yeah. You know what's really funny about this stuff, by the way? These guys run around, at least the Democrats run around apologizing. Democrats run around apologizing on every issue, right? Even on this issue, there's like a lot of Democrats, like the New York Democratic Party said that they're not going to redistrict, which I think is ridiculous. Okay? I think it's completely unacceptable, and I think it's ridiculous. All right. You got the Virginia Democrats saying, we will abide by the decision of the Supreme Court. Again, ridiculous. Meanwhile, you got people like myself, outsiders, who are not like invested in the party's success necessarily, but still invested in the battle against fascism, the battle against the Republican Party, screaming from the rooftops, being like, no, you did a good thing with the redistricting in Virginia. You need to keep this up. You need to keep up this energy. Okay. And I'm not seeing that motion nor that energy from the figureheads within the party. I don't understand it. I mean, I guess I do understand it. Let's be real. It's just, there are reasons for it. But I think that there are Democrats who want to put up this fight. There are Democratic voters who certainly want this and demand this from their own elected representatives. But there are, unfortunately, a significant chunk of Democrats in positions of power who are looking at the situation and saying to themselves that it's probably better overall if we don't rock the boat, if we don't fight back, if we don't stick our necks out. And it's very frustrating.
Did a video right in front of Ken Griffin's house, called him out just blocks away from where the United Healthcare CEO had been assassinated.
I want to see this full one. I want to see this full clip. You know, I want to see the full back and forth conversation. But apparently Matt Bennett is still chirping, even though he went back and forth on this, where he was like, oh, we didn't even want to do this Hasan Piker thing. Like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. No one should have actually paid attention to us. Continues here, I think. What is this? Wow, Lydia Moynihan just threw anti-billionaire left us into a frenzy. Okay, well, we'll get to the fucking pro-billionaire, anti-billionaire meta. Obviously, it's a big deal. That's like what's popping right now. That's what people are really paying attention to. I got to pee real quick, so I'm just going to start with Matt Bennett. I'm going to leave you with Third Way. They went on Bulwark again, and they're shitting on me again.
He is a vile person. And
yeah, he is.
There's plenty of vile people on Twitch, but not many of them are campaigning with major candidates for the U.S. Senate. And so we thought it was important to call him out for that. Now, the criticism was of basically two varieties. Tim and others said, why are you trying to shrink the tent? That's ridiculous. There are people that listen to this guy that we could win, and you're alienating them. And our view is, first of all, we're not saying that no one should go on Piker's stream. Ron Emanuel said, I'll go on there and tell him he's an asshole, you know, and our view is like, fine. If you want to go on and call him out, that's fine. What you shouldn't do is elevate him as a avatar or spokesperson for Democrats, which campaigning with him just inherently does. Mm-hmm. You can't campaign with someone and then turn around and argue that they are bad. And so our view is no Democrat should campaign with Piker. Not that they shouldn't speak to him, but they shouldn't campaign with him. And moreover, his audience, he does have a large audience, but a lot of it's under 18 or outside the United States or both. And those who are of voting age and Americans is not 100% clear to me are persuadable anyway. This is not a guy that has been helping Democrats. He said he was very skeptical about voting for Kamala Harris. He's He is a fair weather friend to Democrats at the best of times. And so we just think.
Bro, it's so funny. He's literally trying to hit. They're trying to hit every angle they possibly can. He's like, actually, a lot of his fans are from Pakistan. They're not even American. He hates democracy. He one time said he thinks democracy sucks. It just fucking make it all up. You know what I mean? Nobody gives a shit. He's like, there's a lot of vile figures on Twitch, but none of them are campaigning with candidates. Yeah, because I'm a fucking political commentator. Also, why are you yelling? Why are you frustrated? They are the ones who are asking me. What do you want me to do? Tell them no? It sucks because like the reality here is that he cannot get people to stop wanting to actively collaborate with me. Okay? That's what it is. He's just like, why are these Democrats, why are these insurgent Democrats even running? Why are these insurgent Democrats trying to change the dynamic of the party to make it more responsive to the needs of the masses? Why are these insurgent Democrats going to Hasanabi Piker? Why are they not coming to me? They should be coming to me. I was thinking about this quite a bit. Like, there's an entire billion-dollar industry of advisors that work on these campaigns, and their job is specifically to tie up corporate interests back to these campaigns. Their jobs, they get paid a lot of money to basically tell Democrats like, no, you're doing great, sweetie. Just no matter what happens, do not push for like Medicare for all, because that would not be beneficial for our primary benefactors, specifically the private healthcare providers, right? Like, they would get very upset, right? And they're making, tens of millions of dollars, both on the corporate side for their lobbying initiatives and also on the campaign side as well, to like communicate the interested corporations to these guys. So when they have a guy who not only has his own money, but has no corporate backing whatsoever, unbossed and unbought, it freaks them the fuck out. Because all of a sudden, now, not only do we have a movement where we have real door knockers, we have people that can go out if there's a true investment, okay, in these campaigns, we can make these politicians listen to us. And they fucking hate that. They can't stand it because I'm doing it not only for free, but I'm also spending my own money out of my own goddamn pocket to do it. That is a very, very frustrating predicament. If your entire job is to be the professional who gets people elected, right? If your entire job is to talk to campaigns directly, and all of the other people that are talking to all of these other campaigns are in the in-group, and they're a part of the in-group, and they're also backed by, maybe similar corporations, or they have a buy-in investment in the continuation of the current system, then that's fine. Third Way doesn't care if there are other people that maybe sometimes even attend their conferences that might have some disagreements with them, but ultimately they're backed by some kind of corporate entity, right? There is a buy-in for a lot of these people. They are getting paid by these corporations, right? It might not always be the insurance industry, but it could be the grocery chain, like the National Retailers Association, right? Like there's some kind of buy-in to this to this system. Okay, they have a direct financial imperative to continue things the way that they're going. I don't. I'm accountable to no corporate entity whatsoever. I mean, obviously I have to abide by terms of service and stuff, but like, I'm only accountable to my community. I'm only accountable, like the only people I care about are my people, right? And they do not like that at all, because someone like myself, as long as I stayed in the sidelines and never actually directly started talking to politicians and making them hear our concerns, making them hear the concerns of the masses, okay, making them more responsive to the needs of the masses. As long as I was on the sidelines, they'd be fine. But now I'm no longer on the sidelines. I'm actually directly talking to these people. And it's ironic because part of the reason why this exploded is because of this fucking idiot, Matt Bennett, at Third Way. If he hadn't made such a big fuss about me stumping with Abdullah al-Sayed, it would have not made a discourse cycle explode for the past 3 months. And in the aftermath of that, virtually every Democrat in the country has reached out to do something. Okay? Virtually every Democrat in the country is like, can we have you fly out here? Like, that would be really nice to highlight some of the things that are happening. So it's really funny. It's also hilarious that this guy just puts his L's in the backdrop here. Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, like, he's just not even ashamed. I guess he put the cuck chair in front of it. And as AOC also said, something that I say all the goddamn time, they can't attack the message, so they have to disparage the messenger. They have to make it so that you feel some type of way about coming in here and listening to what I have to say. They have to be like, no, this guy is an irredeemable piece of shit, a vile monster, right? One of the worst people in American politics. You have to stay away. Do not look at him. Look away. But for a lot of the people that hear this kind of posturing, especially coming from a loser, right? A loser like Third Way Democrats who have had a stranglehold in the communications of the Democratic Party, the national party that has been unresponsive to the needs of the masses, especially post like Bill Clinton era, this right-wing constant pivot to being moderate, this let's not fight the Republicans Democratic Party that everybody despises now. Third Way is responsible for that messaging, okay? But it's very funny that this has been a spectacular failure, right? It's been a massive failure because they hit this line over and over again, and all this led to was more prominence for your boy. All this led to was more attention to what we're doing.
Two varieties. Tim and others said, why are you trying to shrink the tent? That's ridiculous. There are people that listen to this guy that we could win, and you're alienating them. And our view is, first of all, we're not saying that no one should go on Piker's stream. Rahm Emanuel said, I'll go on there and tell him he's an asshole. And our view is like, fine. If you want to go on and call him out, that's fine.
Buddy, you have no motion. You have no motion. What are you talking about? You don't get to dictate these terms at all. And not only that, but actually, it's not true to say he has no motion. He has negative motion, right? What's really funny about this process and the way that it's like unfolded is that they have negative motion. So what ended up happening is when they started calling out people that were aligning with me, a lot of other people went, oh, but you're a loser. We don't like what you have to say at all. And you, more importantly, don't know how to win races. So we're going to go with this other guy. Also, I'm rocking a suit and he's not. So which one of us is the real professional? Which one of us is the real professional, sir?
What you shouldn't do is elevate him as a avatar or spokesperson for Democrats, which campaigning with him just inherently does. Mm-hmm. You can't campaign with someone and then turn around and argue that they are bad. And so...
maybe that's the reason why they're not doing that. They're doing that so you basically get off their asses. Campaign all you want with Bill Kristol and Liz Cheney, who have immense amounts of blood on their hands, but Hasan Piker's off limits. Amazing that Bill Kristol's website has become the leading Dem foreign policy arm and the self-anointed moral conscience of the party. Yeah. I'm not going to lie. I think Bill Kristol's probably more woke than these guys, for the record. Like, Bill Kristol's been like talking about abolishing ICE and shit. So low key, Bill Kristol probably aligns with me more than he aligns with Sarah Longwell at this point, you know? He's just writing fanfics about you on live TV now.
View is no Democrat should campaign with Piker. Not that they shouldn't speak to him, but they shouldn't campaign with him. And moreover, his audience, he does have a large audience, but a lot of it's under 18 or
That's not true.
outside the United States.
Also not true. Overwhelming majority of my audience, if not damn near entirety of my audience, is America, some in Canada, and the UK. Okay, it's mostly the English-speaking world, but like the hugest chunk of my audience is Americans. That's number one. Number two, under 18 is a minuscule percentage of my audience, so he's wrong about that as well. This community is now basically in the 18 to 35 bracket firmly, and it's actually more so in the plus 25 to 35 range. This community has grown older, as I have grown older, okay? This community has aged alongside myself.
Or
So
both.
that's also untrue.
And those who are of voting age and Americans is not 100% clear to me are persuadable anyway. This is not a guy that has been helping Democrats. He said he was very skeptical about voting for Kamala Harris. He is a fair weather friend to Democrats at the best of times. And so we just think having a bigot around is bad. And the second
Having a
reason
bigot.
it's super bad, not only is it immoral, but it's terrible politics. It allows Republicans, not unfairly, to connect us to his most vile.
Dog, you're the Republican. You're the Republican connecting the Democrats. This is the problem, okay? I just want these guys to be honest. Just fucking be honest. Because if he was honest, here's what he would say. We here at the Third Way, let's look at Third Way's donors real quick, okay? Third Way donors. Yeah, here, I'll do the AI summary first, okay? Third Way is a centrist think tank funded by a combination of wealthy investors, liberal mega donors, and corporate interests, including financial services and lobbying groups. I've actually given up on this at this point. It's just like that's the only fucking thing that works now. Everything is AI summary. Okay. Corporate and trade groups. Third Way has received funding from entities including the NCTA, Pharmaceutical Research and Manufacturers of America, and Securities Industry and Financial Markets Association. Their donors and foundations reported supporters include Bernard and Ann Spitzer Charitable Trust, Bernard and Irene Schwartz Foundation. Individuals, the board and supporters include wealthy investors and donors such as David Horvitz, Rachel Pritzker. Lobbying firms utilize lobbying firms like Peck Madigan, whatever. Funding structure, it's a 501c4 and a 501c3, which accept contributions from donor-advised funds. They don't generally disclose their donors publicly, however. Let's look at the profile summary here. Okay, so Third Way is invested. Okay, Third Way is invested in maintaining, and this is self-described, maintaining a moderate perspective that is pro-billionaire, pro-corporation within the Democratic Party. Like, that's what their job is, right? Their mission as a national think tank and advocacy organization champions moderate policy and political ideas. They have openly stated all the way back on March 1st, 2026, that their mission is to stop AOC. Their goal is to stop the left flank resurgence within the party. They do not want a Bernie Sanders style candidate to be running the Democratic Party, to be the most, you sound libtarded for real? Yes. It's me. So they obviously don't have any real motion. Their videos get like 100 views, right? Like their videos are motionless for the most part, but they're propped up by mainstream media because they are a vehicle for moneyed interest, right? They do these massive, like, you know, these DC festivals, right? They fund other groups as well. oftentimes to run these sorts of like better things are not possible ass conferences, right? And in those conferences, they often pay people to come and speak in front of these audiences. They put these people in front of wealthy donors. This is how it works, okay? Like their organic reach is, approximately 100 people. But they are 100 of the wealthiest people in the country. And obviously, politicians want that money. Politicians want those endorsements. Politicians care quite a bit about winning their elections, and they know the only way to do so is by being in the pocket of corporate interests. And third way is the facilitator of these relationships. Okay? If you want to understand a bright future for the Democrats, or look at the shaky past of the Democratic Party post-Clinton, or during Clinton and beyond, third way has its fingerprints in everything that the Democrats have done as far as leaning heavily into being a more moderate party, constantly conceding on culture war issues of the Republicans, and primarily being invested in championing the oligopoly, the corporate oligarchy that dominates American politics and puts your interests second, right? That's it. They don't have any real investment in democracy. They don't have any real investment in the Democrats winning necessarily. They are just the corporate vehicle for the Democrat side. Okay, there's a million of them on the Republican side, but this is basically like the corporate one, the corporate lobbying wing in the Democratic Party side. What is this? Oh yeah. This was their response to the 2024 loss. Takeaways on why Democrats have a cultural disconnect with the working class. Overemphasis on identity politics, the faculty lounge problem, failure to prioritize economic concerns. Yeah, except the Democratic Party's failure to prioritize economic concerns stems from third way's impact, ironically enough. Allowing the far left to define the party, all this stuff. Right? Yeah. Takeaways on why Democrats are not trusted by the working class. Vilification of wealth. Really? That's what the problem was, that Kamala Harris wasn't too pro-billionaire. These guys don't know what real people want, okay? These guys don't know how real people feel. I can say that. Vilification of greed. They're too angry at the greedy. Anyway, third way is they got 31 million in revenue in 2024, and their expenses were 24.5 million. But it's not just the amount of money that they're dumping, and they're dumping a lot more money this time around. Okay, and their goal is to basically thwart some sort of like AOC run, not just AOC, but any kind of basically any kind of insurgent left candidacy. They don't want the Democratic Party to become a party that works in the interests of the working class. They don't want that. They want to maintain the current corporate stranglehold over the Democratic Party. That's their job, and that's why they're attacking me so aggressively, so viciously. And my point is this: if they were honest, if Matt Bennett, who apparently makes as Secretary and Executive Vice President of Public Affairs $379,453 $379,453 comp plus 41,140, okay, or all these other fucking people that make this kind of money to get like 200 YouTube views, okay, insane amounts of money, connecting Democrats with wealthy benefactors, right? If he was being honest, he would simply say, I'm backed by the corporate wing of the party. My job is to facilitate relationships with Big Pharma, with ExxonMobil, with numerous other wealthy oligarchs to make sure that Democrats are basically a flesh puppet for their desires. And someone like Hasan is a massive threat to our project. If more and more Democrats realize that this method is successful in both fundraising and achieving door knockers, like getting people to be genuinely invested in these campaigns, if someone like Hasan, who is not beholden to the same corporate interests, can come in and talk directly to campaigns, have a direct line of communication with elected representatives, if he can start like winning seats and start changing the ideological makeup of the Democratic Party, this will be a huge problem for us, because I will no longer be able to justify my $471,000 a year salary, because it's going to frustrate all of these incredibly wealthy donors, that the Democrats are no longer responsive to their needs, but instead responsive to the needs of the working class. And that's it. That's it. That's literally it. That is the whole point. Okay? That's their whole purpose here. And all of this other stuff is varnish. All this other stuff is additional silliness that they add on to try to disparage the messenger, because they cannot tackle the message. Graham Plattner's victory in the Democratic Party primary in Maine was a great example of this, right? Obviously, I didn't do much on that side at all, but it doesn't matter. Like he represents this change within the party. He represents a more responsive politics that even 65-plus-year-old white ladies want in the suburbs. Like, they love Graham Plattner. And this is terrifying, because Janet Mills was supposed to be the safe choice. The establishment Democrat that is the governor of the state, that is being backed by all of these corporate interests, being backed by Chuck Schumer, losing to a random insurgency campaign from a guy who had no political office prior, no experience prior. All of a sudden, he's just going out and talking to the voters, and he's putting numbers on the board. This was a huge defeat. The very fact that I had nothing to do with Graham Plattner at all, and yet Graham Plattner was so successful, also proves once again that this is not about me. I'm not like a singular force in this country's politics, but instead this is a very real, organic anger that a lot of Democrats feel, and there are candidates that they are willing. There are candidates that are willing to bet on these insurgencies, because they feel like people like Graham Plattner are more responsive to their needs, their demands. Okay? So that's it. People are saying enough. Now, the same mistake is also being committed by the far-right reactionaries as well. When AOC comes out and makes a totally normal statement about like how billionaires are not earning, they don't earn $1 billion by the normal way, the normal design, and that the very fact that you've made $1 billion means that you've, cut corners, done some unethical things, and it's virtually impossible to generate $1 billion by, working a regular job. When she comes out and says something that most Americans intrinsically understand and also agree with, you don't have to be a card-carrying, ideologically loyal Marxist-Leninist or something to recognize that $1 billion is an unfathomable amount of wealth accumulation, and it's genuinely broken. Like the system is genuinely broken, that there are so many billionaires, right? Most people feel this way. Most people understand it. Most people recognize that this is a level of wealth accumulation that immediately proves that the system is broken. So when you turn around and say billionaires are not working 1 billion times harder than you, most people agree with that. So it's great that the Republicans are actively positioning themselves as being pro-billionaires and pro-corporations. As a matter of fact, Donald Trump, in spite of his billionaire status, was a towering figure in American politics on the right because he never did that. Okay? Donald Trump would be like, as a billionaire, I bought all these politicians and now I'm unbought and not corruptible. And that's why you should vote for me, because I'm going to care about your perspective. I'm going to make sure nobody touches your Social Security, right? I'm going to drain the swamp. I'm going to attack how corrupt Washington, D.C. is. Now, of course, he didn't follow through on those promises, but the very fact that he made those promises was unique, especially from a Republican perspective. So people are looking for this. People are looking for this kind of statement, right? They want it. They recognize that there's real problems in the system, and they want someone who will address those problems. So anytime that these Republicans come out as the pro-billionaire side, I think they're chipping away at their base. Okay, if you are white working class, West Virginia, used to be a Democrat voter, now you vote for the Republicans, and you hear in the aftermath of the 10 years of Trump, you hear Republicans now turning back to pivot into the pro-billionaire category, you're going to realize real quick that the country club Republicans never actually went away. Now, some people do have that fealty, that peasant mindset, where they do actually think that the billionaires deserve it, right? Some poor people do feel this way, certainly. But not many of them do. So, it's country roads, not country club. No. I'm talking about a specific type of Republican. Republicans for the longest time were country club Republicans. They were elitist. They were entitled. They had genuine and open disdain for the working class. They didn't even engage in this kind of like populism, sloppyism. Yeah, Nick Fuentes said he's voting blue in November. I don't know if he will, and it doesn't make him less of a massive human garbage. What are you talking about? You're getting duped by a fucking avowed neo-Nazi. What the hell's wrong with you? Please don't do that. Oh my God. Nick Fuentes has been on and off the Trump train a million times over. Y'all are silly if you think that there's anything sincere there beyond Nick Fuentes trying to boost his own personal profile, knowing full well that there are a lot of liberals who will highlight Nick Fuentes and go, see, even Nick Fuentes doesn't like Trump. Yeah. Don't give fools like that the time of day. Okay? Don't be gullible.
That's your point, Lee. Elon Musk has deserved every single penny of the money he's made. Jeff Bezos,
absolutely not. That is the most ludicrous statement you have ever made. They are making money off the American taxpayer, off the American government, after deals with SpaceX.
Bigger.
I don't know why you're shilling for these people. It's nuts.
It has made our standard of living, because capitalism has a moral argument that needs to be defended. It has made our standard of living better than any other group of people in any other time. And I would say, I want
standard of living, Lydia?
Elon Musk,
Whose standard of living?
A trillionaire, because guess what?
Okay.
With his money, he's literally letting blind people see. He's letting paralyzed people walk. I want him to have the money, not Elizabeth Warren, who's going to funnel it to fraud.
He's letting blind people see and paralyzed people walk. I think, what are we doing?
The greatest counter to this is everything that we're doing, everything that Elon Musk is taking credit for, could just as easily be publicly funded. As a matter of fact, all around the world, it is publicly funded. Even in the United States of America, a big chunk of the new inventions happening in the medical field are also coming from publicly funded research. Elon Musk is simply taking credit for something that he played no role in, and you, as a stooge for corporations, is leaning into that narrative. Elon Musk doesn't do shit. He just tweets all day. Okay, he tweets white nationalist screeds all day and complains about people not liking him. It's actually scientists that are working on some of these initiatives, many of which originate from publicly funded research. And as a matter of fact, publicly funded research would probably not have the profit motive and therefore be much safer in the research that they're conducting if you're going to talk about Neuralink. This, of course, is extra silly considering that you're a Republican and you guys talk about Bill Gates microchipping people while you're simultaneously defending Elon Musk actively trying to microchip people's brains. Don't really understand that either. The idea that these sorts of innovations happen as a consequence of capitalism is a lie. It's never been the case. Okay? It's also extra messed up to advance this lie when Elon Musk is most famously known for working in the administration to cut medical research alongside hundreds of thousands of jobs that kept Americans safe, that ensured that American meat was safe to consume, right? All the stuff that he did with his Doge cuts, which turned out to be a leaky faucet, showed that Elon Musk is not even a remotely competent person and genuinely a cancerous individual when it comes to American innovation and American prosperity. It's unbelievable. He is one of the most corrupt individuals. His experiences within the current administration show what many Americans already knew, that like this Trump administration is not invested in American prosperity at all. They're just destroying the country and robbing all of us blind. Firing good government workers along the way as well. Good government workers that have engaged in lifelong service to ensure that, you know when a tornado is coming, right? To ensure that ensure that when you go to the grocery store and you're purchasing meat, you know that meat is safe to eat, okay? These are robber barons that have unprecedented access to the government, unlike ever before. And your job is to defend them. Your job is to defend them destroying the country. And then you sit there and you act like the left is actually not invested in success.
Have I heard of Neuralink? Does it work, babe?
Lydia's point about capitalism.
My God, this is so freaking insane.
Lydia, hold on, Lee. Lydia's point about capitalism being a vehicle.
That's your point, Lee. Elon Musk has
not only that, but Elon Musk is also the #1 welfare queen, if you want to call it that. What is this? Instead of violent revolution, maybe you try to persuade a lot more people to vote for Democrats and Republicans. Worth a try. It's a JFK quote, Sarah. I know, Mehdi. It doesn't change my point. Lol, you didn't know, and you don't have a point. You're suggesting doing something that's been done many, many of times. You add zero value to Democrats. It's embarrassing. You spent your whole career in this space and are still so bad at this. And your solution is what? People like you lost your own party to the likes of Donald Trump and still have the gall to think you have anything to offer other than cautionary tales. Recognize their ideas are flawed and unpopular and try to real job like the rest of us. My job for the last decade has been working to defeat Trump. So, yeah, okay, and you failed. Why would you admit that? You failed. Your job has been a failure. That's the point that these guys are making. Maybe we try something different this time, right? Them and GOP reps go on CNN to cry about Hasan Piker, Jake Tapper. We can't pretend the normalization of corrosive. Mamdani and the anti-Semites. Oh, American Thinker, a deplorable, subscribes to the New York Times, SF Gate, Free Press, Abdullah Syed, Dispatch. Dispatch writes, anti-Zionism is a dead end for Palestinians. Nice. Republicans will eviscerate the democratic process through voter suppression, gerrymandering, and overruling legitimate redistricting, and libs will still be like, all we can do is hashtag vote, smile. Funniest thing about this is that their only argument is go vote, and yet they're abysmal at actually motivating voters to do exactly that. Also, this conversation is taking place after people did go out and vote, and they won. Okay? People in Virginia went out and they voted for a redistricting in a referendum, and the Republican forces in the country were able to overwrite that vote by way of the Supreme Court in the state of Virginia. That's the whole fucking argument. My argument is, if you keep suppressing people's wishes, suppressing people's demands, if you make peaceful revolution impossible, you make violent revolution inevitable, which is what JFK also said, right? If you show people that the democratic process doesn't work when voting is a pressure valve for people, they are going to take matters in their own hands. And if you don't want that chaos to unfold in the country, then you have to fucking make sure that these institutions remain, that people still have confidence in these institutions. You have to fight back. 3 million people went out and voted for this redistricting initiative, and they won that vote. So why is it that there's like unaccountable people wearing robes, doing politics while wearing robes, ironically enough, that get to override the demand of the majority? That's what democracy is. No, Hasan, you don't understand. Fighting back would violate. This is excellent creative thinking on how to overturn the redistricting decision, lower the retirement age of justice on the VA Supreme Court, and wish they all have to go appoint new judges, rehear the case, get a different ruling. Anyway, let's get to Victory Day, and a lot of people chirping about it. I've seen a lot of AFD people openly come out and basically say that like Victory Day was no liberation for Germans. They should have a little bit more shame, in my opinion, to be so openly pro-Nazi. But I guess we're living in different and unprecedented times in many respects.
President Vladimir Putin lays flowers on the tomb of the unknown soldier as Russia marks Victory Day in Moscow, commemorating the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany. The Russian leader used the occasion to rally support for troops fighting in Ukraine.
The great feat of the generation of victors inspires the soldiers carrying out the goals of the special military operation today. They are confronting an aggressive force, armed and supported by the entire NATO bloc. And despite this, our heroes are moving forward.
It's a little bit of an asshole move, let's be real, comparing what the Red Army did. Ironically enough, many Ukrainians, for the record, in those fronts, who fought and died to defeat the Nazi scourge, as he's comparing it to like what he's doing in Ukraine. Okay, man. Okay, buddy.
The parade was more pared down than in previous years. For the first time in nearly 2 decades, no tanks or heavy military hardware rolled across Red Square. A scaled-back display held under tight security.
From the Western media's perspective, of course, the whole point of this is like, Ukraine has actually created significant deterrence that they had to engage in like a mutual pact, a ceasefire agreement arrangement, and even then they had to do this like scaled back Victory Day parade.
A series of long-range Ukrainian attacks inside Russia. Foreign dignitaries were also few and far between. Only Moscow's most fervent allies, notably the leaders of Belarus, Malaysia, Laos, and Slovakia, made the trip. The parade took place under a U.S.-brokered 3-day ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, running from May 9th to 11th. Following negotiations, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky ordered troops.
Also, a lot of Ukrainians in the Nazi side during World War II. Come on, man. That's literally not true. Okay? Yes, they have a Nazi past, but a far, far larger number of Ukrainians fought and died to defeat the Nazi scourge. Okay, let's not be ridiculous here. Like objectively, you're objectively wrong, and you are not only objectively wrong, but you're also kind of leaning into the Banderites and their sentiment about World War II when you engage in this kind of historic revisionism. So if you're frustrated about like the current dynamic of Ukrainian nationalism, or not even whitewashing, I guess, like what would it be? Nazi washing their own personal anti-Nazi history. If you're frustrated by that, then don't engage in it. Okay. The truth, you mean? Wait, I mean, it's crazy. What are we doing? Far more Ukrainians fought to defeat the Nazis than collaborated with the Nazis. What are we talking about? It's not even a question.
Not to target the gathering.
For the humanitarian purposes outlined in the negotiations with the American side on the 8th of May 2026, I hereby decree to authorize the holding of a parade in Moscow on the 9th of May 2026. For the duration of the parade, the area of Red Square shall be excluded from the plan for the use of Ukrainian weapons.
Russia and Ukraine have also agreed to use the pause to exchange 1,000 prisoners of war on each side. But despite this cooperation,
but yeah, neither the modern Russian Federation nor the current Ukrainian government are like carrying the torch of the USSR. Vladimir Putin's symbolic posturing here about the glories of the Red Army in defeating the Nazi scourge are simple propaganda. He's not exactly fond of even Lenin, which is shocking. So
negotiations to end the war remain caught in gridlock, leaving a lasting peace still out of reach.
Hey!
Anyway.
Yulia Shapovalova lifer is in Moscow. Yulia, give us a sense of how this parade has been scaled down. There's talk that there's very little armor being shown, and it's because most of it's been destroyed, apparently.
Ukraine is a wannabe Israel. It's pathetic. Yeah, ironic because that's literally Vladimir Putin's goal as well. Vladimir Putin's like, we want to be your Israel. Why won't you let us be your Israel? I mean, at this point, it's a little... Look. At this point, it's a wash. I'm not one of these people that just says, like, Russia is an ideologically, like, anti-fascist, anti-imperialist country. I don't think that's true. I think they have their own personal goals. I think that... I despise NATO. I do think that NATO has been a cancerous force of American empire, advancing American interests. I don't care too much about how all of these countries in the Eastern Bloc were sincerely worried about Russian imperialism, and that's the reason why they joined it. Like, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, NATO is a force of American imperialism. Mark Rutte has openly said the quiet part out loud. In numerous instances, the idea that there are, out and about neo-Nazi forces that are a part of the Ukrainian military doesn't change the reality of Russia's unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine. It's just not true. Like Russia's ambitions in Ukraine, according to what Vladimir Putin has openly stated time and time again, is to, one, put a dent in Western empire. Certainly, there is truth to that. To create a security perimeter and to ensure that Ukraine never joins NATO. Sure, there's some truth to that. But ultimately is to expand Russia. I have openly talked about the Azov brigades and the nationalistic fervor that has grown and has been a genuine danger to Ukraine over and over again. Certainly before the invasion, certainly after the invasion, is part of the reason why people say I'm a fucking Vladimir Putin supporter. Okay? Problem, however, is that I also explained time and time again that if you invade a country, all you are doing is galvanizing those forces. The most nationalistic forces will become the great emancipators. And that's precisely what Vladimir Putin did. Okay? And as far as like aesthetic symbolism goes, it's not like the fucking Wagner group is shy about sometimes wearing similar garb themselves. Not just the Wagner group either. There's plenty of people that are ultra-nationalist on both sides of this conflict. So you have to look at the situation. Was there a better way to deal with this problem? Because I do understand that there is a real problem with turning a country that is within striking distance of the Kremlin into another NATO base. NATO encroachment is a real issue for Russia's security concerns. That makes 100% sense. That makes total sense. Okay? So the question is, was there a better way to deal with it? And the answer is yes. Okay? My perspective always has been that Russia should have continued to solidify their economic ties to Europe and continue demanding the same things that they were demanding initially, like abiding by the Minsk agreement. This would have been beneficial for Russia. It would have been beneficial for Ukraine. It would have been beneficial for every country. And instead, they launched this unbelievably stupid military operation. They took some L's initially. It didn't go the way that they wanted it to go. They weren't able to take over the entirety of Ukraine. But it's very clear at this point that in spite of the entire Western world opposing Russia's incursions into Ukraine, they took significant losses and yet still, at the end of the day, won the annexation of at least 25% of the country, specifically eastern Ukraine. Why would they listen to you, bozo? I mean, of course they're not going to listen to me. I'm just giving you my opinion on it. How does it make sense at all? It's not like NATO is ever going to invade Russia. Come on, man. That's crazy. Why is it that there's no equivalence to a NATO-style situation? Like, think about when the USSR put nukes inside of Cuba after the US put nukes in Turkey. Think about the tensions at that point. A country 90 miles off the coastline of the United States of America was now operating like a military base, okay? Americans did not favor that at all. And that wasn't even necessarily the same type of expansion that you see with NATO. That was just to allow, that was literally to allow Cuba to have sovereignty. As America consistently not only aided and abetted the Batista regime, but also engaged in economic warfare and direct military warfare with this country of at the time, it was like less than 10 million people. It's a tiny country, it's a tiny island nation off the coastline of the imperial hegemon. And this country, the United States of America, is like constantly an ever-present threat. And think about how America reacted to that. So, of course, Russia has understandable security concerns. The notion that, like, NATO is never going to invade Russia is a silly one. Like, NATO forces are not going to invade Russia, but it literally ends up cordoning off Russia Why do you think we have so many military bases around Iran? Why do you think we have so many military bases around China? Why do you think we have so many military bases around Russia? What do you think the purpose for that is? To have a tickle party? No, it's a direct threat. Oh, yeah, we used to have military bases surrounding Iran. Some of them have turned into craters. We should have never, in a million years, engaged Russia in this way. We could have charted a totally different path, a totally different peaceful path with Russia. I don't think that's a silly sentiment. Okay? And Russia absolutely should not have invaded Ukraine regardless. But now, the way things work, the way things operate is that Russia has been able to harden their positions inside of eastern Ukraine. You're so wrong about Cuba? What do you mean? Wrong? You're so wrong about Cuba. What am I wrong about Cuba? It isn't a tiny nation. The only tiny nation is Israel, the size of New Jersey. True. True. Israel, only nation. Israel, not just tiny nation. Israel, only nation. Size of New Jersey. Why do you hate Israel? You must love Israel.
Well, that's right. As we just heard, this day is very, very important for all the people of Russia. It's absolutely sacred here, as there is literally no household whose family members, whose ancestors rather didn't fight or struggle during that war, and the USSR suffered enormous losses. And, well, as we also heard, the Victory Parade in Red Square is an integral part of Vladimir Putin's Russia. It's been held every single year since the early 2000s, and for the first time in almost 20 years, there will be no military hardware at the parade. Some voices here say that tanks are needed at the front and not at the parade, and the Kremlin actually cited a terrorist threat and Ukrainian drones, and the Russian Ministry of Defense earlier threatened Ukraine with a massive retaliatory strike on the center of Kiev in the event of attacks on Moscow and the parade in particular today. Last night, President of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, issued an ironic decree permitting Russia to hold a parade today. Well, to be honest, security measures in the Russian capital are simply unprecedented. Reportedly, on the eve of Victory Day, air defense systems were brought to the Russian capital from other regions, propping up Moscow's air defenses. Machine gunners and snipers are on duty in the Kremlin towers and in the city center. Mobile internet is being jammed in Moscow, and not just in Moscow, and other cities as well, in St. Petersburg and other large Russian cities. And, well, messengers are disabled. The authorities even promised to turn off text messages and, well, other means of communication. Foreign guests of the parade are expected to be the presidents of Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, as well as the president of Laos, the king of Malaysia, the head of the Republika Srpska, and the leaders of the unrecognized breakaway republics of Abkhazia and South Ossetia. And we also know that Robert Fico, the Prime Minister of Slovakia, is also here in Moscow, but he earlier said that he wouldn't be present at the parade. And earlier, the Kremlin, by phone, revoked accreditations already issued to foreign journalists for the parade. They called us, Al Jazeera's Moscow bureau, as well, and cancelled our accreditation for the parade. So that's why we're reporting from the office, from the studio today.
Yulia, a 3-day ceasefire. What can we expect after this? We've seen Ukraine step up its drone attacks on Russia recently, and there's a feeling they're gaining the upper hand slowly.
Well, as we understand that Russia is not going to make any concessions, and it's agreed with the truce, which is in force right now, and it's agreed to exchange prisoners of war, 1,000 people from each side. But still, the Russian authorities report that a number of regions have been attacked by Ukrainian drones, despite the ceasefire. There were many attempts to attack Moscow, not just Moscow, but Yaroslav, Rostov-on-Don in the south, the city of Perm in the Urals, and the Republic of Chechnya. Oil refineries are mainly subject to attacks. The city of Perm was attacked for the third time in the last week. On social networks, people post videos of fires at refineries as well as their neighborhoods, and basically they talk about environmental damage. Dozens of airports throughout Russia have been closed. Well, in the south of Russia, or the country in particular, also here in Moscow, airports are constantly closed due to drone attacks. Hundreds of flights have been postponed.
What ceasefire are they talking about? They issued a 3-day ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia so they could hold this Victory Day parade. Because I think Ukraine said that they were going to drop bombs on the parade or something. And then Russia was like, if you do that, we'll literally blow up your capital.
Cancelled. Thousands of people can't fly away for hours. So Ukrainian drone strikes reached the Urals not just the border regions of Russia, but further inland. And probably there is a mix of understanding of security measures and a feeling of anxiety and uncertainty among people. But obviously, people are really tired. They feel fatigue about this war and about the current situation.
Yulia, thank you so much.
I'm not going to lie. If I'm Russia, I'm celebrating the fucking greatest victory over the Nazi scourge every year too. Like, it doesn't even matter. Whatever they're doing now is irrelevant. You gotta celebrate it no matter what. You got to keep flexing that shit. I mean, 20 million people died, right? Even a larger number than that. Many Ukrainians, ironically enough. You gotta keep flexing that victory. That's a big dub, which is really interesting because we look at what Russia is doing and we say, oh, they are posturing about how they defeated the Nazis, right? They're posturing about how they fucking defeated the Nazis, and then they're connecting it to their current military campaign. I wonder if there's another country that does that all the time. A country that has invaded a shit ton of other countries far away from their borders, that constantly says, oh, this time our enemy is just like the Nazis. Remember how we defeated the Nazis? Oh, that's right. It's the United States of America. Oh, we got to go fight. We got to go defend the South Vietnamese against the scourge of the North Vietnamese, which is just like the Nazis. Oh, we got to go and defend the South Koreans against the scourge of the North Koreans. A distinction that we created. The North Koreans that are just like the Nazis. Oh, we have to go and defeat the Taliban that are protecting Osama bin Laden. And lo and behold, wouldn't you know it, they're just like the Nazis. We got to do the same thing with Saddam, just like the Nazis. We got to do the same thing with Iran. We got to do the same thing with Hamas. So Russia is, in many respects, basically little America. They're like America in their own backyard. And perhaps that's the reason why we despise them so much. Because it's like a mirror being held up against their face. Actions that they engage in their own backyard. And the way that they communicate about these, the way that they justify these actions, no matter how ridiculous they may be, reminds us of ourselves. You know?
The U.S. military says its forces fired on 2 Iran-flagged oil tankers trying to get past the U.S. blockade. Tensions remain high in the region after both the U.S. and Iran exchanged fire last week, even though President Trump says the ceasefire there is, quote,
fascists and communists should both be condemned, to be honest. Fuck authoritarianism. I love this guy. This is the Canadian centrist that cries in my chat all the time. My grandfather lost his leg in the Vietnam War. Can you not? Your grandfather took that fucking L. Invading a country that he had no business being in. Yeah. Sucks to suck. L grandpa. Okay. Extra funny that you're also an Albertan Canadian who talks about Albertan separatism. Hey, here's a really cool way that your grandpa could have 2 legs instead of 1. Albertan separatist Canadian. Not invade Vietnam. That's one way. Very funny. This grandfather lost his leg literally falling into a trap covered up by astroturf in the middle of a jungle. Yeah. Meanwhile, this guy is spiritually following the same trap right now by being America's loyal servant once again, demanding that Alberta separate from Canada and become annexed American territory. Fuck Carney, and I'm not trying to be American. Anyway. Yeah. Don't make me play the scoreboard. Okay, here, this.
Monuments I read about in school. There's the Washington Monument. There's the Obama Monument. And there's the Vietnam War Memorial.
Hey, check out that Vietnamese guy giving the business to those Vietnam vets.
Scoreboard! Scoreboard! Oh, what happened to your friend? Hey, I know that guy. I kill him. He cried like a bitch. Vietnam undefeated.
I mean, I don't like Carney either, but I assume you and I have a very different attitude on this. On why you don't like Carney and why I don't like Carney are very different. We're coming at it from very different perspectives. Anyway, what I was going to say is, to the Albertan separatist in the chat. Okay. The Albertan separatist in the chat who's still coping and saying he doesn't want to be he doesn't want to be American. You are already spiritually American if you're an Albertan separatist. Okay. But fascists and communists should both be condemned. Fuck authoritarianism is really funny. Okay. This concept is ridiculous. No, I don't think communists should be condemned. Silly as fuck. No, there is no moral equivalence between communism and fascism. Okay. No matter how hard you try, you will never be able to swing it. And there was a time when this kind of attitude was laughed at all around the world. Unfortunately, liberalism was very good at eviscerating that mentality. Okay. And creating this like unique middle ground where they're like, no, actually the Nazis were bad, but also so were the people that fucking fought and died to defeat the Nazis. Now get the fuck out of here. It's bullshit.
Still in effect. All this while, another ceasefire is underway in the war between Russia and Ukraine. Aaron Navarro is at the White House with more. Aaron, good morning.
Kelly, good morning. President Trump announced yesterday that fighting in the Russia-Ukraine war.
I'm not a Hasan hater. I'm saying you're pro-authoritarian. I'm not, man. I'm not. Okay? There is no government function that exists without authority. saying someone is authoritarian is so stupid. Okay, you know what's authoritarian? You think the Canadian government is not authoritarian in the way that they treat the indigenous population? Do you think the American government is not authoritarian? You don't like Mark Carney. Why don't you like Mark Carney? Authoritarian works for one generation that sets up for a Stalin figure. Oh my God. Okay, is China an authoritarian government from your perspective? Yes, right? And here they are proving material results for the working class. Every government is authoritarian. The sentiment around like, oh, this government is authoritarian, this government is not authoritarian is a stupid argument. Every fucking government is authoritarian. Every rule, every law that we have is technically authoritarian, okay? Every law that we have is technically authoritarian in the sense that they're stopping someone from doing something that they want to do, okay? But we all get together and agree on some of these laws being good, okay? Simply put, like, for example, pedophiles want to predate on children. The government is technically authoritarian in the way that they stop pedophiles from predating on children, but we all agree on that. Well, we here agree on the government stopping pedophiles from predating on children. Some people think that that's authoritarian and try to stop that, right? Some people want to lower the age of consent laws, for example. Okay? Every government is authoritarian. Every rule is an enforcement of authority. It's just a matter of, do we agree? Is the majority in agreement that these rules are good or not? That's it. That's it. So authoritarian, I think, is a catch-all thing that like liberals tell themselves to act as though their governments are not authoritarian. And for the record, I'm not saying it's, like all enforcement of governance is bad. I'm not saying that like authoritarian as a blanket. I'm just simply saying authoritarian as a blanket statement is a silly distinction. That's an insane comparison. At least American presidents can be voted out. I'm sorry, this is not a convincing take. I know, I will never be able to convince people. Okay? Like, for example, the overwhelming majority of Americans don't want to fucking give money to Israel, yet your tax dollars are spent on murdering children overseas. Many Americans would rather spend those dollars here on American healthcare, on American schools. Good luck not paying your fucking taxes if you want to protest against that, and then you'll understand what authoritarianism truly looks like. Okay? I'm simply describing what the social contract is. And what the other side of the social contract is. For libertarians, for example, think all taxation is theft. And that the American government, utilizing the monopoly of violence that the state has, will literally at gunpoint force you to pay those taxes. Okay? Look at North and South Korea, for example. I'd much rather live in one than the other. Anyway, thanks for responding. Again, the difference between North Korea and South Korea is unbelievable amounts of sanctions on North Korea. We don't know what North Korea would look like if they were able to participate in the global marketplace as a normal country. Okay, we don't know. As a matter of fact, in the aftermath of the Korean War, in spite of the fucking American and Allied forces that conducted a genocide in North Korea, okay, in the immediate aftermath, North Korea was actually doing a lot better than South Korea was, ironically enough. Most people don't know this, of course. South Korea was a fucking military dictatorship that was slaughtering its civilians en masse. And you're over here talking about how like, oh, well, one country is much more livable than the other. Yeah, I agree. I agree. South Korea was not necessarily a much more livable nation state, and it still isn't necessarily a great place to live in. Their own citizens call it hell. North Korea literally started the Korean War. Yeah, no. All of the wholesale slaughter of communist, socialist, trade unionists in South Korea was actually a self-defensive slaughter. A self-defensive slaughter that the South Korean military dictatorship engaged in. You know? And all of the carpet bombing of North Korea, a distinction that we designed for the record, that was also done in a self-defensive manner. This take is flopping because authoritarian doesn't just mean wielding some amount of authoritarian in political science. It's a specific descriptor for countries where power is highly centralized. Yes. Except there's plenty of violence that takes shape in countries that are unbelievably decentralized. And I'm not just talking about America either. I mean, you have examples like Somalia, for example. Okay? I look at results. And of course, the political science terminology that is deeply anti-communist is going to use this perspective in an effort to disparage whatever kind of centralized authority. Famously, totalitarianism was coined by McCarthyites to conflate Nazism with communism. I'm sure something similar can be said about authoritarianism, like you have to double think to forget how authoritarian the U.S. is with respect to ICE, the institutional anti-leftist slant, institutional Islamophobia, institutional transphobia. Yeah. Like, we currently have concentration camps that we have placed. Like Alligator Alcatraz is slated to close. Okay? That was the Florida government taking taxpayer funds from Floridians and spending it so that they could have a fucking concentration camp surrounded by a moat with alligators in it, where they put literally the overwhelming majority non-criminal migrants, non-criminal non-citizens in these horrifying conditions. We don't even have an account of what took place in Alligator Alcatraz. That happened on U.S. soil. And you're over here being like, you know what's authoritarian? Every other country. It's because you have a biased framework that you're operating off of. I don't make excuses for the dragnets that were implemented in Xinjiang, but you do make excuses for American and other liberal countries engaging in authoritarian actions. Okay? That's it. Yes, there is a real description for what authoritarianism is or what totalitarianism is in political science. I know, I studied it. Okay? I'm moving beyond that distinction, and I'm trying to explain to you that all governments enforce authority. All governments centralize power. All governments have a monopoly on violence. What you have to look at is whether people's material conditions are advancing or not. We talked a big deal about how, in China, you can't criticize the party. This is true. Okay? It's repression. It's, in my opinion, silly or even outright dangerous. But I think it's just as silly or outright dangerous that in the country of Germany currently, you can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. You go to jail. You go to prison. In the last bastion of free speech around the world, in the wealthiest nation on the planet, the most powerful nation on the planet, Joe Biden, the Democrat, the liberal, put 3,500 student protesters in jail. The crime of holding peaceful protests on an issue that is now the majority position. They were right too early and they were punished for it. That's repression. Yesterday in the United States of America, in the state of Virginia, unelected judges decided to overthrow the democratic process, to subvert democracy. 3 million Virginians voted to redraw their district maps. Why did they do this? Because the current president is unbelievably unpopular and knew that he was going to lose both the House of Representatives and the Senate, and this would create a check on his authoritarian power grab. So in an effort to avoid that, he wanted to game the system and secure comfortable seats in the state of Texas. So in order to continue having some semblance of democracy, some checks on the administration through the democratic process in the midterm elections, Virginia Democrats decided to fight back. And then the Supreme Court in the state of Virginia decided, fuck the referendum. Fuck the wishes of the majority. That's authoritarianism. All countries have these sorts of issues. I don't make excuses for foreign adversaries that have similar issues to us, or in certain instances, far worse issues than ours. But we have to look at their starting position. We have to analyze their material conditions. We have to look at wartime conditions. Are they constantly under threat by much more powerful forces? Is that a part of the reason why they have some state repression? Or is it just simply born out of being an evil country? Okay, by having an evil authoritarian, totalitarian government.
Has paused this weekend as Russia celebrates Victory Day, commemorating World War II. But the attention is still on Iran after a turbulent week on the Strait of Hormuz.
I'd like to see it stop. Russia, Ukraine, it's the worst thing since World War II in terms of life.
President Trump said the three-day ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine was a personal request.
We have a little period of time where they're not going to be killing people. I'd like to see a big extension.
As part of the agreement, the two countries will swap 1,000 prisoners, and fighting will pause as Russia celebrates its victory
Day one, by the way, Donald Trump doing the damn thing, man. He really brought about peace.
This weekend. But as Russia and Ukraine begin a short-term ceasefire, the one between the U.S. and Iran is being tested by several firefights in the Strait of Hormuz this week. Trump says the ceasefire is still on and that he's waiting on Iran's response about restarting negotiations.
We want to get the whole thing ended, not just individual movements.
Historically, ceasefires have seen various displays of military fire.
CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograd.
The question here is whether...
Dude, he's trying his fucking best. I know, I'm being too mean to the pedophile president.
This tit-for-tat exchange of fire is going to outpace negotiations to actually establish an armistice or end the war.
The war has paralyzed the Strait of Hormuz and global supply chains, leaving American farmers frustrated.
Business is...
Apartheid is the most... Wait, did I accidentally fucking mod this person? No. Apartheid is the most democratic form of governance. Israel is a democracy. Okay, guys, you're baiting one another at this point. Okay, stop baiting each other. Like, this person is obviously being sarcastic. Like, the point that he's making is like, Israel's an apartheid state that is democratically organized amongst the in-group to be an apartheid state. It's justified endlessly amongst the masses in Israel, right? The masses that actually do have the power to vote or have their voices be heard. And then the other guy is literally leaning into that bait and getting angry at that person.
Rough. Almost every farmer in Iowa will tell you that they've had difficult times.
The challenge comes obviously with the price.
The price of urea fertilizer used for vegetable crops has gone up 47% since the war began.
Yeah, by the way, speaking of authoritarian or totalitarian governments, do you feel like your democratic wishes are being heard by the current American administration in this unbelievably stupid war that we're waging against Iran? Do you like it? Because, I mean, I know the answer. The answer is in the polls. The polls say, no, they don't like it, actually. Please stop. Please stop the bleeding. Right? But in this bountiful liberal democracy that we have here in the United States of America, your voices are not heard at all. And as a matter of fact, the only opportunity you have to let your voice be heard in the midterms, which is a pressure valve, right, so that maybe you can bring about some semblance of accountability if the Democratic Party becomes the majority party, okay, to offer some kind of check or balance to the administration's ridiculous actions, is being subverted by Donald Trump right now with these redistricting campaigns around the country, where he's trying to create more seats, more red seats, so that they don't lose the majority in the House of Representatives. What do you think that is? Like, why do you think that's happening? What do you think that means for our future? We have this belief system that, like, everything is intact. Of course, it can't happen here. Only other countries are authoritarian. We're fucking authoritarian. And as an American citizen, I want to stop that from happening. So we can sit around and talk about how devastating North Korea is, right? Over and over and over again. How unbelievably authoritarian North Korea is, how repressive the state is. That's just pure cope. It's a distraction. It's a way for you to feel a little bit better in comparison to fucking North Korea. I say we've fallen. We've fallen so hard that we have to compare ourselves to a mode of governance that has had to exist under unbelievable fucking sanctions. Like, if you're comparing, as an American, if you're comparing your situation to North Korea, like if you're comparing the state repression that you experience here to the state repression in North Korea and going, well, it's far worse there, it's over. You're done. It's ridiculous. This is the United States of America. The fuck do you mean?
Secretary, what's your message to farmers who have been struggling with the rising costs of ethanol, gas, and fertilizer?
The positive news on fertilizer is that America has enough. Because of President Trump's energy independence agenda, what that is now allowing us to do is the next step for fertilizer, which again, food security is national security, but to build our own plants here.
President Trump will be heading to Beijing early next week to meet with Chinese.
We're gonna manifest fertilizer plants.
President Xi Jinping. China has talked to Iran in recent days, pushing them to reach a deal and reopen the strait. Adriana?
Aaron, thank you so much for that update. The U.S. economy shows.
What's your position with NATO? Where are you at with NATO? Because
NATO's dead.
You think NATO's dead?
NATO's dead. We're writing its obituary.
Goat talk. Robert Pape talking to Patrick Bet-David. Love to hear it. Let's hear what Robert Pape has to say.
Tell me why.
Bro, what the hell happened? I feel like University of Chicago, that created the Chicago Boys, that was like the heart of American interventionism, is now responsible for Mersheimer and Robert Pape. They're like all talking about how NATO is fucked, NATO is over. What the hell happened to the University of Chicago? How did they fall from grace like this? Marxist coup? Yeah, none of these guys are Marxists. What are you talking about? They're all like saying Mersheimer is a Marxist is so funny.
First thing people need to know about NATO is it's not just a political alliance. It is a political alliance where leaders get together and we have Brussels and so forth, but it's more. We have a thing that your listeners will hear called Article 5. Okay, we decide we're going to fight together in a war. Much more than that. Article 5 says that when you agree with Article 5, there will be an, quote, integrated command structure. What does integrated command structure mean? An American general runs the militaries of all the other NATO countries. Like World War II with Eisenhower, 5-star general. So just pause for notice how this changes your thinking. Okay, so Article 5 is not just, oh, now we're going to fight together and then sort out the command lines of authority. No. Article 5 is, once we agree, and we've only done this with Afghanistan. That's the one time we've done Article 5. It means that an American general, now we could second it. We can make a decision, just so you know, that let another general do it. But it would be, the idea was American general is going to make the key decisions and sort out the roles and missions for everybody. Because if you don't have a SINC, a commander-in-chief in a theater, that's what a SINC is, commander-in-chief, everybody's going to not know their piece, what they're supposed to do, their geographic location. All of that needs to be sorted out, or you can't efficiently fight, and you'll have a lot of friendly fire casualty and all kinds of other problems here. So you need an integrated command structure if you're going to have what's called a combined set of militaries, where you have militaries from other countries coming together. Well, that was the beauty of NATO, which is we run the show militarily, not just as we're the biggest 800-pound gorilla on the planet. Well, now what you've had, not just last year we had Trump tariffs hurting different countries, something very different happened with Iran. What happened with Iran is that when President Trump failed strategically, tactically succeeded but failed strategically, what did he say? He wanted the European militaries to send the militaries, and because we weren't going to put our ships in harm's way. Think about that. This is too dangerous for our ships to go into harm's way. And what he said is he wanted them to put their ships in harm's way. Once you did that, I think there is no way that any European political leader or a military leader is going to essentially follow orders under Article 5 by General Kane. So what Article 5 would mean, again, that is an American commanders who are going to be running the show, essentially, here. And what happened with this war is we've shown that by the lack of strategy, by the disastrous way this has unfolded. And then on top of all that, Patrick, for President Trump to say, we want you to throw your bodies in front of our bodies, this isn't going to work. And I am not at all surprised that what you see is Stormer, that's the leader in Britain here, Carney. You are seeing so much.
You're saying it from your angle, because we also led the way. We led from front. We gave all this money to protect Ukraine because they treated them like a NATO ally. And so Trump probably used it as a way to show the world, look at these guys. They don't even pay their 2%, and I've been able to increase it from 3 in 2014 to now 32. But the messaging is important.
And he did that.
But the point is, all of this stuff we do for them and they don't do nothing for us, exposed to the world. Now, why do we need to be part of NATO?
Dude, come on. Patrick Bet David. Okay, what is Robert Pape going to say to that? That's ridiculous. All the stuff that we're doing for NATO. All the stuff that we're doing for NATO, and they do nothing for us. Why don't we grok it? Why don't we grok it? Robert Pape, you are a professor, but why don't we grok it right now? Okay? I'm a numbers guy. We need to see the numbers. Your Patrick Bet David is so bad? No.
Let me come at this from a little different perspective. So first of all, President Trump, start in the first term, that's mostly what that rhetoric was from. He did move them from 2% to now the average is near 3, and it's going to soon be 3.5. That part is not really what that's true, and it was the first term.
Only 3 were paying 2%, now it's 32.
Exactly. That's first term President Trump. So that all came from.
Yeah, you know who actually wanted that to happen, by the way? Barack Obama. And that's precisely the reason why Joe Biden never reversed that decision. Okay? The idea that this is not also uniparty is very silly. I don't like that. It's a lie that we tell ourselves and to whoever is listening. That this was like done just by Donald Trump. When Donald Trump came out and said that, everyone in the media was like, oh my God, they're trying to destroy NATO. It's like, well, okay, Barack Obama was the one who actually advanced that.
from the first term of President Trump. But let me tell you a set of data that you don't hear in this regard very much, by the Democrats either, which is what matters for power in the world is your economy is so critical because it generates the money and the technology and the resources for your military and your actual military. In 1990, when the Cold War ended, America's economy was 26% of the world's economy. Write it down. 26% of the world's economy. 1990.
I'm a numbers guy, so I like what you're saying. You're giving me the numbers. You are giving me the numbers. I'm a numbers guy. I'm going to grok it. Robert Pape, I'm going to grok it.
Okay. World Bank.
Vini, get the numbers out.
Bank numbers. These are all verified. Okay. What is it today?
15?
No, 26, 27%. 2025 numbers. Look at our European allies during this time. Let's pick Germany, for example. Germany was about 6-7% of the world's economy.
6-7
in 1990. What are they today? 3.5. 3.5. What about Britain? Britain was about 4.5% of the world's economy in 1990. What are they today? 3. France, almost exactly with Britain, 4.5 to about 3.
100% correct, by the way. Everything he's saying is facts. All facts, no printer. America's positioning has not grown, which is obviously bad for America, but every other ally has diminished in the global stage. Europe has diminished the global stage. Japan has diminished spectacularly in the global stage. The only other country that has grown phenomenally in this process is China. That's it.
I could go through Italy. So what does that mean, Patrick? If you take power...
I'm really curious what you think, because
I'm trying to show you the power here. In 1990, compared to our European allies here, okay, we were certainly big, but notice they weren't trivial, certainly as a group.
Sure.
But as we stayed at 26, they've fallen by a third. They've fallen by a third, Patrick. So the way I put it to my classes sometimes, I lay this out for them, and I say, yeah, we say we're Uncle Sucker, but who's the sucker here? Who's the real sucker here? See, what I understand President Trump saying...
Patrick Bet-David is listening to Robert Pape describe that America has basically sucked up all of the resources from its allies around the globe as it's basically been able to maintain its position. And Patrick Bet-David will turn around and tomorrow still continue the narrative like, oh, we are not getting anything from the partners.
He just looks at this statistic about who's paying for defense. And he's right on the numbers. This is not a mistake of numbers. It's not that President Trump's getting his numbers wrong. But there's a businessman, if you're up against companies here, if you're one of the big mega companies here and you're 26% of the market and your competitor is here at like 7-8% of the market and you stay at 26 and they go to 4, who's got the power here? Who's gaining power here? We're gaining power. I'm very concerned that what's going to happen in the next 5-10 years is we'll go from 26 to 22 to 23%, something like that. Other countries, and I'm mostly worried about China, are just going to eat our lunch, and then maybe even the Europeans will start to get their act together and start to become economically stronger. Now, I'm not saying they will for sure, but we have not had our lunch eaten from us here since the end of the Cold War, and this is over 30 years. So this isn't just a yearly thing. So I really believe that we are not I keep trying to explain, we're focusing on issues of tactics. We're not focusing on the bigger picture numbers here, the bigger picture outcomes that matter for America's. Another point I want to make, and what does Bob believe? I want us to be 26%. I want us to be 30%. I don't want us going down. So when we had our big conversation,
Yeah, they said this guy's a Marxist.
about China, I'm looking at this number. I'm looking at we're pulling ourselves and hurting ourselves with trade. And I'm not coming at this as some liberal normative. Let's make other people richer or something. No, that's not it at all. I'm looking at this from essentially a primacy lens. I'm looking at this. How does America remain the number one most powerful, wealthiest country in the world for the next 20 years? And I think we need to understand that we have actually had quite a set of advantages versus Western Europe and also Japan. You know what Japan was in 1990? 10%. Japan was 10% in 1990. You look at Japan today, they're 4%.
Wow.
So just think about that for a moment.
Where does China go from? China?
Oh, China went from 2 in 1990, 2 to 17.
Okay.
2 to 17.
See, that's the one that matters to me.
Well, no, yes, but the whole thing needs to matter to you is what I'm telling you, because you want us to be not just bigger, badder than China. You want us to be the biggest, baddest, richest here, 26%. That's what's made America the place to come, to be the golden goose, the place to come for entrepreneurs here. If we
Ain't nobody waking up in the morning going to China. Ain't nobody waking up every morning going to Europe.
To China.
Yeah.
I'm worrying about that over time we are going to lose this. And I think what we need to do is understand that we've actually made out quite well versus the Western Europe.
So you,
and also Japan.
Yeah.
They're not eating our lunch.
Well, okay, so what do you think about the chances of U.S. leaving NATO under Trump?
Oh, he just announced, well, so just in the last 72 hours. So I've been saying NATO has been dead for about 3 weeks now. So I've been on a lot of these podcasts and so forth. And other people have asked me about this too. So I've said NATO's dead. We're writing its obituary. That line has been out there for 3 weeks. Well, what just happened here this week on Monday is Merz, the leader of Germany, has come out vigorously, and he's slapping Trump right in the face, saying that Iran has humiliated America. And then on top of that, if you look at the papers, and I looked at the actual documents that come out of the governments, not just simply the, what's out on 30-second TikToks here, they've come out with a new strategy, Patrick. And their new strategy,
this one right here,
is to, this is the
Play
one.
the clip, Rob.
They let them travel to Islamabad and then leave again without any result. A whole nation is being humiliated by the Iranian leadership, especially by these.
We did the AI. We did the AI translation. We grokked it. Okay? This is Merz. A very good guy. I like him.
So-called revolutionary guards. And in that respect...
That's the clip.
So Americans may not want to hear.
Only 26K, and it's an echo chamber. That's insane, bud. Yo, dog, this chat has all the same opinion. Is an echo chamber. 42 month subscriber. Brother, you're the one who's echoing back. What happened? You want to... You want... It's Saturday. I'm sorry, I'm baiting happy Saturday. Yeah, what happened? You wanna attention? Is that what it is? I swear to God, people get fucking bored and they're like, people get so bored and then just like, I really want Hasan to notice me, please. Bro, if you want to notice me, say something like, oh, I love your Patrick Bet David impersonation. You know what I mean? Like, or give me something good. Give me something good to read. What is this cheap bait? Is the only way to get noticed? No. That's not the only way to get noticed.
That, and I'm an American, and that
he's needy, not a liar. That's crazy.
That hurts me to hear that, but we need to understand that's not unique. Macron thinks that. Starmer thinks that. That's the leader of France and Britain. Carney thinks that. That's the leader of Canada.
They're
undoubtedly
all of them are globalists.
Undoubtedly, she thinks that. If you look at the smiles on Putin's face, so Putin just met with.
Are you surprised they're saying that? Because I'm not.
No, I'm telling you that the world has learned.
I've never seen two guys talk, two intellectual titans, talk over one another this hard, okay? They're just talking past one another. Robert Pape is just like describing exactly what's going on, and Patrick Bet-David is just trying to slam his perspective into the conversation. They're all globalists. Dude, we are America. We are the globalists, okay? We are the globe. What the fuck are you talking about? What is this globalism? It's just like a idiotic distinction that the American right wing has slammed on here for some fucking weird reason. We have 800 military bases around the world. What the fuck do you mean? They are the globalists, but we're not the globalists. What the fuck?
Which they had not known since Vietnam, is an American can be beat. That's what I'm telling you. Now, when we had the Vietnam War, this was a material disaster, but it was a disaster for our power beyond simply the material consequences.
Yo, I missed the Patrick impersonation. Is there any way to rewind? Great question, chatter. Of course you can rewind as long as you subscribe for $6 a month or for free. If you like being value-tained at the only Patrick Bet-David broadcast, the only real Patrick Bet-David broadcast, if you like it, if you like the value-tainment, please subscribe. Support independent media. Okay? Support independent media. You subscribe, all of a sudden, you get a lot of good benefits. You get benefits like being able to rewind the broadcast. You get to send me links as well. That's right. You can also gift a sub to others so they can also rewind the broadcast. The value is endless. The value is unlimited. You can also get my, you know what? You can get my attention if you subscribe. How about that? Butterstains, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I hope you are value-tained. Thank you. I'm so impressed with your ability to do so many accents. That's what I'm talking about, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you. This is what I needed. This is desperately what I needed. Science is a candle in the dark. Thank you for the 10. Step Up. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Christian M503. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well.
Vietnam, because that small country beat us. In fact, what started me on my quest to understand air power as a dissertation topic in the 1980s, I wanted to know how we could lose to such a small country. I was going to go into the Foreign Service. I was going to become in the Reagan administration, I was going to go get a PhD. And, you know, I told you, a liberal Republican. He might not admit it, but he is. And I was going to go and try to spread democracy here. But I wanted to know, if I'm going to do this, how did we lose? Because after all, I don't want to lose here. That's not the point. So, but what you saw then is the military. Not just the Reagan administration, we upended ourselves in the military. That school that I taught at the Air Force, it was a brand new school. Started in 1991 by Larry Welch, Chief of Staff of the Air Force, and he told me, and other 4-star generals directly told me, because they wanted to fix the problem they saw in Vietnam is airmen did not know air strategy. And I was being hired because my book, my work, the only...
Did you download Mint distro? You really need to move from Capital's operation systems feeding imperialism. I'm poor. I haven't even heated my pool this summer.
They wanted some civilians. Well, they couldn't find any who studied air strategy. And I'm the one who actually came closest to thinking about strategy the way it should be understood, which is not how to put a bomb on a target, but what happens when bombs hit targets to the politics of the situation. And so that we were in lockstep here at that point in time. What you are seeing here, though, is since Vietnam, we have not, we had Desert Storm, 1991. Yes, we've had other problems, but we haven't had a disaster.
You really disrespectful talking about Vietnam veterans. My uncle died fighting the American invaders. How dare you? I do respect the veterans on both sides.
Like this since Vietnam. And we haven't, and in Vietnam, America didn't do things that are wrecking the world's economy. So this could be even worse than Vietnam on that dimension. What you're seeing with these world leaders is they have learned America can be beat. Why is the UAE pulling out of OPEC? They don't want to be tethered to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, even though it's a collective, is the biggest one in OPEC, and they call most of the shots in OPEC. And they, as we know, MBS was on the phone right next to Netanyahu, encouraging Trump to do the regime change bombing. So if that's true, then you know that this Iranian regime, as it gets more powerful, they want to topple now the Saudi regime. Why are you in the UAE wanting to hitch your wagon to that? It's not that you want to have any love for Iran, but the last thing you want to do is get sunk by these groups over here.
You think that's why they left OPEC?
I don't know for sure. I have no deep knowledge, but I said on my Substack that as this was before they left OPEC, I said that what you're going to see is as Iran emerges as a far more powerful global player here, and it's just beginning, in the Gulf, what you're going to see is fragmentation. That you had unity, you had this with the Abraham Accords, you had Trump, and this was Jared Kushner's idea, really, from going back to the first Trump administration, where you're going to try to counterbalance Iran. Now, he didn't use that term, but that's basically what's happening here, what was happening. And so you're going to build a coalition where it's Israel, it's the UAE, it's Saudi Arabia. If you can bring in the other GCC countries, that's great. And that's what Trump's last May, you saw, he did a wide swing through the GCC countries. And what they're basically doing, among other things, is they're building a counterbalancing coalition against Iran. But as Iran grows, and especially as everybody sees what he is now articulating, Meretz is articulating, is that we can be beat. This is not going to hold together. You are not going to be able to keep this counterbalancing coalition together, and it's not because of Trump's unique. It's because this is the pattern of history. This is going to fragment, and then I explained they would have different countries fragmenting in different ways. It wasn't going to be a
Pax Islamica is happening. Robert Pape confirmed it. Oh, Professor Jiang. My God.
Unison, everybody moved to Iran. It's fragmentation or atomization, and that's what's happening here. Iraq was actually the beginning.
Hasanabi, it's awfully impressive how you barely touch Patrick Bet-David's accent, yet when you do, you play like you've been secretly studying for years. There's no buildup, no struggle, just a subtle, efficient skill that even feels misplaced. Despite being extremely invested in valuetainment, you never stoop too low, which somehow makes it more impressive and slightly confusing to witness. You're not just good at valuetainment. You're gifted. God, I fucking hate ChatGPT so much. It's just, I hate it. I hate the way it speaks. I am becoming a full-blown Luddite, I think. I was thinking about this the other night. I was like, I feel like this is a new piece of technology that is like being utilized by so many people, and I probably have to understand it, and I probably have to use it. And basically, the only time I touch any kind of like LLM, large language model, any kind of LLM whatsoever, any kind of AI whatsoever is like the top of the Google searches, right? Like that's it. And I don't know. I find it so gross, but I feel like I need to learn it. You know? Don't lie, the AI glaze made you wet.
Coming. Oh. You know why I'm always bright-eyed and bushy-tailed in the morning? Defunding Israel. That's the secret.
What is this game, bro? I don't understand. Like, why are this Nintendo? This is the Nintendo game, right? Is it Tamagotchi or whatever? Tomodori, whatever it's called. Isn't that what it is? Why do they have so many like insane scenarios? I don't even understand. It's Animal Crossing with Mii's. Yeah, but like Is Sims but Nintendo? Okay, but like, why is it that they're saying such cool things about Israel?
Of this, as I point out in the Substack, they started to be far more critical of Americans. And what did Iran do? They started to let some Iraqi oil go through. So the more these countries are moving in, even Macron was making statements here that Iran found positive, and they let a French oil tanker through. And that's one of the reasons why Trump decided to do the blockade, because he doesn't want Iran feeling its oats and using its power in this way. But what you're seeing is, I believe, the beginning stages of what I was explaining would happen is fragmentation of the Gulf. It's not greater unity in the Gulf, and it's because once everybody knows America can be beat, there's a power vacuum now in the Gulf. It's literally a power vacuum. And that power, and the states are going to respond on their own, for their own survival. They may make mistakes, they may do something good for their survival, but they're not going to simply listen to President Trump, Jared Kushner, and just simply say, "Oh, sure, we're just going to keep doing everything and following your lead." And with OPEC now, this is a real sign of disunity. And you see this in NATO here, and the idea, and you saw with Japan, President Trump browbeat the leader of Japan, and she would not budge. Well, they're only 4% of the world's GDP now. They're not 10% like they were. And why exactly are they throwing their bodies in front of this thing? What is and their oil? Where is this idea that somehow we're going to? Japan is an island state. I studied this in World War II. They are an island state. They depend so much on that incoming oil. That's really one of the things that crushed.
Yeah. I mean, he literally did. His main thesis, is like most famous work is about air wars. So I believe it when he says that. Except it's really funny where he goes, "I studied Japan a lot and they really love oil," is such a funny way to talk about this issue, because it's like, I think you learned that in like 3rd grade, where it's like, yeah, we put an oil blockade on Japan and they got so pissed off that they did fucking Pearl Harbor. Like, delivering the most basic fact about Japan that, like, you know, most of the illiterate Americans know, while you are genuinely one of the most studied guys on the Pacific theater, specifically because like his entire work revolves around air wars, is hilarious.
Japan in World War II is we had a naval blockade that really worked to crush their military. They're civilian, they didn't crush their morale, but it did weaken their military. Well, this is still true today with Japan.
When we set out to
create Japan, we learned about the way this is the oil, and the oil, very important. Oil, very important part of Japanese economy. Bro, most Americans don't know that the blockade led to Pearl Harbor. Wait, what? No, you're just bad. Sometimes I'm like, is American education that bad, or do I just have bad students in my chat who did not hear when their teachers were educating them? Because that seems unbelievable. A lot of people don't know that, dude. What the fuck is going on? Okay, you're just bad students. There's no shot. Okay, poll time. I'm running a poll. Okay. Japan oil blockade. Didn't know. Did know. Or wait, hold on. Didn't learn in school. Did learn in school. Okay, 2 minutes duration. We're doing a poll. We have to fucking see. I have to see. Go vote in the poll. They teach Pearl Harbor like it was an unprovoked attack in America, bro. Wait, what? Oh my God. 88%. By the way, I'm talking about being illiterate, but I wrote didn't. Wait till you find out whether or not, wait till you find out there is some suspicions that FDR might have known. But he needed something to push the American public into action, into engaging militarily. There was not enough appetite to wage war against the Axis forces. FDR obviously wanted to do it. Here, this is the only way that you can actually teach people. You gotta do it conspiracy style. Yeah, America was frustrated with the Japanese colonialism taking place in the Pacific Theater. Specifically, some of our allies or previous colonial operations were under threat. So we implemented an oil blockade, frustrating the Japanese into taking action against Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. Now, moving massive naval fleets at the time, without the Americans finding out about it, was obviously quite the difficult endeavor, which is precisely the reason why there's suspicion that the Americans did know, but maybe some thought the Japanese would not be crazy enough to attack our military fortress in Pearl Harbor directly, or perhaps they thought, perhaps they knew that an attack was imminent, and yet they let it happen because FDR knew that this would be the final piece of the puzzle to get the United States of America to directly engage with the fascist scourge growing around the world. Is that good? 88% said they didn't learn about this in school. That is unbelievable. Do you mean America deserved Pearl Harbor? No, I'm not. I'm not even saying that. I think it was objectively good that America involved itself militarily in the Allied side against Nazi Germany and also Japan too. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. But it is kind of interesting. 88% did not know that America implemented an oil blockade on Japan. What the fuck? Here's the textbook most of us saw. Japan launches attack. Not in the curriculum, Hassan. I'm a Cali Sci high school teacher. Not in the textbooks, nor in the standards. World War II. How can war affect civilians? Making connections. What the fuck? How do you zoom in on this? Okay, it's not fucking zooming in. Foldable study organizer explaining. Create a 2-tab book. Nazi death camps in full operation. 44 allies under Eisenhower launched D-Day invasion. United States drops atomic bombs on Japan. Germany and Japan surrender in 1945. Okay, the Japanese path to war. The need for natural resources fueled the Japanese plan to seize other countries. Okay. The Nazi-Soviet non-aggression pact getting like its own piece. Meanwhile, appeasement just gets a brief mention is really funny. This is like a whole, I like that they did a whole chapter on it. Okay, Japanese expansion. Japan had not planned to declare war on China. However, the 1937 incident eventually turned into a major conflict. The Japanese seized Chinese capital of Nanjing in December. Chiang Kai-shek refused to surrender and moved his government upriver, first to Hongkou, then to Chongqing. As the Japanese pushed forward, Chinese civilians experienced extreme brutality, aerial bombing. Although they were defeated, the Chinese continued to resist the Japanese for the entire course of the war. A move southward, however, would risk the war with the European colonial powers in the United States. Japan's attack on China in the summer of 1937 had already aroused strong criticism, especially in the U.S. Nevertheless, in the summer of 1940, Japan demanded the right to exploit economic resources in French Indochina. The United States objected. It warned Japan that it would apply economic sanctions, restrictions intended to enforce international law, unless Japan withdrew from the area and returned to its borders in 1931. Japan badly needed the oil and scrap iron it was getting from the United States. Should these resources be cut off, Japan would have... Yeah, see, it does bring it up. Japan would have to find them elsewhere. Japan viewed the possibility of sanctions as a threat in the long-term objectives. Japan was now caught in a dilemma to guarantee access to raw materials in Southeast Asia. Japan had the risk of losing raw materials from the United States. After much debate, Japan decided to launch a surprise attack on the European colonies, U.S. and European colonies in Southeast Asia. So you guys are just bad students, including that one teacher. I was homeschooled, though. It barely, I mean, sure, it doesn't really bring it up, to be fair. You asked if we didn't learn it, not if we paid attention. No, that was the first. That was the first question that I had, was whether or not you guys are bad students or if they don't bring it up at all. So, like, what do you guys think whenever... Sometimes I make jokes and I don't realize that many of you don't even know what the joke is. You just laugh along without understanding. Like, I have made these jokes in the past, especially in the last, 71 days, 72 days, where I'll be like, you never want to stop Japan from getting oil. They get really mad when they don't get oil. What do you think the joke is? The joke is literally about Pearl Harbor. That was the joke. Like, that's... Like, this whole time, you guys have just been laughing, and you didn't even know why you were laughing? What the fuck? I mean, it's fine. Now you know. I thought it was a cooking thing. Wait, what? I wonder how much of the stuff that I say on here is like misconstrued by people who just simply don't have fucking access to information, or have access to information but have never actually sought it out. Interesting. I'm a history buff and 33 years old at the time in high school. They really glossed over the sanctions or anything that America did. They really just focused on Pearl Harbor and the aftermath. I was really interested in personally. I had to go check out my own books from the library and actually learn about American oil sanctions. That's interesting. Yeah, well, maybe Robert A. Pape should... I mean, they do mention it. They say it's sanctions, but it's not just sanctions. They did an embargo. Oh. The tide has shifted now as far as manufacturing goes, and now China can do that to America if it chooses to do so. Just... something to consider. I learned in middle school that Chiang Kai-shek was the good guy, by the way, and that was the verbatim phrase used by my teacher, good guy. I mean, Chiang Kai-shek during World War II was not a bad guy. I mean, he wasn't a great guy, but he definitely was not the worst guy in the equation either. I mean, this was a nationalist bourgeois force at the end of the day, but they were a force within China that was seeking out emancipation. As a matter of fact, famously, the USSR also wanted, the Soviets wanted the CCP, the communist CPC, the Communist Party of China, to align, because at the time they had no manpower in the early formation, and they wanted them to align with the KMT nationalist forces, because the KMT nationalist forces were also seen as an emancipatory force, or even a revolutionary force potentially. So yeah. The Communist Party of China grew from the ranks of the KMT. The KMT was a far more powerful force in Chinese politics at the time. And part of the reason was, of course, because they had the backing of the elites in some respects, the elites that also did not want to live in a country that was war-torn, led in parts by warlords and in other parts by concessions and European powers. So initially, they weren't the worst guys, technically, I guess, in comparison to who else was running the show. KMT was failing the people, hence they joined CPC. Buddy, it was not it was the CPC that joined the KMT. KMT's forces were far, far larger than the CPC. The Soviets absolutely wanted to get the CPC to shut the fuck up about the KMT's counter-revolutionary behavior early on. There are numerous instances where they were just like, dude, just chill the fuck out. Oh, you're talking about the Civil War. Okay, that's different. Yeah, no, I thought you were. We're talking about the Sino-Japanese war. Came to under Sun Yat-sen. Sun Yat-sen was actually okay and compromised many points to the communist wing. Yes. Literally said something. You're right about that. Textbook says Germany and Japan surrendered after the atomic bombs, but Germany had lost. Berlin had fell before the atomic bombs. So there's also that part of it as well. That is another funny part about that textbook that was just objectively wrong. They oversimplified it perhaps a little too much. We tie this up with a neat little bow, we just dropped the 2 atomic bombs and everyone was like, oh my God, we're surrendering. You're so powerful. No, that's not what happened at all, but it's fine, I guess. Japan looked like they were backed into a corner and had no option. I mean, they did have an option, which was not be Nazi Germany in China and Korea. And definitely they were not backed into a corner. They were not the good guys in any way, shape, or form. Okay. I mean, they did the Holocaust to China. If you noticed, at first, until they started threatening Western territories, Western colonial conquest, until they started threatening Western territories that were also taken over through colonial conquest, America and the Western world was like, oh, stop it. We really don't like what you're doing to China, but who cares? Okay. It was until, it was only after they started frustrating Western territories did they decide to do something about it. The Japanese were actually so bad in China that envoys from the Nazi government at Nanjing actually took in Chinese refugees to keep them away from the Japanese. They were horribly monstrous. Yeah. Japanese were specifically the cause of 14 to 20 million Chinese casualties in World War II. That's not including the other countries they conquered too, by the way. Yeah, the Japanese were really, really fucking ruthless. Whole like kawaii shit that's what happens when you become servile to American interests. Okay, post World War II, if you were like, oh, okay, we're now doing whatever you want us to do, sir. America just let you do any kind of whitewashing you want to. This is actually important to understand the Chinese perspective on a little bit, because like, imagine being fucking China. Okay, century of humiliation. Japan comes and does the Holocaust to you. Okay, and then America drops atom bombs on Japan. You're like, oh, hell yeah, that's awesome, right? That was their perspective at the time. And I think still to this day, that's kind of their perspective. The Chinese perspective is like, hell yeah, atom bombs. They should have done worse, right? I can't fault them for having that framework, regardless of my own personal opinion on the utilization of atom bombs. But like, you come into that situation, you're able to develop your country under unbearable conditions, civil war. Okay, you gain autonomy, you gain sovereignty in the aftermath of that, and then there is a tremendous growing pains in the process, right? Cultural revolution is devastating in many respects, right? The collectivization efforts obviously end up with the last time there's tremendous amounts of famine in the country. It's the last time, but it's still, it's still horrifying when you're experiencing this process, right? When you're going through it. And you have these like unacknowledged atrocities. Many Americans don't even know that the Chinese were involved in World War II, or even far before World War II, or were devastated by Japanese imperialism. And then this country that, this island nation that did this to you, okay, becomes an economic powerhouse, has America write its constitution, becomes an economic powerhouse. America then takes some of the war criminal research and then uses it in Korea, and that conflict is inevitably going to spill over into your country while you're still licking your wounds from World War II, while you're going through your own version, your own civil war, okay, against these nationalist forces. And then you have to muster up enough of your ascetic and unbelievably poor forces to go and defend Korea, and in certain and you do actually end up achieving a bunch of military successes in that endeavor. You can't even fully defeat the KMT because they steal all the gold and they move to Taiwan, the island of Formosa. Okay. And before you can go and take over Taiwan, you have to now deal with the Korean flank. And yes, Mao's son died in Korea, defending Korea. Anyway, all that shit happens, and the Western world, after you've gone through these tremendous hardships, tremendous pain, okay, for decades and decades, you just dial in and you're like, nope, we're just going to focus on development. We're going to focus on building our country, okay? And there are still instances where, regardless of your allegiance with America at times, and regardless of playing a role in American imperialism in the region, which they did, okay? They were very calculated, very strategic, and America thought that they could exploit the Sino-Soviet split, which China absolutely leaned into as well, right? You do all this stuff, The rest of the world doesn't know any of the hardships. They only talk about how you killed hundreds of millions of people. Mao killed hundreds of millions of fucking people. This guy who's like the founding father of your country, modern China, the People's Republic of China, that you have tremendous respect for. Okay. And everyone's like, oh, dude, you're basically like Adolf Hitler. Your country was founded basically by Adolf Hitler. They killed so many of your own people directly at gunpoint. Like, what the fuck? Meanwhile, the real country that did the Holocaust to you, that was the Adolf Hitler to you, is Japan. And they're the most kawaii country on the planet. Everyone's like, oh, I love Japan. I love Japan. Japan is awesome. They've never done anything wrong. Yeah, it would probably piss me off too, you know? It'd probably be very, very frustrating to see the Western world look at this country and look at this country that has done unbelievable amounts of pain, that you have a direct connection to, that you experienced only a couple generations ago, only 1 to 2 generations ago, and you've gone through this like tremendous fucking hardship. And the Western world that refused to acknowledge any of that shit is still saying you're the bad guys over and over again. Meanwhile, Japan developed, sure, as a vassal state, okay, became this competitive economy, maybe grew a little bit too much for America's liking. Then America came in and was like, enough, right? Brother, say you love Japan. I mean, it's been a long time since and has great. Yeah, I mean, I think Japan is dope as well. I'm agnostic. I'm a centrist. I love China. I love Japan. I think they both have wonderful qualities, and there are definitely things that we can learn from each country. Okay, but if we're talking about it within the framework of World War II, I mean, they were Adolf Hitler. They were Japanese Adolf Hitler. Okay. The very fact that I have to explain it as they were Japanese Adolf Hitler is an indication that people don't learn about the horrifying war crimes of Japan in general. As a Japanese person in Japan has a rough fucking year. Lamau shamefully hiding in the bushes, hoping nobody notices me. Yeah, I mean, your current leadership is really, really bad. Japan used Korea as a rape colony, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I mean, this is also true. The current leader actually, unironically, refuses to acknowledge those war crimes and famously spoke out against it. I think she might have even written a book. Takaichi, I believe, wrote a book about how, Japanese, the Japanese history is actually totally infallible, and it's ridiculous that people even criticize it. Yeah, she's a hardcore revisionist and very, very right wing. What's always also been funny is that they still have unbelievable amounts of racism and smoke for the Chinese and Koreans, even after everything that they did. But that's totally for that's for a separate date to discuss. It's like, bro, how can you be like, how can you still have hatred in your heart for these other countries when you were the one who was, destroying them? It's really crazy. Bro, you're anti-Asian American? Yeah, famously. Do the Koreans have a similar level of animosity? Yes, the Koreans are not exactly... I mean, they're South Koreans, not North Koreans, but South Koreans' perspective on Japan has shifted over the years. They're also another vassal state to America. They've actually developed better relations with Japan over the years. But I would say by and large, South Koreans still obviously don't really like Japan. No, there's polling on the South Korean attitudes towards Japan. It's improved over the years. So
would score a key victory
even on the
against.
Anyway. Wow, that was a long ass fucking tangent off of, I don't even remember what caused this tangent. Let's watch SF Gates coverage on me doing this rally. The left-wing
Hasan
streamer
Piker,
muscling his way into
controversial
California
streamer
politics.
who has become nationally recognized for his political commentary on the live streaming platform Twitch, is now entering the California political arena. He's gone on to become one of the most influential online voices for teenagers and Gen Z, amassing millions of subscribers. He now has a visible presence on the campaign trail, supporting progressive candidates across the country as part of a larger movement to restructure the Democratic Party.
There's a lot of people that did not want me to be here today. But we say no more to the Democratic collaborators too.
While many of his comments have been met with criticism, there is no denying that Piker has sustained a steady footing in the political zeitgeist.
I'm a big fan of Hasan, and I'm a fan of Shoykot. I just submitted my ballot to vote for him.
I drove all the way down here from Sacramento to
No, don't say that. They're gonna be like, oh, they're bussing in supporters.
mostly here for Hasan.
I don't get why the Democratic Party is apoplectic about this guy.
Piker returned to San Francisco this week to rally beside Shoykot Chakrabarti, the progressive-leaning candidate seeking to absorb Nancy Pelosi's seat. Chakrabarti earned millions working in Silicon Valley as a founding engineer for Stripe, then committed himself to public service by working for Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders and eventually helping elect New York Rep. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez through the nonprofit Justice Democrats. Chakrabarti and San Francisco Supervisor Connie Chan are nearly tied for second place behind Democrat Senator Scott Wiener. With an influential voice like Piker in his corner, Chakrabarti could get the support he's looking for. The primary is June 2nd.
There's a lot of people who fucking San Francisco left. They never forgive and they never forget. As far as like all of the local moves that Shoykot has made, people are not fond of him at all. So much so that they're like fans of mine are getting mad at me and saying like, oh, I wonder if he's getting paid. Like, first of all, of course not. You should fucking know better. San Francisco left without saying goodbye. I mean, San Francisco left is like tiny, unfortunately. They made significant gains in the past, and this last decade has been death and destruction from the fucking tech fascists on all of on the entirety of the San Francisco left. What did he do? I mean, one, he's also a tech bro and very, very wealthy, right? So they're reminded of all of the other piece of shit tech bros that have destroyed their dream of having any kind of representation, any kind of left political representation in San Francisco. Okay. But then also on top of that, he gave 10 grand to Dean Preston's opponent. Hasan Piker is not controversial like at all. He can just say something that sounds controversial, but when you listen to the whole conversation, it's well thought out. I agree with like 95% of what he says. Successful social interaction, Hasan. Many of his comments, and it's just the same three they keep resurfacing from years ago. He's also my doctor. Damn, everyone's like, he's not controversial. Bro, that's local Dems nationally. Dems at the local level hold the biggest grudges against former candidates, new blood, changes, etc. Yes. It's a really interesting perspective because they think like they don't look at the entirety of his expenditures on the national level. They don't look at his like background on like working with AOC, working with Bernie Sanders early on. That plays no role in their calculation. It's all just like local grievances, which is understandable. You can draw, you can figure out what someone's perspective is by just looking at their looking at whatever initiatives they funded at the local level. So I don't even hold it against a lot of people. It's just that I do genuinely believe that he is the person who can absolutely defeat Scott Wiener, who will be your congressperson, if you're in San Francisco and you're a leftist in San Francisco, Scott Wiener's going to be your fucking congressperson for the next 40 years. Okay, so get excited for that if that's what you want. And some people apparently do want that because he has the highest name recognition. Scott Wiener is really good on environmental policy. Oh my God. Great. He's really bad on everything else. He's really good on LGBT stuff too. I'm not the kind of guy to defend Hassan when he's bad mouthed, but that SF moment was legendary. Bro, raise it through the roof. Hakeem would have loved the SF fist as well. He's also great at taking dick pics. No, that's not. Scott Wiener is not the same guy. You're thinking of a different Wiener. Did you see this? Oh yeah, this is going to be another discourse bomb, a discourse grenade, coming from AOC against Marjorie Taylor Greene, and it's going to frustrate. This is like designed to piss off, Cenk Uygur, barbarism critic, Queen in Yellow, and everybody else on Twitter. Okay, I know, I saw it. Where the Twitter trenches are fucking cancer right now. I feel like I'm the connective tissue here in some respects because I understand and acknowledge both sides of this argument, ironically enough. And anytime this conversation opens up, people lose their fucking minds. I will say I do lean a little bit more on the AOC side of this predicament, though. I mean, I'll take it. I'll take any support I can get. You guys know this already, but I am the centrist on this issue between the AOC side of the conversation and the anti-Zionists who are yelling at her, specifically on Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I care about results. I care about results. Now, there are certain places certain areas where I don't think that we should ignore some folks' record on some of these issues, right? It's about where we trust intent, where we trust where those outcomes are going. I personally do not trust someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, a proven bigot and anti-Semite, on the issues of what is good for Gazans and Israelis. I don't think that it benefits our movement in that instance to align the left with white nationalists. I don't think it serves us. And so I think it's about looking at the context, the place, the results, the outcomes, intentions, and where we think that train would go. But as far as what someone says about me, I could care less. And, I think it's really about what our outcomes are. And to be honest, there are some areas where things will not get done if they're partisan because they are anti-establishment. There is bipartisan consensus on keeping and protecting stock trading in Congress. And so it's going to require a massive bipartisan consensus of people willing to come together across those differences to get it done.
I mean, Twitter ultras are hating on ASU now because she said Gaza instead of Palestinians. I fucking can't, man. Yeah, I don't think that was deliberate. Gazans is awful. She just doesn't know. Yeah, I don't think that's deliberate. I don't think that's like a deliberate choice of wording there to like deny to deny Palestinians like recognition as a people. But the Marjorie Taylor Greene situation is a unique one because, like, I love Ilhan Omar. Marjorie Taylor Greene has been unbelievably vile towards Ilhan Omar, and she is like, yeah, in spite of all of that, I do, I do respect. I guess I do think that there is like some gains to be made here, but also at the same time, I think AOC's warnings are correct. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene has not done enough to prove that she is like, she's done a decent chunk to prove that she's more sympathetic than the average politician on this issue, on the issue of Israel. But she absolutely has not done enough to prove that she's like not a fucking demonic entity at this point. I mean, it's crazy. Crazy.
Thing that has been very fascinating, especially about Marjorie and Candace, is that they are not just coming out like the other ones that you'd mentioned, where they're saying this action is wrong, right? They're saying, I am done with you. We should give them credit for that.
I don't know what else she said on top of that, though. Why are you so critical of Why are you so critical of AOC, bro? Is genuinely embarrassed. What the fuck has AOC done? Has she criticized Dem leadership like Marjorie Taylor Greene did the Republicans? Bro, check my logs. AOC's working tirelessly for a ceasefire, chatters. I mean, if you make an honest assessment off of like every legislative action that AOC has done in her career, every legislative action that she's ever taken in her career, and then compare it to Marjorie Taylor Greene's track record, and you still think Marjorie Taylor Greene is actually better than AOC, you're genuinely a dumb person. Like, I don't know what to even explain to you. Like, I don't even know how we can have a conversation at that point. Like, I do give Marjorie Taylor Greene credit for being an unlikely ally in this issue, but there is the problem with AOC is that there's so much misinformation and people's brains shut off when they think about AOC on the left. We are far more ruthless to people who are ideologically closest to us. Not to say that she's like there, right? Not to say that she's like 100% there. Not to say that she's infallible. Like, working tirelessly for a ceasefire is a perfectly valid critique about what AOC has said and done. Aligning with Biden and telling Biden not to drop out. These are things that I have criticized. Other things that I've criticized were specifically to even allow Marjorie Taylor Greene to be the correct voice on defensive and offensive weapons distinctions in Congress, something that AOC is now on board with, right? Like, these are problems, certainly, in the way that AOC communicates, but the way people treat it, they don't have a consistent framework that they analyze politicians on. It turns into, I don't like this person, and here are a million reasons why. Many of those millions are just exaggerations off of like what she has done that is worthy of criticism. That turns into red lines that people design for themselves that they don't actually hold other people to the same standard. So I have a consistent framework on this where I say I grade politicians on a curve. I match them up with the rest of the political class. AOC is far above and far closer to our goals and our perspectives than virtually the rest of Congress. Even if at times she says things that I am unbelievably critical of, even if at times she does the wrong thing, says the wrong thing. like many people probably don't know this, but like Jamal Bowman has, unlike AOC, I love Jamal Bowman. You know I love Jamal Bowman. Jamal Bowman is literally voted to send weapons to Israel, right? Jamal Bowman was punished for being a one of the few lone anti-Zionist voices in Congress. And I love Jamal Bowman. So how do you square that circle, right? If I can make that distinction in my mind and be more understanding of people's mistakes, even on the legislative side where they have the most amount of impact, right? Then you should be able to do this as well. Because if you were to ask the average person, for example, right now between Ro Khanna and AOC, a lot of people love Ro Khanna. I do too, right? I think Ro Khanna is great. AOC's legislative track record is far more progressive than Ro Khanna's, though. But she gets all the fucking hate. This isn't to say go hate on Ro Khanna. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just trying to recenter the charitability that you afford certain candidates that you don't afford to AOC, so you develop a more consistent framework that you operate off of. Do you see what I mean? That's what this is. If you don't know Omar is saying this is right, what does AOC have to deny the Palestinians an ally? I mean, I think she's making a fair assessment here that it will take a lot for her to consider Marjorie Taylor Greene to be a true ally in this cause. And I don't think that's a wrong assessment. It's one that I also agree with. I don't trust Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't trust Tucker Carlson. I don't. Rebuild the Democratic Party. I choose my words very carefully on this, okay? You have an electoral vehicle in front of you right now. It's the primary driver. People just don't like AOC because she talks like a rad lib. I think that's part of it, yes. And also because she is a woman. I think that plays somewhat of a role in this too. But yeah, the rad lib part is correct. Don't you say you want to change the Democratic Party? I'm genuinely confused. Yes, in the interim. But if the Democratic Party, which I expect it to be unbelievably resistant as it is so far, if the Democratic Party is just a brand, okay? That's all it is. You can fill it up with whatever you want to fill it up with. But their goal is to ultimately protect corporate interests, okay? But right now, the Democratic Party is unbelievably weak, and their voters, self-identifying Democrats, self-identifying liberals, actually are not so ideologically invested in third-way neoliberalism as the party is invested. They're not invested in defending Israel as the National Democratic Party is invested in defending Israel. So we have a real opportunity to make significant gains here and to develop an ideological framework that and organize and basically draw up as many numbers as possible. The only way that the American socialist movement has ever grown in the last decade or so is by way of these electoral vehicles that are basically free for the taking. Okay? Bernie Sanders in 2016, Bernie Sanders again in 2020. AOC was another major driver in DSA memberships. Even the most like rabid anti-Democratic Party people will openly admit that the Bernie Sanders was an eye-opening moment for them in 2016. Okay? This is what it takes to build a real fucking... this is what it takes to build a movement. Build a movement beyond the Democratic Party. It's because your SJW is more important to you than anti-imperialism? What? Yeah, if you think Marjorie Taylor Greene is a fucking anti-imperialist, you're an absolute dullard. All right? I'm sorry. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who literally still says, why are we giving money to Ukraine? We should be spending that money bombing Mexico instead. That's your fucking anti-imperialist hero? Are you a donkey? Are you a fucking baboon? Are you a moron? Are you okay? What do you mean SJW? You think I'm a fucking SJW? The hell are you talking about? Half of the fucking critics of mine are radlibs saying I use vulgar fucking language. Suck my dick, dumbass. A lot of people genuinely think Tucker and Marjorie Taylor Greene are better than AOC and others like that. But if you think that you're not on the left, you can put up with the white nationalism, hatred of gay and trans people, historic endless support for Israel until it became unpopular, anti-redistributive policies and hatred of immigrants just became just because they say fuck Israel. Some of you don't care about anything, I swear to God. Like this is how you literally end up getting caught off guard and supporting opportunists. I think Tucker Carlson and to a certain degree Marjorie Taylor Greene is an opportunist. Okay? You take their support and you say, great, thank you for your support. But you're joining our side on this. Okay? But some of you genuinely think they are the fucking movement leaders. What the fuck are you talking about? It's totally ridiculous. Do you have a principled worldview? Or do you just like kind of hate Israel and you don't know why you hate Israel? Sometimes it feels like a lot of people hate Israel because it's the cool thing to do. If you have a principled worldview, if you have an underlying ideological distaste for what Israel is doing, if you're an anti-fascist, if you're an anti-imperialist, if you're anti-genocide, and that's the reason why you hate Israel, then what the fuck are we doing? What's next? You're going to tell me Dan Bilzerian is a great person? What are we doing here? Your chat are now doing the centrist. Wow, all you care about is Israel thing now. Great stuff. What horse shit? It's because of useless Democrats. You know who come from the party you are supporting. You voted for a genocide there. Piss real. Nobody knows who the fuck you are. Okay? You have to understand at a certain point that I am actually putting my fucking entire family's life on the line when I say the things that I say about Israel, and not only the Israel, but also the Palestinian resistance. You have a username called Pissreal in my fucking chat. Okay? How can you say that I'm not like, you know, putting my money where my fucking mouth is on this issue? God damn it. You are so fucking stupid. Have a little bit of grace. Have a little bit of humility. Have a little bit of fucking decency in your analysis. Bare minimum stuff. Okay, okay, dude. Well, thank you. Thank you for being the most moral force here, okay? Thank you. God damn, dude. Every fucking day, I'm being called a goddamn terrorist by unbelievably powerful forces in this fucking party. And there's still a moron in the fucking chat that goes, dude, what have you done? You're actually pro-Israel. You're actually a Zionist. Like, holy shit, dude. What do you want? Do you want me to be fucking assassinated until And at which point you'll go, okay, maybe he actually was serious about this stuff. What the fuck are we doing? How have you not seen the metric ton of dick I'm eating on a fucking daily basis from openly Zionist groups? They understand the danger of someone like myself being able to communicate openly in mainstream media my positions that are in defense, not only against Israel from a ideologically consistent perspective, being anti-genocide, being anti-fascist, but also offering analysis on why resistance groups form, reasserting the importance of international law. Not assassinated? Are you really not assassinated, but just something more impactful? Brother, we are literally one step short of stochastic terrorism, me being victim to stochastic terrorism, okay? That's it. We have arrived at, there's two things that can possibly happen to me. I get arrested by the administration, or I get fucking killed by a random lone gunman, or I get fucking killed directly by an intelligence asset. That's it. There's nothing else that can happen to me at this point, okay? What the fuck are you talking about? What more could happen? What more could happen? There's plenty that does happen behind the scenes that you're completely oblivious to. I'm never going to talk about it, and I'm not going to talk about it right now. It doesn't fucking matter. Okay? But beyond being straight up fucking killed, okay, directly killed by either a lone gunman or, you know, going to fucking prison, there's not really much more that, you know, the pro-Israel crowd could do to me, right? At this point. The fuck? Anyway. What is this? It's become a standard leftist view that Trumpism was a backlash to Obama not being socialist enough, and I don't think that's what happened, lol. Maybe you could argue it's good politics to pretend that that's what happened, but that's not what happened. If you ever did reporting instead of talking to a camera, you might know that Obama's coalition fell apart over the economy. Millions of homeowners lost homes and their lifetime wealth. AOC is hated by Blue MAGA. Blue MAGA and Tankies both sound like right-wingers. Is insane. I mean, no, I don't think Blue MAGA hates AOC. I think Blue MAGA loves AOC. There are definitely people to AOC's left who are maybe a little bit above and beyond with their criticisms, especially when they match up AOC with like Marjorie Taylor Greene and say Marjorie Taylor Greene is better. And I don't know how to calculate that. Okay? Because ironically enough, AOC called what Israel's doing a genocide far before Marjorie Taylor Greene did. In the halls of Congress. But yeah, libs love AOC. For the same reasons why I think a lot of people on the left don't like AOC. And no, it's not because of like her inconsistencies on like, you know, saying Israel's doing a genocide and then turning around and still saying that like the Biden administration is working tirelessly for a ceasefire when they clearly weren't, or saying that Israel still has a right to defend itself or whatever the fuck, right? The reason why they like AOC is because she does communicate in a very specific way, sometimes has rad-lib tendencies, and that is what really triggers the fuck out of the anti-IDPAL left. Okay? It reminds them of all of the people that have... it reminds them of Hillary Clinton. It reminds them of the forces within the party that have purposely excised the left over and over again. That's it. Bernie doesn't talk like that, which is why they love Bernie. AOC is far better on Israel than Bernie fucking Sanders is. Make this make sense. I think it's aesthetics. I think aesthetics play a big role in this. AOC is objectively to the left of Bernie Sanders on the issue of Israel. Objectively. Okay? And I am willing to work alongside both of these people. What would you say to the people that say by supporting people like AOC or Bernie or Platten or others, you're funneling people back into the Democratic Party instead of building something more radical? Unfortunately, you have to build a mass movement before you build a successful third party in a country like the United States of America. I'm a fan of you, but legitimately curious. Americans, by and large, do not have class consciousness nor political education. The best possible way to, one, foment class consciousness in this country and to build political education is by organizing and building the building blocks of a movement. Okay? I see the DSA and PSL as pretty effective forms of engaging Americans with class consciousness and feeding them the political education necessary for them to build a robust third party down the line. The DSA also has an attitude on this. They call it the dirty break, the idea that you just keep running insurgent candidates within the party, and until the party like directly pushes them out. Okay? Because they realize that there is like this massive growing democratic socialist movement within the party, at which point there is enough popularity for this party and enough ideological differences that most Americans can comprehend that they don't treat it like a random third party that will rarely ever break through and will actively try or will have to fight for ballot access all around the country. These are fed-ass questions from folks who want you to say the quiet part out loud and blast it on the mainstream media to divorce you from having any influence in the DNC. You've made yourself clear enough. I have a hatred for reactionary politics, and therefore I will, never align myself with the Republicans in the foreseeable future, right? But as far as like party loyalty goes, there is no loyalty to any party. The party is a vehicle to make changes that you want to see. Okay, that's what democracy is. And I see out of the duopoly that currently exists, the Democratic Party to be a more effective method of demanding those changes, popularizing said changes, popularizing said political ideologies to combat a century of Red Scare propaganda and the complete evisceration of labor militancy in this country, complete evisceration of class consciousness in this country. One might even say that there wasn't really a lot of class consciousness in America as a proto-capitalist country regardless. Especially considering that even, I believe it was Steinbeck who during the Great Depression era, when there was far more radical politics, far more open revolutionary politics in this country, who said Americans will never have socialism because the working class here do not see themselves as an exploited proletariat, but temporarily embarrassed millionaires. So I do not know. Misattributed to Steinbeck. I forget who actually wrote it. You're right. It was Richard Wright, not Steinbeck. Me and my girlfriend door knocked for Chris Rabb today. I never thought her anarchist ass would be interested in electoralism, but your students at Rab event changed her mind. Good. This isn't like funneling the revolutionary potential of the masses back to a bourgeois party, okay? Electoralism is a tool. I'm never going to fucking... I recognize the dangers that are imminent, okay? I recognize the growth of fascism in this country. This is an all-front war against fascism. Okay, so if there's a tool that is readily available to us, especially in this moment of weakness in the Democratic Party, where the demands from the base of support of the party is a fighting party, candidates that will actually center the interests of the masses rather than the interests of corporations, when there is unprecedented unpopularity of the Democratic Party within the Democratic Party's base of support, the idea that you're not going to push for more responsive politicians that will center the working class is idiotic. You're just wasting it. And contrary to what these Twitter revolutionaries say, the irony is the Democrats who are in control over the party understand that danger. They understand what I'm doing far better than the hammer and sickle Twitter users do. Okay? They see it as a threat because they see a change within the party structure, within the party system in any way, shape, or form that will place the interests of the working class ahead of the interests of corporations to be a real, ever-present danger to their power. Okay? And that's precisely the reason why they align with the Republicans to attack me endlessly. They do it. You know, even with a third party, people will still complain. I mean, there is no real third party viability. They're laughing at you, though. Who's laughing at me? Hammer and sickle Twitter users are laughing at me. People who will, in private moments, openly admit that Bernie Sanders' insurgent campaign in 2016 opened their eyes up to Marxist-Leninism are laughing at me. Oh no, what will I do? No, Democrats? I don't know if the Democrats are laughing. I think there are plenty of Democrats who actually like the insurgency campaigns, including Graham Plattner. Those people don't know who the fuck I am. Most people don't know who the fuck I am at all. But the Democrats who do know who the fuck I am, they're not laughing. They're worried. If they were laughing, they wouldn't be spending all this time on mainstream outlets being like, Hasan is an ever-present danger. But it's not about me anyway. I don't think they're laughing at all. I wish they were. I wish they were like, ha, this guy is a fucking loser. Who gives a shit? At which point they wouldn't talk about me. That'd be great. They act like I'm running for office. Yeah. PA, yeah. Look at that. PA3 preliminary pre-primary fundraising April 1st to April 29th. And from April 30th to May 8th, Rab has fundraised their opponents over and over again. 200,000 as opposed to Stanford 78,000 and Streets 111,000. Anyway, let's see what Plattner and Davis Sirota are talking about. And I got to pee. And then Melat Kiros is going to be here in a minute.
We did not stop the neoliberal project. That's why. When Obama comes in and so many people are like looking for this like significant change, and then materially we kind of just continue with the same like neoliberal policies. There's still trickle down economics. I mean, that's bailing out the banks and not bailing out the homeowners. That engenders an intense amount of anger and frustration, and I think total disillusionment with the system itself. When you look at the old blue wall labor states, there was just the fact that it had just been another 8 years of a continued subversion of the power of labor. And you continue to see places that used to be strong unions, like bastions, they just became Trump voting places. The Democratic Party continuing to not show up for organized labor in those places. And so you've got folks, their material conditions are getting worse. They want things to be different. They just got excited and thought they were about to be different, and they weren't. And then Donald Trump comes along and says, no, it's all fucked up. All these people are scumbags. All these people are stealing from you. The system's rigged against you. American carnage, which ironically he has now absolutely created. But like that whole thing, you know, we all got beaten into the ground by this like long neoliberal project that was always bound to fail for working people. For the Democratic Party to continue to exist, for it to have any hope in the future, in my opinion, it needs to excise from itself corporate power and a relationship with neoliberalism, quite frankly. But what we need to be doing now is getting that way of thinking, getting that ideology just out of the party. I'm all for a big tent. I firmly believe that. Like nobody has to have my exact politics. We can disagree on some stuff, plenty of stuff, actually. But there should be no place in the Democratic Party for someone who is like chummy with Silicon Valley tech bros. There should be nobody who like has a close relationship with fossil fuel companies. Like, and if people want to go have an argument with themselves about whether their kind of progressive social ideas are more important than like protecting billionaires' taxes or lack of taxes, go have that fight in the Republican Party. Make that their problem.
The Lever.
Yo, Unc, I've been spamming this for a day or so. I really need Massachusetts to help. Okay, we're not going to do that right now. I literally have a guest. That's crazy. Okay. Damn, loving your suit era. Thank you. Okay. I think this is good, right? Okay. That's good. I honestly never thought I'd be able to vote for a candidate like Platter in the local main election. Here, we'll run the TV ad real quick. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be in a few moments. I'll be joined by Melat, Kiros, candidate for U.S. House of Representatives in Colorado 1. It's Denver, D+29 district. She's an Ethiopian immigrant, a DSA member, endorsed by Sunrise, Justice Dems, and Denver DSA. Primary date is on Tuesday, June 30th, 2026. Unaffiliated voters can participate in either primary. The general election is on November 3rd, 2026. The district demographics are D+29. Biden won 80%. It's one of the bluer districts in the country. She's an attorney, and I am going to be having a conversation with her. We already had a brief conversation before at the Shoykat Chakrabarti rally. And this is her campaign ad.
I'm Melat Kiros. I'm a lawyer,
Hello.
an immigrant raised in Denver, and I'm running for Congress because establishment Democrats have failed us. Diana DeGette has been in office
smaller
for
than you
decades.
expected. I hear that a lot from people that come to my house where they're like, you got canceled for this? This doesn't make any sense. Yeah. But yeah, Melat Kiros, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome to the broadcast. We're just gonna watch your campaign ad real quick. I don't know if it's awkward for you to rewatch it. It's like hearing your own voice.
It's incredibly awkward.
Are you used to hearing your own voice yet?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay. That was a
you?
big. Yeah, it's been like 13 years since I've been doing this, so I'm super used to it. But I still remember when I first started, I was like, oh my God.
This is weird.
This is what I sound like. It's fucking terrible. This is what I look like.
It doesn't sound anything. The facial movements I make that I did not realize until I'm on camera now.
Wait, hold on. Not yet. You spoiled it.
Gross. I'm a lawyer, an immigrant raised in Denver, and I'm running for Congress because establishment Democrats have failed us. Diana DeGette has been in office for decades, backed by the same billionaires and corporations who keep our prices high, burn our planet, and profit from genocide. It's time for a change. It's time for Medicare for all. It's time to abolish ICE and to actually fight back against Donald Trump.
Damn. It's good. It's powerful. All right, you can bring it now. Wow, we got a gift for you. Hannah cooked it already, but these are. Here you go.
Thank you.
Here, we have a policy of bringing.
Oh, this is so cool.
Some of the guests' favorite things.
Oh my gosh.
When they join the broadcast.
I love these chips so much.
Yeah, you're a vegan, right?
I'm vegetarian now.
Okay.
Yeah, until this campaign is over.
Wait, what happened? What made you start eating eggs?
I was starving. I didn't have time to cook my food. And I needed to eat. I was starting to get really lightheaded a lot at events and stuff. So I was like, all right, let me just put in some dairy so I don't starve, especially when you travel. If you're a vegan and you're flying, airports are actually like deserts. So
you've cooked the vegans in the chat. They're gonna lose their.
I know. I'm sorry,
like,
y'all. I'm a traitor. I'm a traitor.
How can we trust you, Melat?
I'm sorry.
You're no longer fully vegan. Downside
until the campaign is over.
Okay. And then one of your policies is to make sure that it's only vegan food
for everybody. Yeah,
vegan food for everybody.
No more meat.
No more meat.
It's over. Sorry, everybody.
This is the real Green New Deal. They were saying like AOC is going to take your burgers away, but Melat's going to take your. Okay, we should stop writing
all the Oppo for my
writing all the Oppo
let's not.
Oppo ads. But yeah, Melat Kiros is a Tigrayan American attorney, PhD student, and barista mounting an insurgent campaign in Colorado's 1st congressional district against the 15-term Democratic incumbent Diana DeGette, who has held the seat since 1997. How old were you in 1997, if you don't mind me asking?
I wasn't alive.
You were?
Well, at least when she got elected, I wasn't alive.
Okay. The year before Melat's family immigrated from Ethiopia to America, Melat was famously fired from one of America's largest law firms in 2023 for refusing to take down a letter defending student protesters and criticizing Israel's genocide in Gaza, which advocated for a one-state solution. This principled stand led her to run for Congress, where she's become a part of a new wave of anti-war candidates endorsed by the Sunrise Movement and also Justice Democrats. Born in Addis Ababa and raised in Colorado, she's running an avowedly Democratic Socialist campaign centered on Medicare for all, housing first, universal child care, and an arms embargo on Israel. While rejecting corporate PAC money, she shocked Colorado Democrats by decisively winning the district assembly. But a real test is whether that insurgent energy can scale to the primary election on June 30th. Thank you so much for being here. Very excited to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
What are your chances looking like by your estimation?
I mean, it's so unpredictable when you're doing something that no challenger's ever gotten as far as we have in the last 30 years that she's been in office, and has mounted this much of a challenge against her. And it's really just going to be a matter of making sure everybody in Denver knows that I'm even running and what I'm running for, because it resonates with a lot of Denverites. In fact, Denverites prefer socialism to capitalism. I think it's like 52-48.
Wow.
So, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So it's right. Denverites are ready. We have universal pre-K. We have term limits. We have publicly financed elections. They care about all of these things. But when you're running as a first-time candidate against a 30-year incumbent, what you're up against is name ID, basically. So that's what we're trying to do.
Well, this will certainly help your name recognition. But
I think so.
Let's get started.
This small little podcast, you know.
So you graduated law school in 2022.
Yeah.
You started working at Sidley Austin and got fired a year later in 2023
Yeah.
for writing a letter, as we talked about, expressing solidarity with Palestine. You've mentioned that hundreds of other lawyers have reached out saying they wish they could speak up but couldn't risk losing their health insurance. Walk me through what exactly happened and how you believe your commitment to Medicare for all ties into your experience losing your career.
Yeah. You know, I wrote the article because after October 7th, it felt like there were very different responses to what had happened. And, you know, I mean, everybody remembers, right? Being on social media, seeing like some of the ways people were talking about Palestinians at the time. But I remember being on LinkedIn and like seeing other lawyers just like celebrating what they were seeing in Palestine, the leveling of Gaza and the, you know, just complete destruction. And I was like, what is missing from this conversation where I could look at this as, you know, an inevitable consequence of apartheid, of occupation, decades of occupation, and somebody else could look at what Israel's response was and say, no, that's what we need to do. They need to be leveled. This is too much of a unique evil. So I wrote that article trying to add in some of the context that I think was missing for some folks. And that didn't land very well with people. And after I was asked to take it down, I said no. And then it was about 24 hours after that I got fired. And hundreds of lawyers had messaged me and were like, I wish I could speak up, but I just found out I'm pregnant and I can't afford to not have my child care. Someone's husband just lost his job. They couldn't afford to lose the health care that she had for the whole family. And I realized very quickly that all of these jobs that we have are dangling our most basic needs over us and preventing people from being able to hold our government accountable for these actions, for these behaviors. And if we had our basic needs guaranteed separate from our jobs, people would be able to participate in democracy in a much more meaningful way. Hold their elected officials accountable, hold power accountable here and abroad. And then you're like, well, that's the point. The point is to suppress that dissent. And so, yeah.
This was, they found the Denver study, the Colorado Polling Institute, Chatters did, that say a bare majority of voters say things in Denver are headed in the right direction. But 41% saying that it's not headed in the wrong direction, in the total wrong track. And on page 46 here, let's see if I can get to it from here. I'm going to scroll all the way down. In Denver, 52% say they're for socialism and only 48% say they're for capitalism. So I think it's time that Denver gets more responsive politics and maybe more radical, I guess, which is
it's not
the majority.
radical.
It's not radical, right?
It's not radical.
At that point, it's not considered radical. It's considered radical by the party, unfortunately. Yeah, how did your parents feel when you lost your job? for speaking out? Were they like, what the hell are you doing?
Well,
why did we put you through law school? What's wrong with you?
Well, and that's exactly why I called my parents before I posted the article. Like, I didn't think everybody was going to receive this letter well, right? I knew I was going to piss some people off, and specifically because I had been working for like a decade to become a lawyer up until that point. And I don't know, my dad's the whole point of coming here and immigrating was so that I would have choices in a way that he didn't. And he was like, you're speaking out on genocide. And that's something that we witnessed ourselves in Ethiopia with the civil war that happened a few years ago. And, you know, to not speak out when I have the privilege to, like, I didn't have kids, I didn't have a partner. I knew I'd be able to go back home if I really needed to and figure out my next steps in a way that a lot of people couldn't. And it felt like, you know, I had a responsibility to say something in that moment.
Yeah. So in November 2023, you wrote an article called The Paradox of Inclusivity, Diversity, Equity, and the Suppression of Dissent, in which you draw parallels between the horrors of the Tigray genocide that affected much of your own family. Don't look at the questions.
It's right there.
You're cheating. You're cheating. Don't look at the questions. That's cheating. Okay.
I'll look somewhere else.
Yeah.
I'll eat my chips.
Of the Tigray genocide that affected much of your own family, with Israel's then looming genocide of the Palestinians. With the privilege of hindsight, how do you view the shared struggle between the Tigray, the Palestinians, and even the indigenous Americans in your home district who have all fallen victim to imperial conquest?
Yeah, I mean, that was largely why I wrote it in the first place. I remember like being 12 years old and doing some kind of project in social studies, and I saw that map of 1946 and then the UN partition and then, you know, up to 2008. I'm like, this is colonialism. Like, it's pretty clear cut, pretty obvious. But seeing so many other people have a completely different perspective looking at it, and I'm like, what? I don't understand where the disconnect is here. Especially when I was seeing a lot of, you know, the rhetoric from Netanyahu, from different members of the administration, that were almost identical to the things that I heard the Ethiopian government saying against the Tigrayan people during the war. And then drawing those parallels to all the other atrocities we've seen in the world, whether we're talking about the Rwandan genocide, whether we're talking about the Holocaust, whether we're talking about the Native American genocide, like the tactics that are used are constantly replicated. And without being able to build those connections, we're never actually going to be able to stop it. And if we're actually serious about world peace and like trying to resolve these conflicts, we have to learn about all of these things in the context with which they exist versus pretending like these are isolated incidents.
Yeah. So a few weeks ago, you pulled off a shocking upset in a district where no Republicans won since 1970, D+29. The political machine assumed incumbent. Diane DeGette was untouchable. I mean, 1997.
Yeah.
I was 6 years old when she got into office. Instead, you crushed her at the Democratic Assembly. You took 67% of the delegate vote, and you forced her to barely scrape by with 33%. How did a 28-year-old barista and a PhD student out-organize a 30-year incumbent who has the entire Democratic establishment behind her? How did that happen?
Yeah. It happened in like 9 days. We actually almost didn't even go through the process. So Colorado has a mixed primary system where you can either collect signatures, about 1,500 signatures of registered Democrats, or you can go through the caucus and assembly process. And the caucus and assembly process, as much as I love it, as somebody who, you know, just loves the democratic process in general, it's inherently anti-democratic, right? It's something that it's like 3 different days over the course of 3 different weeks. It takes up 12 to 18 different hours, depending on which levels you go to. If you have an hourly wage job, if you have kids, if you just have a life and don't want to spend all that time participating in the process, you end up finding that it's mostly older, wealthier, more retired, conservative voices that are there, which is why it's such a incubator for protecting a lot of these incumbents. So we weren't going to do it, but we were collecting signatures to get on the ballot, and all these people were saying, I'm going to go caucus, and I want to go caucus for you. And so we walked in, and I would say we probably already had like 50% of the room. But we were at South High School, which is where she went to high school. And there were a lot of people in the room that were her former classmates, friends of hers that I'd spoken with. And I extended my respect for her service and you know, how much she's done for our city, although I don't think it's nearly enough. And then when she came on, she like called me a liar for calling out the fact that she literally only takes corporate PAC money almost. And that didn't resonate with a lot of people. Even classmates of hers were like, that was not cool of her. And so then I think that's what got us the extra bump there too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you ever wonder what is the reason why people still hold on to their firm grip of power after decades?
Ego, without question. I sincerely think most of these incumbents think no one could do this better than they could by virtue of the time that they spent there. Like the experience, the institutional knowledge of it is, you can't give that up in order to be productive. And I'm like, no, I actually think that's exactly why you're bad at your job now. Like that's the thing.
Institutional rot that sets in after decades and decades of doing this, which is supposed to be the opposite, right? You're supposed to be a more experienced legislator. And yet, I think year over year, and this is something that I talk to other politicians about as well, that like when you spend a good deal of time in DC, you realize that you have to make strategic choices. And a lot of those strategic choices are actually concessions that you're making to corporate interests in general. And especially if you're, you know, somewhat lazy. I'm not saying that she is or was, but it's, the system is very turnkey. You have lobbyists that come to your office and say, look, not only will we give money to your campaigns, so your seat is safe all the time, but we will also write the legislation for you. You don't want to read through all the paperwork. Well, you're a lawyer. Do you like reading through the paperwork?
I do.
Okay.
I do. No, I tell people that all the time. I say this has nothing to do with the Congresswoman as a person or her character. This is a systemic issue where we've created this campaign finance structure where you have 2 years and you have this broad legislative agenda. You're not going to get it done in 2 years. So your number one priority is to get reelected. The best way you're going to get reelected is by outspending your opponent. The fastest way to fundraise without taking your eyes off of your legislative agenda is to go to the corporations and the wealthiest donors, get it done, and then keep it pushing without keeping in mind the influence, whether you see it or not consciously. It's there and it plays into your legislation. It plays into the relationships that you build while you're there, and you slowly become more corrupt and embedded into this, like you said, institutional rot. So
one of those big corporate donors for your opponent, Diane DeGette, is AIPAC. Although she stopped openly taking AIPAC money in 2022, her number one career donor is a firm chaired by a former AIPAC vice president. She's refused to sign on to the Block the Bombs bill, and she's voted in favor of Republican resolutions to continue supporting Israel's right to exist in its current form as an ethno-state. How do you believe your opponent accepting corporate PAC money influences her votes? And how do you differ on your stance with respect to U.S. aid to Israel between you and Diane DeGette?
Well, for one, I don't take corporate PAC money. I never will take corporate PAC money. And when it comes to aid to Israel, Israel as it exists today is an ethno-state that is engaging in occupation and apartheid of the Palestinian people. There is no justification for our taxpayer dollars supporting the ethnocracy that exists in Israel today. And until we see a secular, truly democratic state, right? We hear them say they're the only democracy in the Middle East. And it's like, that's just not true. When you have it in your constitution that the only group of people that have the right to self-determination are Israeli Jewish people, that's not a democracy. And so for our taxpayer dollars to be co-signing that is ridiculous.
Yeah. It's supposed to be a cherished position amongst liberal internationalists, like the humanitarian position, and yet many liberals fall short of that. So let me ask you. Do you believe the U.S. should provide Israel with defensive weapons?
No.
Okay.
A weapon is a weapon.
It's interesting. Okay. It's good. I mean, I agree with it, but I feel like it's quite the controversial position for some weird reason. Okay. do you believe in not only an arms embargo on Israel, which I assume you're in agreement with an arms embargo. You mentioned it. Do you believe in also implementing some semblance of accountability measures against Israel for the war crimes that it's engaged in and for the genocide of the Palestinian people?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are literal warrants out right now for Netanyahu's arrest, right? Like the only reason violence continues in the cycle that it often does is because there rarely ever is accountability for the perpetrators of that violence. And in order for there to be true resolution to what's happening right now, the people that perpetrated this have to be held accountable.
Yeah. By the way, some chatters are giving us open secrets FEC filing information. Diana gets Q1 2026 FEC filing shows $340,621 in total itemized contributions. PACs and committees account for $245,765, or 72.2% of all itemized money. Individuals, on the other hand, have contributed 27.8% at $94,000. You have 100% of all of your contributions coming from.
We have a couple of unions that have donated as well, but yeah.
You're in the pocket of big unions, you're saying?
Yes.
You're admitting it right here.
Big unions. We love labor.
Okay.
And another thing, I don't know if it would count for the most recent filing, but we know also that less than 4% of her donors are grassroots donors, less than $200. Yeah. So it's mostly wealthier individuals that are donating to
the
our
PAC
campaign.
money concentrates heavily in two sectors for your opponent: healthcare and pharma companies, and healthcare professional associations. Combined, healthcare connected PACs account for $106,500, representing 43% of all PAC contributions and roughly a third of everything to get raised this quarter. Do you feel like that impacts her decision on issues such as Medicare for all?
It's interesting, right? I think this is the frustration that I get with people like DeGette, where they cosplay as progressive. And so like she's a co-sponsor of it, despite doing zero to actually advance the legislation. But what she has advanced is the Kiros Act. It's this bill that she's really, really proud of, which was a massive giveaway to Big Pharma. Senator Warren, Senator Sanders both called it out as, this is just a payout to all of her donors. This does nothing for the consumers. And so, yeah.
Let's see. Well, let's look at DeGette's only congressional endorsements. Wait, hold on. How am I going to find this? This is tough.
This is insane. What is this website?
This is votehub.com 2026 endorsements. A fan in the stream, Andrew of episode 1, Notoriety, says, I'm a Colorado nurse who lives in Jefferson County and works in Aurora, but will she promise Denver County to get better food like Aurora has? In parentheses, most important.
Aurora is much more diverse than Denver is. Therefore, it has so much really unique food. But that's something we can share. We go back and forth between Denver and Aurora and we get to enjoy the food. But Denver has incredible food. You're just not exploring it as much as you need to, Andrew.
Search is not working on this. Maybe I can do it here. Is that showing up? Oh, here it is. Oh, damn.
Oh, that's not true.
Diane DeGette endorsements. It might be past endorsements.
Maybe.
Is Diane DeGette a part of the Congressional Progressive Caucus?
She is.
Okay. Yeah. But she refused to sign on to block the bombs.
Yeah. In fact,
it's very interesting.
Yeah. She specifically called it. She's called it out. She's not a fan of the bill.
Okay. Are these might be old endorsements potentially?
Yeah, because we know for a fact she hasn't been endorsed individually by any of these people, but she has gotten the Progressive Caucus endorsement.
Oh, she did get the Progressive Caucus endorsement this time around as well.
This time around, yeah.
In spite of her reluctance to sign on to block the bombs. That's good. That's for me to remember when I have a conversation with Greg Kazar. Anyway, that's a totally separate thing. So let's get back to your opponent.
Yeah.
DeGette came out against the war on Iran and the $1 billion per day price tag. In a recent interview, you pointed out that she actually voted no on 10% Pentagon cuts in both 2020 and 2021.
Yeah.
If we were to cut the Department of War budget by 10%, what's your vision to repurpose that money? Where does it go?
I think it's got to go to Medicare for all. When we're talking about what are our values, what are our priorities, I think our budget is a reflection of our moral compass and what our priorities are for our society. And healthcare has to be at the top of that, especially now as people are getting crushed by healthcare costs, by medical debt. And I mean, that on top of the fact that the Pentagon has failed literally every single audit that they've ever had for 8 years now is ridiculous. And so, and mind you, 2020 and 2021, though the cut was meant to go towards pandemic spending. And as somebody who calls herself the #1 healthcare Democrat on the Hill, it's ridiculous. We had an opportunity to do it then and to also actually make a difference in undercutting the military-industrial complex that we have today.
Your opponent is CU Regent Wanda James, who's a wealthy weed entrepreneur.
One of the challengers, yeah.
Yeah. She bypassed grassroots assembly process completely by gathering signatures, likely by paying signature gatherers. She managed campaigns for Centrist Governor Jared Polis, served on Obama's finance committee, and worked as an executive for multiple Fortune 100 companies. Does her presence in this race come across like a deliberate attempt by the corporate wing of the party to provide a safe alternative to DeGette, specifically to fracture the vote and prevent an actual working class socialist from taking the seat? Or is her presence in the race actually good for you?
Wanda is someone who I think there are a lot of Democrats right now that are trying to take advantage of the animosity a lot of people have for the party and the fact that a lot of people want change, but isn't offering anything that is actually change other than a different face, a fresh face. Whether or not she's doing it specifically, I think she wants to run because she wants to do good, but we have very, very, very different theories of change. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the intention is there.
Okay.
Can't speak for her.
Well over 100,000 people in Colorado's first congressional district work jobs that are prone to be automated away by company owners.
Yeah.
How should we protect working class Denverites from being entirely discarded by Silicon Valley in the next decade? And do you support data centers being built in Denver?
No. I have, Denver was one of the first cities to say that they wanted to put a moratorium out there. The mayor did recently. The city council is going to be voting on it soon. I think the moratorium on data centers is our leverage against a lot of these AI companies to force them to the table and finally get these regulations on the books, which are going to be necessary because of all of the threats that it poses, existential, but obviously also including to the economy, to the automation of jobs. But
what if we find out that it's actually it's a mechanism to displace the existing labor force?
Yeah.
And then more people get frustrated with AI. What then?
What then?
Yeah.
I mean, look, my opinion.
Why do you not care about Sam Altman's salary?
Look,
why are you putting people in Denver ahead of the needs of Sam Altman and Palantir and
God.
Palmer Luckey and numerous other wonderful, perhaps the most productive Americans?
The ones who feel like they're actually the ones that are coming in to save us.
Yeah, why do you hate success? That's what I should ask.
That's what it is. That's what it is. Look, at the end of the day, AI is going to be a technology. Like, it's literally, as we speak, finding proteins to create cures to diseases that we literally would not be able to do without our own computational ability. That being said, it's a tool, but it's a tool that can be used just like any other tool for good or for evil. And Sam Altman and Peter Thiel and all of these other jackasses, to be fair, I don't trust them. I don't trust their motivations. I don't trust what they would want to use this technology for. And I think it does have everything to do with replacing the workforce and replacing human labor as we have it today. And I think the only solution to that is guaranteeing basic needs like housing, healthcare, nutritional food, public education, transportation, access to internet. All of these things should be guaranteed regardless of where you live, what family you're born into, what wealth you're born into. All of those things should be guaranteed. And that's going to be the only way we can protect working people from this new technology.
So you're in favor of AI being utilized for boring things like biochemical research and not cool things like AI art?
AI art. We love AI art so much. Yeah, no, I fully, the other thing that we need to be doing with AI is making sure that, you know, artists and people that, I mean, AI only exists because it's learning from our ingenuity, our creations this entire time. And yet no one is getting paid back for all of that labor that created everything it's learning from in the first place. So there has to be some kind of mechanism to make sure folks are being compensated for their contribution to these learning models.
What about AI being used as a mechanism to advance surveillance?
Yeah, that's one of my surveillance, and then war also, right?
Yeah.
Like there was some reporting that indicated that the bombing of that school in Iran could have been because of some kind of discrepancy with AI. And there is too much at stake when it comes to our privacy, when it comes to just world relations in general and foreign policy, that we cannot allow this technology to continue until we all just sit down. And I don't know how Bernie described it earlier in the week, but like just slow down for a second and let's figure this out, because we don't even know how this technology works. The people running it don't even know how it works. And there's just too much at risk for us to not figure this out first. Also, hopefully we can put a moratorium on people using ChatGPT, because I personally hate the way ChatGPT speaks. How does it
with
speak?
the M dash and the constant juxtaposition.
Yeah.
Where
starts with the negative, ends with the positive.
You're not just brilliant, but you're exceptional. I hate that. I hate the way the AI speaks.
But I do feel like it's interesting because we're all starting to catch it now.
Yes, people are doing.
Online. I knew he was chronically
You know
online.
Jared Polis was a Redditor?
I didn't know he was a Redditor.
He is
I
like-
try not to pay as much attention to him
He
anymore.
sounds like like he just is the perfect embodiment of a Redditor in real life.
Okay, well, now the more you know.
Yeah.
I did not know he was
I think it should be illegal. Would you would you be in support of?
Please don't get me on the books banning people from Reddit from running.
Do you think that Jared Polis, as the moderator on r/neoliberalism, a subreddit that
he's an actual moderator?
Yes. That I think should be made illegal. Would you be in support of banning Jared Polis's Reddit account if you were to get to Congress?
Oh my God! By the time I get to Congress, he'll be out. So I'm gonna take that divine timing there.
What was it? He also was like, I really like RFK Jr.
Yes.
What the fuck
No,
was
that was
that?
insane. It was out of nowhere. It was a random tweet. And he was just like, I actually think he's got some good ideas. I think it'll be fine. And then everyone descended on him and he like came back with some kind of explanation. But it was ludicrous. That's what he does.
Why is he like that?
I
What's
don't know.
wrong with
I think
him?
he's a reactionary sometimes, but he's an interesting. I mean, he's a centimillionaire. He has vetoed multiple times the Worker Protection Act because Colorado is one of the few states that requires a second vote in order to be able to unionize. And he's vetoed that multiple times. He vetoed a bill that would have banned, rigging prices algorithmically for rent. He's just not, he's not a very friendly guy for labor. Is this his Reddit?
Yeah. So I don't think he mods r/neoliberal any longer,
Okay.
but he used to be, yes.
It sounds like someone else beat you to the punch and getting him banned from doing it.
Yeah, no, see, you could have just taken ownership of that. Yeah, he's no longer a mod at r/neoliberal, which is unfortunate. Anyway, okay. Yeah, what's up with Jared Polis? I don't understand. I mean, he's a
libertarian.
He's an interesting figure, though, on the one hand, because he's a libertarian. He's like, he also is like very pro-immigration.
Yeah.
And like Colorado has become like this safe haven in some respects as well. Right? There's some interesting initiatives that are being utilized in Denver as far
Our
as
mayor's really strong, I would say, when it comes to welcoming immigrants and making sure it's a sanctuary city.
Jared Polis unironically responds in r/Denver circle jerk. That's incredible.
Oh my gosh. He is a chronically online. There's a local podcast that had an episode talking about his online history. I mean, it goes back.
Why do you
years.
think his posts keep getting banned by moderators? I'm seeing a lot of posts where he's just like, oh, there it is. r/neoliberal. One of the biggest self-inflicted wounds in American history is nearly upon us. Tariffs. Most people, I mean, I don't even disagree. Although I am in favor of trade protectionism when there is trade to be protected. I think the tariffs that Trump was implementing were disastrous. I do think it's really funny that this is probably the thing that he is the most concerned with, though. Because this is like ideologically a nightmare for guys like Jared Polis.
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
Good.
Stop stalking Reddit, bro. She's trying to explain housing models. I know. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Let's talk about housing. Because housing is, I think housing is my number one thing.
Yeah.
Because it's the foundation for literally everything.
Yeah, let's talk more about housing. So I do feel like a lot of people, even like the most progressive congresspersons in general, I think fall short of what's necessary, what needs to be done when it comes to housing in this country.
Yeah.
Are you in favor of moving towards a model where we don't see housing as a speculative asset, but more so just shelter to live in?
Yeah. I think the only way we do that is with massive, massive federal investment.
You're going to give Jared Polis an aneurysm with that take.
Jared Polis will be out of office by the time we win this election.
He's going to write a lot of posts on our
100% he will. But at the end of the day, the fact of the matter is the data is on our side, which is that the most effective way to address the housing problem is to just give people housing and to make sure that we are requiring a steady supply of affordable housing for every single locale, which I think is at the very least 30% of housing, while also still providing social housing to anybody who needs it. And that just requires a lot of federal investment. The thing about housing is that it's one of the only things we've not gotten more productive at building in like the last 6 decades or so. And when you're not getting better at building it or faster at building it, but the costs continue to rise for the stuff, the materials, the labor, that's where you're starting to see it becoming even more expensive outside of just the fact that we do use housing as an investment vehicle as well.
Yeah.
And so removing all of the things that allow that to be a commodity rather than a basic need as it should be is going to be a part of that. And again, it's just going to be massive federal investment. And I think that's the responsibility of government.
Okay. Moving away from housing, let's talk about another issue that's impacted Denver, Colorado, but all around the country, ICE.
Yeah.
ICE is a violent paramilitary force and it's ripping families apart, shipping detainees to faraway lands like Seacot and also Congo as well. Your father came to this country through the diversity visa lottery, which Trump has tried to gut.
He has gutted.
Has gutted and brought you here as an infant in 1998. What's your vision for abolishing ICE?
Yeah. I mean, it's just that we abolish ICE. This is an agency that started in 2003. We had immigration enforcement before ICE existed. We'll have it after it exists. But the thing that I don't think we talk enough about is also what that reform is going to look like. Abolishing ICE is just one step, right? Democrats have been in power multiple times over the last few decades and did nothing to address the immigration reform that we actually
ICE
need.
Expenditures, increased spending.
Exactly. Yeah. And so I think there has to be an immediate pathway for every single undocumented immigrant that's here in this country today that does not require them to shell out thousands of dollars to go through the process, for it to take decades at a time to be able to get to citizenship, an immediate pathway to citizenship, and then just reallocating those resources where they need to be, right? Whether that's more immigration judges, whether that's more people that can go through the caseloads, it's not nearly as efficient as it should be. And we're just creating the conditions for the problems that we're seeing right now that they're trying to solve with ICE. This is a resource issue at the end of the day, and also a values issue. Like what kind of a country do we want to be? I want to be the kind of country where my dad was really proud and excited to immigrate to this country to be able to build a new life.
Yeah. Do you also support Denver resident? Well, do you support, you already said it for both Israel and somewhat said it for ICE as well, but do you support not just abolishing ICE, but also holding members of the administration and its loyal soldiers accountable for crimes that they may have committed while working for ICE?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, taking back the House might be a little bit harder as of recent events, but I still think it's doable. And, hopefully taking the Senate, although that's even going to be harder, but that has to be our number one concern, is making sure that we're holding all of these administration officials accountable. And especially with ICE, prosecuting every single agent that infringed on people's rights, that killed literal Americans. It's absolutely ridiculous that we're allowing this to happen in the first place. And when we take back power, that has to be our number one priority.
What's your vision for America's role in the world? Let's talk foreign policy a little bit. How would you define American leadership in the modern day? And what principles would guide your foreign policy decisions? And would you do a nuclear first strike on Iran?
Jesus. No, let's start there. I think,
it was a question that Tim Walz had to answer in the vice presidential debate.
I
had to hit a mainstream media take.
Okay, fair enough. You got
in
that
between
in there.
that.
No, I think going back to immigration, even, America has been such a destabilizing force for so long that we've created conditions in other countries that have made the crisis that we see in immigration today as well. When I think about our role, so many people want America to be like the world's police, that want to be the one that's like in charge of doing. That's ridiculous to me. And especially when we talk about how our climate crisis, all of the endless wars that we've been dragged into, all of them coming from this neoliberal perspective that I don't believe in. I really don't. And when I think about what is going to be required, not only for us to address climate change, for us to address, the global economy and our role in being such an extractive and exploitative player, I think is going to require more diplomacy, more cooperation, and less of the exploitative, I think, tactics we've been using as of late.
What do you think about China? What's your stance on America's current economic warfare with China? Do you feel like this is productive? Do you feel like we should be fighting harder against China, a country responsible for 30% of all of our trade?
I will always lead with diplomacy first. I will always lead with cooperation first. The fact of the matter is, everything is viewed from this lens of combativeness, and as if we are not literally all in this, global economy together and have to figure out ways to be able to participate and collaborate and cooperate in meaningful ways for the good of everybody. That's not everybody's first instinct, I think. And especially when we've created all of these systems that benefit from this combative relationship. Obviously, those are big problems that are going to take big solutions.
So no nuclear first strike on China either.
Fuck the nukes.
I'm a little bit confused because, that's the normie position. Usually what I hear from Democrats is like, someone's got to get nuked. We have all these nuclear arms. Like, why can't we use them?
Did you see that movie on Netflix? It was a movie recently that talked about what it would look like if there was a nuclear strike, I think on like Chicago. And like the whole point of it was to say, this is actually kind of psychotic that we are living in these conditions where at any minute we could go into some kind of nuclear war and apocalypse. And so no.
See that you're not a fan of the Fallout series. I
haven't seen that. I've
both
gotten
on Amazon
told to
and
watch
also
it.
the video game that came before it, which shows a very cool perspective of what would look like, what it would look like if nukes did drop. Also, that was against China. So I'm just saying, you think it's bad, but what if you can have a Fallout universe style situation?
That might be maybe worth the trade-off. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Good to know. In 2024, the IMF effectively devalued Ethiopia's currency by 30%. It liberalized the foreign exchange market. Here, I'm going to pull it up right here. Doesn't look too good. It liberalized the foreign exchange market, opened the banking and telecom sectors to foreign capital, removed fuel subsidies, and pursued privatization of state-owned enterprise like Ethio Telecom and Ethiopian Airlines, although the airline privatization ended up being suspended. As someone born in Ethiopia, what role do you believe the IMF should play in the development of African nations, if any? Do you believe the U.S. should reverse austerity policies implanted by the IMF into developing nations' economies? I'm Turkish, so I have a lot of experience with this as well.
Yeah. I was there for like 11 months. So unfortunately, I don't remember very much about being in the country. But when it comes to austerity measures, I think specifically when I think about global economic policy, so much of it, like I was saying earlier, is extractive and exploitative. And then when we are inserting a lot of these ideologies that lead to the privatization of a lot of these industries in a way that obviously is coming from our own influence, I'm not in favor of it. That being said, at the end of the day, I'm in favor of self-determination. I'm in favor of, democratic principles. And I think we have played far too much of a role in kind of influencing a lot of these policies that we are seeing in countries that we are engaging with in a way that's irresponsible.
Okay. Now we're going to do the speed round. Two things I always ask candidates is the Zoran method. Zoran famously came out with 5 key policies, like 5 main policy proposals that he wanted to be defined by, and it was very successful for his candidacy. What are your 5 main policy proposals?
Medicare for all, housing first, universal child care, abolishing ICE, and more than anything, the thing that I'm the most focused on is publicly financed elections.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. That's cool. All right. Now we're going to do rapid fire.
Okay.
Do you support Medicare for all?
Yes.
Do you support universal child care?
Yes. And elder care.
And elder care?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm not in favor of giving boomers anything, but that's fine. That's the difference between you and I guess. The abolition of ICE.
Yes.
The Green New Deal.
Yes.
National rent control.
Yes.
Interesting. Ending the embargo on Cuba.
Yes.
Ending the embargo on, ending the war in Iran.
Yes.
Ending aid to Israel.
Yes.
Sanctioning Israel.
Yes.
A free Palestine.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
This was great.
Yeah.
And what are some of the What are some of the biggest hurdles that you have to climb right now? Like,
Money.
What do you want from this community at least?
So I think the thing that I've really tried to get across for a lot of voters this cycle, not just in my district, but like in districts across the country where we're seeing so many challengers that are coming forward, is that there's a reason why all of this money gets spent in these campaigns, right? They are buying up advertisements on TV, on digital, socials, whatever, because name ID is what gets most people elected in a lot of these races. And if we want to see Democrats that are not constantly rolling over, that are not constantly failing on advancing a progressive agenda, we have to elect Democrats that are not bought and paid for by a lot of these corporations and billionaires that are perfectly happy to keep things exactly as they are because there's so much money for them to be made as things exist today. And like I was saying earlier, they're in a system right now where it's so much easier for them to go to these billionaires and these corporations to fundraise. That's not the way that I want to do this, right? Like I'm running not just because I think that we need to pass Medicare for all or housing first, but because I think these are basic human rights. And the only way we can do that is by not being in bed with these corporations. But to win, we still need money, right? We need to pay for the ads. We need to pay for the mailers. We need to pay our staff a living wage. And so the thing that I tell folks is that until we can get to publicly financed elections where we can do all kinds of things like shorten the length of campaigns, where we can create ballot access measures where you just get signatures and then everybody gets a certain amount of money. And then it's really just about an actual battle of policies and ideas instead of who knows the most rich people. Until we can get there, we have to fundamentally change the balance of power in Congress. Mm-hmm. And that's why I'm so proud to be standing alongside people like Shoykot, to be standing alongside people like Daria Lisa and Angie that are running on the exact same values. And once we can do that, then we can finally get something like publicly financed elections. Because at the end of the day, there are a lot of people now that I think are for Medicare for all, for universal child care. And it doesn't matter until we get that money and that influence out, because we're never going to have the votes that we need to get this done. And so support the candidates that you believe in, right? I think a lot of people use their vote as like gaming the system. Like I'll vote for whoever I think can win. Vote for your values. And then if you can, donate to those people, right? The fact that AOC is outraising literally every single Democrat in the country right now with an average donation of $14, that's the power of small dollar fundraising. And when you hear ideas and policies that align with their values, even $1 makes such a massive difference when you have hundreds of people coming together to do that at the same time. So that's the pitch. That's the ask, to donate to the campaign. To me, obviously, that would be really helpful, but also to candidates in your own district. If you know that there's a challenger that's running against a do-nothing decade-long incumbent.
About you right now. We're trying to get you to we're trying to fundraise for you right now.
Okay,
don't worry about the other districts.
Donate to our campaign. It really would be. It's the thing that's going to make a difference in this race. We see the polling. We know people are in favor of these policies. They care about these issues that we care about, but we need to get the word out for them. So, and then also, obviously, if you have time, phone bank for us, text bank for us. We've got over 500 volunteers that are doing that. Mm-hmm. And we're so grateful to have them. And we'd love to have some more folks joining us too.
Okay. And your district is a very young district as well.
Yeah. One of the youngest.
So I feel like there's a big advantage there within the student movement as well. Mm-hmm. What are some of the endorsements that you've gotten?
Yeah. So Justice Democrats, Sunrise, Denver DSA. We got the CWA union's endorsement. We have Pro Animal Future. We have the Working Families Party. We've really taken up the lane of all the progressive endorsements in this race. And I'm really, really proud to be standing in this coalition with all of them. Yeah.
Okay, now we're going to watch Representative DeGette get in a heated conversation with a constituent.
You are fundamentally not going to agree with me on this because you think
that Palestinians deserve to live. Thank you very much.
No, ma'am, that's not it. Did you? Hi.
Yes, I did record it.
Okay.
So, here I am. Hi, Diana. I'm Nicole Shea.
Hi, Nicole.
That was crazy. She was chasing after her.
I am a delegate in Denver. I'm in 5 points.
Okay. Great.
Like you, I really consider myself a women's rights activist. I appreciate the work you've done. I'm just wondering, why do you keep sending money for bombs that Israel is sending to Palestine?
So actually most people think that Israel should be able to defend itself with the Iron Dome. And that's what I'm talking about. But so
defending themselves is different than continuing the genocide in Palestine.
Correct.
You're talking about different subjects, and I'm trying to ask you about the...
Which, by the way, in my opinion, the idea that the way that people talk about Israel has a right to defend itself is is a insincere way. This is my opinion. An insincere way of justifying continued the continued arms sales to Israel, when what Israel deserves right now is an arms embargo because it's done a genocide, and even before Israel had done a genocide, it was still an apartheid state. At which point, an arms embargo was still perfectly valid to justify. We don't ever have a conversation about whether Russia has a right to defend itself. We would never. It would be laughable to expect a bill in Congress to send Russia, defensive weapons, as it's waging an offensive war in Ukraine, an unjustifiable war in Ukraine. So the notion that Israel still gets to go through with the memorandum of understanding and continue getting arms sales, like defensive weapons that we know are not only fungible, but also used to engage in increasingly belligerent acts against all of its other neighbors, like Lebanon right now, as Israel's currently occupying Lebanon, piece of Syrian territory Israel currently occupies, additional territory that Israel has started to occupy in Syria. All of this is done because the United States of America offers political cover and also direct military arms sales to Israel so that it can engage in these belligerent and unjustifiable war crimes.
Block the Bombs Act. Okay.
But this is not even about that. This is Block the Bombs, which is supposed to be bulldozers and 1,000-pound bombs, I believe, that were supposed to be sent to Israel.
I'll tell you about the Block the Bombs Act. I've read the Block the Bombs Act. The Block the Bombs Act is a very poorly written piece of legislation because it's both too narrow and it's too broad.
Can I just say, actually, there have been two other Congress members, I'm forgetting their name, that used the exact same language to say it was too broad and too narrow, which suggests, one, she probably didn't even actually read the bill, and that these are just talking points against the Block the Bombs Act, which is actually very, very popular in Denver. And again, we're seeing people like the Get who are being really strategic about hiding where a lot of this influence is actually coming from.
I mean, this is what happens. Like, I don't even think that this is like I don't know what's in her heart, right? I don't think these congresspersons are like evil people, even if they end up signing off on like evil measures that harm people, right? That hurt a lot of people. But I think that, and the reason why I use Israel as a litmus test is because it's like perfectly representative of becoming a calcified institutionalist that just simply hears talking points from lobbyists or talking points from their aides, and then just repeats it without even ever considering what the impact of that might be. No ideological conviction whatsoever. And after, multiple decades in office, having no real investment in defending the interests of their constituents. And I think that's a major problem. And this is why it's like perfectly demonstrative of the way that a lot of congressional representatives become a product of these corporate influences and even the influence of foreign lobbies.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. Diana DeGette was a real champion for reproductive justice, for environmental justice. I think I know people who know her. I think she's a good person. But again, when you're talking about these issues that there clearly is no actual conviction that they have themselves for what they think should be happening. Like she says, I believe that everybody there has the right to dignity and to safety and to life, and to not have that introspection to examine what her policies and her votes have done to lead to the continued destruction and death that we're seeing in Palestine is where I think a lot of Denverites get incredibly frustrated.
Yeah, I think this is a major problem with politicians in general, like with the Democratic Party currently.
Yeah.
And that's precisely what, like, at least I hear from a lot of voters all around the country is like they have no conviction, they have no backbone, they're feckless, they don't want to fight against the Republicans.
Yeah.
I mean, it was Ta-Nehisi Coates who said it perfectly. He said, like, how can you expect a party that won't stop a genocide to actually defend democracy? And we're seeing that. We've seen that for the last 2 years. So I think that change is a must. It's a necessity to preserve what remains of American theoretical democracy to begin with.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, thank you so much for coming. I'm going to give you guys some additional information here real quick. The voter registration deadline in person is June 30th, 2026. By mail is postmarked by June 22nd, 2026. For online, voter registration deadline is June 22nd, 2026 as well. You can engage in absentee mail-in voting available to all voters, at least for the time being, until Donald Trump abolishes that.
Unless we get an 8-0 map.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
Yeah. The absentee mail-in ballot return deadline in person is June 30th, 2026. By mail, received by June 30th, 2026. Early voting is available to all voters. And the early voting start and end dates are June 22nd, 2026 to June 30th, 2026. And polls are open on election day from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Mountain Time.
We have gifts for you.
You have gifts for me. Okay. Wow. Oh, wow. Oh, hell yeah. Denver Democratic Socialists of America. I'm collecting these hats.
We got, I don't know. We have so many people in Denver DSA that love watching your stream and like picked out these shirts for you and got you that custom hat. So we got some.
Oh, it's a custom hat.
It's a custom hat.
You can't even get this, chat.
No. So some t-shirts.
That's crazy.
And then this is our mascot. This is the Denver DSA mascot. It's a pika.
Wow.
So obviously we named it Hasan Piker.
Oh my God. This is so cute.
Isn't it cute? It's native to the Rocky Mountains and it collects flowers and obviously the rose. So yeah.
No way.
So you will maybe get some more t-shirts and stuff if you come out to Denver.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come and join us it's the 12th largest chapter in the country.
Wow.
Bernie and AOC brought out like 30 something thousand people that were out there. Like Denver, I think
I don't think I can do that.
Well, maybe not 30,000.
Maybe not 30,000.
But I think, it's a bastion of really progressive socialist values that would be really cool to do something out there. Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm down for sure. I mean, if you guys have any events that you are organizing around like college campuses or anything like that, I could definitely
let's do it.
Pull up on something like that.
Let's do it.
You're going to get a lot of people are going to yell at you, though. They're going to say, I'm a big meanie. I'm very vulgar and just bad in general.
A potty mouth, I think, is what I'm going to hear. But no, it's going to be really cool. So come out and join us. Thank you so much for having us. This
was
so
great.
Cool.
Thank you so
and
much
thank you
for
for
coming.
the chips.
Of course.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Kai, stop barking. All right. Yeah. Melat, Kiros, everybody. All right. I'm going to take a quick photo. And then we're gonna continue what we were talking about, which I forgot what we were talking about beforehand. But here's AOC talking about a rig system and how to fix it. Okay.
System is rigged. Let's talk about it. So the system is rigged for the ultra wealthy. And Bernie Sanders, I think, was the first to puncture through with this messaging to the mainstream America. And you're really his successor. You speak in such clear and simple language, so obviously spontaneous, genuine from your lived experience, which is so different. I mean, I'm laughing, but it's honestly terrifying how most I would say the majority of elected officials do not reflect the lived experience of their constituents. When did this come into your consciousness, this system being rigged for the ultra wealthy?
Well, first I want to say, in a lot of ways, we're all kind of Bernie's successor. I think that this class consciousness that young people have today has been a big part of Bernie's life. And so I say that because I know that that is also what he would say, and it's what he wants. But also, you know, in terms of the class piece, you know, to your point, a lot of it just had to do with the experiences of my life, which is the experiences that a lot of people have. You know, my parents really, really, really came from nothing. Like, so, you know, I grew up around this real fidelity to the American dream. Like, if you work hard, you can make it. And so
And they did.
Yeah, and they
I mean,
did.
they did.
They did. Like, my parents, I think about this now. My parents, they bought an apartment in the Bronx in their 20s, and it was like $40,000.
Wow.
You know, like, what?
Hasanabi, you were just about to start gaming for Melat, or I just make sure you didn't forget. That's really funny. You're a funny guy. You're a funny guy or gal, okay? Oh, I fucking love this hat. Holy shit. This might be my new favorite. DSA hat. The Pika plushie is so damn cute.
The Piker.
If these people aren't... Oh, Pika. The Piker.
A rather adorable relative of the rabbit.
Okay, I need to pet a Pika. That's crazy. Hasan Piker. That's what they call me on. That's what they call me on Australian news. Like that lady, Hasan Piker, lefties losing it. That plushie better go on your background. Here, I put it on the edge of the Kaya cam.
Come. Multiple trips are inevitable. And anyone living high up on the slopes, like this female, has their work cut out for them. She may make...
Hard worker. You've just ruined an entire species for MAGA, the Pika. How do I donate to preserve her? You donate to the Melat campaign. And then that's how you donate. A lot of folks think pikas are rodents, but they're actually lagomorphs, more closely related to rabbits than rats. Yeah. You donate to support Melat Kiros, and that's how you. And then she preserves the pikas individually. Bro, she doesn't even eat meat. Like, what are you talking about? She's literally vegan, but vegetarian for the campaign. Okay. What more do you want? Unpause. Pogo.
an easier way.
One step closer to becoming a birder? Okay.
The slope, another piker is getting started on his haystack.
What the fuck? We can't even get that hat in Denver? Yeah, no, it's not available yet. Yeah, what's up? What's up? What are you, mad? Just joined Denver DSA? Good. If you join for the hat, you might not be able to get it yet, though. I found you in a crossword. In a bookstore. This Twitch streamer has been in the news for campaigning for Democrats, saying shoplifting is good and Israel is evil. Amazing. That's amazing. I mean, I was on the New York Times crossword as well. I like how you turned the red MAGA hate to DSA hat single-handedly.
Food
That's not Kaya. She does look like Kaya, though. And that island does look like Kaya. It's true.
And it's worked.
That was great. All right. That was a little brief Pica update.
And just because you knew you were coming here, you stirred up some stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
And you had some things to say this.
Bro, it's crazy that like, look, I like if AOC, who is like one of the most inoffensive congresspersons in general, is capable of causing quote unquote controversy, then, you know, of course people are going to yell at me too, you know? That's it.
This week on a podcast about billionaires, and you said you can't earn $1 billion. Talk about what you said, because this spurred a reaction from
Yes.
from Mr. Bezos and his newspaper.
Yes. Mr. Bezos's newspaper was not happy that I discussed abuses of market power and scale. And I think there are quite a lot of billionaires. I mean, there aren't a lot of billionaires in an absolute sense, but the proportion of billionaires that are upset with my comments are quite high. And I think that, you know, to a working person and to working people, earn means something. The calluses on your hands, the aches of your joints, the way that we earn ourselves through school, through, you know, our first job. And I think that...
What is this? It's fitting for Ryan Grimm to support MTG. That's politics and that's drop side. After all, I admire the honesty, but those on the socialist left should naturally pick AOC. It shouldn't be hard. Yes, the socialist left at the Atlantic magazine. Yeah. I don't think Arash Azizi is like is actually a socialist. I know he self-describes as one, but he's really fucking annoying, which I guess is a socialist tendency. Being really fucking annoying is certainly something that socialists do quite well, if I do say so myself. But I do still think that AOC is not entirely wrong about her concerns over Marjorie Taylor Greene and like diving into a comprehensive alliance with the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene because she's saying some of the right things about Israel. But yeah, no, I of course agree with Ryan Grimm on this take that Arash Azizi is annoying and not really a socialist. All the social chauvinists are now socialists. Do not laugh. Bro, like, it's not necessarily an inconsequential nor insignificant point that we are in agreement or in alignment with Marjorie Taylor Greene on, okay? It's obviously one that is so rare in mainstream politics, in American politics, amongst politicians, former, current, present, doesn't matter, right? So I'm not writing that off as like inconsequential at all. I need you to understand. I don't think it's inconsequential. I think it means something. And I think we should be using it to our advantage for sure. Hold on, I'm going to close this door. Having said that, however, I am annoyed by, not annoyed necessarily, but I just like, I don't understand the excitement that I see from a lot of people like, oh yeah, see, like she's on our side now about fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene. Why is Hasan suddenly 59 with that tweet? This outfit is fire, for the record. How dare you? Marjorie Taylor Greene lost support of Trump and MAGA and then switched up. She did not change. She's more likely grifting. I mean, I don't know. Is this something you can defend in good faith? Yes. I will go to war for the Pikas. I'm annoyed in tactical sense. What does Marjorie Taylor Greene bring materially? I mean, it's the same as Tucker Carlson. It's the same as all of these other people that like have possibly a a framework that could change people's minds in the Republican coalitions. Like, that's the idea, at least. That's what people believe. Nice Jamel Bowie cosplay. Jamel Bowie fit. Okay, man. Every time someone wears a fucking hat with a suit, it's not Jamel Bowie. He didn't invent this, okay? And yes, you're right, though. He does wear that shit all the time. I don't know what it is. I don't know what this tendency is for a lot of people where, like, we are desperate. We are desperate for allies in this. And I'm never one to, like, disparage people coming on board with this movement. I'm not. I've actually yelled at quite a few people who are maybe too skeptical. But I also, you know, it's going to take a lot for me to look at Marjorie Taylor Greene as like a movement leader or some shit. You know? No, we are that desperate. Not that desperate is bullshit. I don't give a fuck what someone's background is. If they're openly communicating what Israel is doing to be a genocide, and their word has like some level of influence, bro, you're wrong on this. You're in the minority on this. I get you want to stay in AOC, but she's the only viable. I guess she's the only viable progressive, but please stop punching left. He did, though. Punching left? As in Marjorie Taylor Greene? Marjorie Taylor Greene is left? Like, being critical of Marjorie Taylor Greene is punching left? That's where we're at now? I guess words have no fucking meaning at this point. But I mean, that's not what? It's not even like the Jewish space lasers. I'm like talking about, I'm not even trying to identify like what the guiding principle for why she's anti-Israel. I'm not even doing that. I don't even do that with Tucker. If you notice, I'll always be like, I don't know what's in their heart. Okay, maybe it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, right? I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about like what this person's like comprehensive worldview is, right? This person's comprehensive worldview is literally just like doing Israel, but in America. Okay, so it's like. Even if I cordon off this specific issue, the issue of Israel, and like how they communicate on this issue, and don't immediately assume that it's because like she wants the Jewish space lasers away from the hands of Israel being used in the Palestinians and instead to be used on Mexicans or whatever the fuck she believes, right? Like, maybe that's not the reason why she's anti-Israel. Maybe she's anti-Israel because she literally saw too many children be slaughtered in the hands of Israel and was like, this is unbearable. There's a high likelihood that plays a big role in the attitude shift, because that has played a big role in the attitude shift of a lot of people on the right. A lot of people on the right saw that and were like, I'm out. 57% of Republicans under the age of 50 are anti-Israel now. That's unbelievable. You guys don't understand what that means, I don't think. That means that there's a lot of people who are Republicans who are just anti-Israel. For one reason or another. Not all of them are anti-Israel because they're anti-Semitic. Maybe plenty of them, especially under the age of 30, might be, but that's not like the primary motivator. Could Marjorie Taylor Greene convince you she's not anti-Semitic? Maybe by showing up with a rabbi in a spacesuit praising her? Yes. Just like with Kanye West. So yeah, I welcome Marjorie Taylor Greene's support. I do, reluctantly, but I still welcome it nonetheless. What I don't think we should be doing is talking about how she's like a prominent fixture of this movement. That's a bit crazy. That's a bit too rich for my blood, Because I've seen the way she communicates on other issues. It's not like she's had a real shift in consciousness. Like, I use Thomas Massey as a great example. Thomas Massey is pretty much a psychopath on so many issues. But I welcome Thomas Massey's sincere efforts when it comes to tackling the Epstein class alongside Ro Khanna, and certainly being the lone and brave voice on the issue of Israel. Okay, on the Republican side. But nobody's fucking talking about Thomas Massey like he's a movement leader, right? I don't think. I think we got to remind people they're joining our side on this, right? We're not joining their side. Like that's what it is. And the same goes for Tucker. And hopefully they can change their perspective on all this other stuff too.
We are in an emperor with no clothes moment when it comes to the American economy and our democracy. The Virginia redistricting maps were just overturned this morning.
I know you're in the right here, but this is the same argument the third way guy used against you word for word. Yeah, because ideologically, the third way guy is closer to Marjorie Taylor Greene than he is to me. And that's precisely the reason why I'm saying that about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Guys, you know what my belief system is. You know what I believe. You know the policies that I want to implement. You know the changes that I want to see in this country. And I know what Marjorie Taylor Greene represents as well, broadly speaking. On the issue of Israel, she's closer to us than she is than even, some key Democrats are, for sure. I mean, she's closer to me on Israel than Chuck Schumer is, right? And she's closer to the truth and closer to justice than even Chuck Schumer is. I can't believe I'm saying those words, right? It's a shocking development. However, there's still a fuck ton of things that she believes that I am always going to oppose. Do you see what I mean?
By judges that are largely financed by a movement of billionaires.
Here's Marjorie Taylor Greene. AOC's, keep in mind, here is that AOC has specified in personal reasons to distrust Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is a 2019 video unearthed by K-File, for example.
And you whisper into her. This is confession.
Ah! Bro, I think a lot of people also forget what she did as far as like breaking barriers, as the cart titan, like the amount of civilians that she ate is in the thousands. Okay. And we just totally forgot about that. Like, those are war crimes, right? Like, those are war crimes that she did on her own as the smiling titan. Why are we discounting?
This is Ocasio confession right there. What's
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I'm an American citizen. I pay your salary through the taxes that you collect from me through the IRS because I'm a tax-paying citizen of the United States. I'm a woman.
Like, she broke through the walls of the Capitol to do this. Do you know how many civilians she ate in the process?
I'm a female business owner, and I'm proud to be an American woman. And I do not support your socialist policies, and I do not support your murderous abortion policies. As a mother of 3 children, I'm appalled at New York's law for abortion, and it needs to end, and it needs to stop now. You're bringing God's judgment on our country, and I'm against it, as well as my friends. So you need to stop being a baby and stop locking your door and come out and face the American citizens that you serve. If you want to be a big girl, you need to get rid of your diaper and come out and be able to talk to the American citizens instead of us having to use a flap, a little flap.
It's kind of like hers. It's kind
sad.
She's like, she keeps flapping her gums.
Oh,
This is like,
flappy, flappy.
Yeah. Okay, well, each
This,
one of
this
them-
is this is like child games.
This is child
Confession
games.
session.
Hello there.
Hello. Hashtag where's AOC?
This is psychotic, dude. What the fuck?
This is creepy.
It's hide and seek.
Huh?
Hide and seek.
I can't believe Americans elected her, man. We really are a fucking insane country. All this needs is scary music over it. It's a fantastic horror movie concept for the point of the killers. Yeah.
Tag, you're it. Guess what? You can't stay in there forever. Can you come out and play?
Oh my God.
All right, so I guess she got the message before we came here. Guys, if you want to come out to visit the socialist, communist,
You're a very good artist.
I'm just trying to decorate, you know?
This is her book where we sign it.
This is her signing book, and I'm just signing it.
Immature child.
Should we draw a wall? Should we draw a wall?
Yeah,
Let's draw a wall. Is there another pen? We really want to draw a wall. So let's draw what a wall looks like, everybody. This is a wall.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
In 2021, Marjorie Taylor Greene was calling the squad Hamas supporters. People are way too harsh on people like AOC and grade right wingers on a huge curb. Yeah. Yeah, it is pretty crazy. Like, do you understand why it's a little bit? I mean, I know Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's a little too difficult for me to be like, yeah, no, that's my queen, right? Am I crazy? Am I nuts? I mean, I welcome growth, right? I love rehabilitation. I welcome growth. You know this. But it's crazy to me that we're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like maybe she's had real growth in this issue. That video is so funny. She is demented. I mean, yeah, she's awesome. Then why do you like Candace Owens so much? That's crazy. I say the same thing about Candace Owens.
And American inequality is at an absolute peak. And we have to ask ourselves if this is how we want to live as a society. If we want 3,400 people to be prioritized over well over 300 million. And when we question the legitimacy of that power structure, the people at the top.
Where are you on Massey? I respect Massey a lot more than these guys. A lot more. I don't align with Massey on shit except for two key issues. And I have a lot more respect for Thomas Massey than I do for Marjorie Taylor Greene. Thomas Massey has consistently been there. And he's also done things. Homeland Security is a prominent fixture in the surveillance state. We have to abolish both, just like every other federal agency. I was like, no. Yeah, he's like, I love guys like that. I love like real libertarians like that who will just say something so cool and so correct. Like the Department of Homeland Security is a violent surveillance apparatus that must be abolished. I'm like, hell yeah, totally. And he's like, and so is the FDA. It's great.
Are going to be very mad, and the little hobby newspapers that they've bought, which they love to say that we are making the quality of everything better. Jeff Bezos purchased the Washington Post. He laid off some of the highest qualified journalists that made it an American institution, so that he could turn it into a mouthpiece that launders his personal agenda and opinions. And he is using it because, right, for a lot of folks, it's not enough to be powerful. They have to be loved. And he then uses this mouthpiece to take aim at politicians that want to question the deeply unequal and unjust distribution of power in America. And they want to continue to undercut, threaten, punish those who say democracy belongs at the ballot box, and it's also measured in power, economic power, political power, and that power should belong with the people of this country, not the very few.
So your assault is on the system that facilitates that, but presumably you think the editorial, it is a kind of edgy piece. The likely 2028 presidential candidate, we'll talk about that later, is arguing that there is no idea anyone can have, or company anyone can start, or value anyone can generate for others that could possibly be worth $1 million. If true, that raises questions that a fawning glazer, that's the podcaster, did not ask. In what way does Ocasio-Cortez believe that Taylor Swift, Michael Jordan, Jerry Seinfeld, Oprah Winfrey, or Beyonce billionaires all broke the rules to accumulate their wealth? What did they take advantage of? Does she think the FBI should investigate Governor J.B. Pritzker or Tom Steyer, who's running for governor of California? What about Democratic megadaughter Alex Soros, a big fan of Ocasio-Cortez's? Are there good billionaires and bad billionaires?
I think this is the red herring, right? They want us to get into this quibbling of the morality of any individual person instead of the immorality of the fact that there are virtually no place in America where you can afford an apartment on a full-time job on minimum wage. And that is somehow completely disconnected and alien from the fact that we have a system that is designed to create this level of income inequality. Now, in the last 5 years, billionaire wealth has doubled. Ask yourself if the quality of your life has doubled in the last 5 years. And we are experiencing the concentration of our systems.
She's not defending LeBron. Why are you silent? Man, I don't give a fuck. From a billionaire perspective, I think it's so unbelievably cynical and annoying when people go, what about these popular billionaires? It's like, okay, what about it, dude? I'm willing to bet you asked them if they would rather live in a fucking society where we have high-speed rail, free healthcare, free college education, if they were no longer a billionaire. They are a lot more likely to say, sure, why not? I'll take $999 million as opposed to a fucking billion and get all of those amenities in return than the Jeff Bezos of the world and even the Warren Buffetts of the world. Okay? Don't say, And even then, it doesn't fucking matter. I don't care if they don't like that. Okay? Who gives a shit? Sacrifice a little bit, please. Oh, no. Oh, no, you won't have $1 billion? Oh, no. What will we do? Now, of course, there's no top marginal tax situation, tax structure that like just says, nope, the cutoff is $1 billion. We're taking all the fucking money that you make after $1 billion anyway, so it doesn't even fucking matter. Hasan, Twitch has been told by Amazon to suppress your audience count. Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I think it's 4:30 p.m. on a Saturday after I did a candidate interview. It's normal. Billionaires and millionaires pay your wealth taxes. Stop chirping about how much you lose as a billionaire. Yeah. You have a fundamental misunderstanding of how LeBron acquired his wealth. It was through ownership, man. No one offered him $1 billion. Wait, first of all, I think there are a couple wage billionaires on the planet. I think LeBron might literally be one of them. It doesn't matter, though, because the vast sum that he has acquired beyond that is through business ownership, regardless. Yeah, these guys all invest. Of course they do. And that's not, I mean, it doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't matter. It's so stupid. Who gives a shit?
Our housing system, I mean, this wealth is being built from market consolidation and consolidation of our housing system, our energy systems, right? The president has taken huge amounts of contributions from special interests in order to essentially stop wind energy and renewable and clean energy in this country to prop up profits. And we look at, and so on and so forth. And people want to make this about individuals instead of about the system that allows this mass concentration of wealth to occur, and also the decisions that are made to allow that to continue to exist and to protect that concentration of power and wealth.
And see, yeah, LeBron has made $581 million from NBA contracts, and Nike gave him a lifetime contract worth $1 billion. Labor billionaire. Doesn't matter though. Okay, my point was literally that this is totally immaterial to the systemic shifts that are necessary here to build a more egalitarian society, okay? A more productive society, a society where people aren't just starving because they were born in the wrong zip code, okay? Who gives a fuck? Like, I'm tackling the root of the question and how stupid it is because it's a deflection away from the systemic failures.
So yours is a systemic critique. I mean, he took it personally.
Of course he did.
But yours is a systemic critique, and the question really is, what do we do about it?
Yeah. And I think, first and foremost, there's a reason he took it personally.
Yeah, what do we do about it is a great question. Wealth tax. Okay. That's one redistributive policy, I think. That's one way to do it. We do it for property. We can do it for wealth. That's number one. But number two, perhaps a more resilient and far better way to approach the issue is by dramatically restructuring the power that labor has at the workplace, the ownership that labor could have over all of their productive output. There's many different ways. There's many different ways to work on this issue. We're not doing any of them. Yeah, wealth tax, nationalization, democratic control over the workplace. He owns stake in Liverpool. No labor billionaire exists. No, you're wrong. Oh, God, it doesn't matter, though. It doesn't matter. I don't understand why you guys can't comprehend this. I'm not saying LeBron has acquired all of his wealth through ethical means, okay? You saying that justifies their existence? No! No, I'm not. As a matter of fact, I said the exact opposite. What the fuck? Don't say it doesn't matter when they're wrong. I'm not wrong. I'm literally not. I always mention it that due to inflation, nowadays, you have something unfathomable, previously unfathomable, which is the concept of a fucking labor billionaire. It's like Lionel Messi, for example, or LeBron James. We already talked about it. LeBron got a lifetime Nike deal that is worth $1 billion. Okay. There are athletes out there who have lifetime contracts or just like endorsements in general that is almost $1 billion or more than $1 billion. Okay. Nope. On a factual level, he acquired the majority of his wealth through strategic investments and real estate. I'm literally going to shoot myself into the fucking sun because you are not listening to me. Okay. I know that. I have mentioned that. Even if he got it through just wage labor, that still should be taxed. Regardless, you are not understanding the words that are coming out of my mouth. You are a subscriber to the Hasanabi broadcast. You can rewind. You have the rewind function. You can rewind and re-listen to literally every single thing that I mentioned because you're repeating them right now. How dare you criticize LeBron Swift? No, I don't give a fuck. Yes, really. You are repeating the things that I already said. But the only difference is you're repeating it in a contentious manner as though I did not bring these things up, as though you're bringing it up for the first time. That's not the case. I already brought it up.
Because the concentration of wealth in this country has gotten so dire and so extreme that you can literally name the people who have half of the wealth.
Stop using the term labor billionaire. Labor billionaire is not a thing, and no one will be confused. You sound silly. Okay, first of all, you know what? I'm not going to be mean. You're right, chatter. I'm going to keep using it, though. If that frustrates you, then, you know, it frustrates you. Has he or has he not received $1 billion in compensation for services rendered? The answer is yes. There you go. It's unbelievable, and it's a testament to how fucked up our global system of capital is and how much inflation exists in the world, in the American economy especially. But it's true. It is crazy. Wrong? It's literally not wrong. It's not wrong. It's not wrong. What a lot of people also fail to consider here is that if someone is getting wages in the form of $1 billion, that means they're making a fuckload more, right? This is a real issue with, like, I'm not trying to annoy you. You are annoying me, even if you're not trying. And also, you're just wrong. Like, try to fathom how much money someone else is making that they can literally fucking pay someone $1 billion. Yeah, this was Ronaldo is Bloomberg's first billionaire footballer. Ronaldo also owns a fuck ton of assets too, for the record. But his career earnings, this takes investments and endorsements into account. But just on, I think, career earnings alone, there are people out there who have made $1 billion. And I think Ronaldo is one of the few. It might have been Lionel Messi as well. It's unbelievable. Oh my God, I can't talk. It's unbelievably rare. So it's totally irrelevant to the conversation. It's so rare. It doesn't matter. And plus, even then, it can be taxed out.
this country. It's gotten so extreme that you can name Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, the Waltons. And so, of course, when we criticize the system's gotten so concentrated that they take it as criticisms of themselves. And frankly, of course, they take it personally, because when you are completely unwilling to look at and be as invested in our country.
Mbappe has already made about $600 million in his career and still has over $1 billion left on his contract. There you go.
As an everyday American is, which is really what we're talking about with mass concentration of wealth. What kind of society do we want to live in? What is...
Your chat doesn't know how to act when you bring up wealthy athletes and their endorsements, like all that can be taxed too. Yes. And what's really frustrating about this is like chatters will get this mad when we talk about like the sports unions, like the players unions that exist. And I keep explaining to them that like, yes, high earner athletes are unbelievably fucking rare as opposed to the rest of the labor force. And yet what you always forget when you're thinking about like high earning athletes and the wages that they get as literally players that are getting a salary from a company, what you fail to consider in that situation is that high earning athlete is literally generating value for the goddamn team that is higher, that is a higher amount. Okay. Their wages, their salaries are their income. Okay. That means that the team is making more money. That means there's an owner that's making even more money off that fucking athlete. But a lot of people lose sight of the function over the form. They see the form and they forget the function. They don't understand the concept of surplus value, surplus labor value. They don't understand that like, if an athlete is making $1 million, that means the owner is making $1 million plus off of that fucking athlete. Okay, that's how it works. It's not how much money the athlete is making that's a problem here. It's the way that these teams are generating value off of their labor, and you have to fight back against it through unions, which they do. Right? They have contracts that they're able to fight for.
Good for the country, and then what is good for myself.
Let's bring in Brian Tyler Cohen, host of the No Lie with Brian Tyler Cohen podcast, and Caroline Sunshine, former communications aide for President Trump's 2024 presidential campaign. Welcome back to both of you. Brian, let's start with...
This is the CNN segment that your trainer was talking about. The Trump aide mentioned you in the convo. Oh, maybe this was the nighttime one.
You have been on this redistricting train for years, telling Democrats that you should redistrict. A lot of times...
Bro, Brian Tyler Cohen, I'm not going to lie, trying to look like me a little bit with the beard.
They wouldn't listen to you. Now it seems like they finally are, and realizing the risk of this. What's your reaction to what happened in Virginia and what Democrats should do now?
Look, I think that the reaction to what happened in Virginia is that it is the perfect encapsulation of the asymmetry between the two sides, where we have independent redistricting.
He's going to cook here, by the way. And I 100% endorse Brian Tyler Cohen's statements about the redistricting. This is one of the things where I'm like totally on board with the Democratic Party. I don't give a fuck if you call me a reactionary, bourgeois, Zionist, whatever, Israel lover. Literally, it's correct. Okay, it is the right thing to do. The party actually did one, like in a very unique, very rare circumstance. The party actually behaved in a way that a competent party is supposed to, an opposition party is supposed to. And then they immediately backed away from it. It's very frustrating.
Missions in all of the Democratic weapons. And, you know, even when you go to the voters, even when 3 million people show up to vote in a referendum that based on some small technicality.
Yes, you invented having a beard. I was there when it started. Man, I'm fucking joking. Okay, I'm fucking joking. Can I joke? Am I allowed to joke? Yes, I did invent the beard, okay? No one else had ever had a beard before me.
All of those voters' voices are going to be silenced at the same time that we have Republicans in Florida, in Texas, in North Carolina, possibly South Carolina, Tennessee, all who've just decided by fiat that they're going to redraw their states' maps. I mean, basically ushering in
legislatures,
but redrawing the state maps without a single person weighing in on this stuff, basically ushering in Jim Crow 2.0 in the South. I wouldn't be surprised if we get to a point where we see no black representation in any of these southern states. And so I think it's a wake-up call to Democrats across the country. If you are a Democrat in New Jersey, New York, Maryland, Illinois, Oregon, Washington, Colorado, this is the time to start fighting back and recognize the urgency of this moment right here. Because Republicans don't believe that Democrats have a right to exist as a party. And so if we don't start fighting back, and if we don't stop unilaterally disarming, we're basically going to good government ourselves into obscurity.
Caroline, what do you think of this? Is it Jim Crow 2.0?
Well, so you're opposed to this because you think that this dilutes people's political power unfairly? Is that why you're opposed to this?
I think that it dilutes the ability of people in certain jurisdictions to be able to vote for their representatives. Nashville has been cracked into multiple districts. Memphis has been cracked in multiple districts. And so there's no way that those people who live in those jurisdictions can vote for their representatives because the Republicans have purposefully gerrymandered those states to dilute.
Told you. I mean, he's cooking. He's right.
Their voting power.
So you're against diluting voting power?
I'm against gerrymandering.
Okay, so do you support then illegal immigrants being allowed to vote in?
Wait, what? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? What are you saying right now? Oh my God, this is the best that MAGA has to offer? Hey, yo.
Elections?
Illegal immigrants don't vote in federal elections.
Well, illegal immigrants are who Democrats want to vote in federal elections.
But that's ridiculous. That's not a thing right now, and it most likely will never be a thing. What kind of fucking stupid counter is that? That has nothing to do with redrawing maps. The fuck?
It doesn't matter if they want. It doesn't matter what anybody wants.
If you are against diluting political power for anybody, you should not want illegal immigrants to vote in American elections because we can't dilute the
I like your suit choices a lot, man. Shit looks extremely well on you. I wonder if it's off-putting to the younger viewers or if they like it as well. It does make you look more serious. I assume that's the point. Will you update your background as well? Maybe. But I do like the suits. I like the suits. I like dressing up. This is the Fox News argument. It doesn't hit with the CNN audience. It just doesn't hit when you have someone with a brain, okay? It just doesn't hit. It ends up hitting you in the fucking face. If you're on Fox News uncontested or talking to a bunch of other dumbasses who are going, that's exactly what they want. They want immigrants to come to your home and steal your ballots and vote Democrat down ballot every single time, then sure. But you're not at Fox News. You're in front of two other adults which, as far as I understand, have functioning brains. It's not going to fucking work. What the fuck do you mean? Illegal immigrants. Democrats want illegal immigrants to vote. The fuck are you talking about? It's literally illegal. What the fuck? Not only is it illegal, it is unbelievably rare. It's actually so rare. It's more rare for an undocumented immigrant to vote, which, as far as I understand, might have happened at some point by accident. I believe it happened by accident in Michigan, like in the last election cycle. You know what's actually less rare as far as like voter fraud taking place? Republicans voting twice or Republicans voting for their dead husbands. Okay, that is infinitely more likely to happen than an illegal immigrant voting in the federal elections. Now, having said that, even the Republicans doing voter fraud is unfucking believably rare. This is not a real conversation, okay? Oh my God. Debate bro attire hitting Hasanabi like crack in the 80s? Wait, what? Why? This is not debate bro attire.
But that's not what we're talking about.
This isn't a discussion about that. And illegal immigrants are not allowed to vote in federal elections. What about this move of what the Supreme Court did and what Republicans are doing right now when it comes?
Yeah, she's gonna be like, Alex, you're being biased. Yeah, bias is the truth, maybe. The fuck?
To redistricting, a lot of this started with President Trump telling Texas to get him more congressional districts.
That's why it started. And the real reason why it started, okay, The real reason why it started is because Donald Trump was worried. Donald Trump knows that his time as this unilateral commander of the American government is gone. It's over. Okay. He knows he's unpopular and he wants to work against that. And the way to try to work against it is by gaming the system. Okay. To create new districts so that there are new Republican seats, like safer Republican seats in red states. That's what they're trying to do. Okay. That's the goal here. Doors open. So in an effort to combat that, in an effort to combat the voter displacement in the national level, at the federal level, the Democratic Party said, okay, you redistrict here, we're going to redistrict there. And not only did they do that, not only did they do that in Virginia, they did it in the most ethical way possible. They put a timeline on how long those districts, the new redistricting initiatives could exist until the new census, right? And also on top of that, what? You used to be so drippy. It was refreshing to see someone with style and not just someone who looked like they're cosplaying the political class. You do you, though. I will survive the suit era. Man, y'all say that about any fucking minute change that I make is crazy. I make a change. I wear a suit. You're like, well, I'll survive. You know, I'm a survivor. I survived cancer. I can survive this. Like, same thing with the fucking... Same thing with the goddamn soundboard. Everything I do, every minute change here causes people to lose their fucking minds. It's like the most autistic community on the internet. I swear to God.
Well, I think checks and balances played out here. I mean, the Virginia Supreme Court said this can't happen in 2026, but it could happen in 2028. So I'm not sure what the big deal is here. This went through the democratic process, and the Supreme Court, the judge struck it down, saying the language in the referendum was flagrantly misleading. And he's not saying it can't happen.
By the way, that was the literal, that was an argument in Louisiana, which the Supreme Court of the United States did not take into consideration when they did the redistricting after people had fucking voted. So shut the fuck up. You have no leg to stand on. That's bullshit. Only valid I survived the 2020 era fits. Yeah. If you survive the 2020 era fits, then this is a fit that you can survive. Chatter's right, bro. Suits are performative. It's Saturday. Put a sweater on. Listen, many of you survived the water buffalo hair era, the 2020 fits era. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. If you survived that era, that was my worst. That literally was my worst. If you can survive that, you can survive anything.
Happen. He's just saying it can't happen in 2026 because it's unconstitutional. And he's correct, because that is a flagrant power play by Democrats to try to reshape the midterms in 2026.
So if you think
now,
that's
my question
if you
for
think
you
that's a power play,
is
was it a power play when Donald Trump demanded the same thing in Texas, said that he was entitled to 5 seats in Texas? Was that a power play?
Texas isn't Virginia. The states are sovereign according to the Constitution. The 10th Amendment says federalism. Each state has the right to conduct it differently.
I'm asking you if it was a power play.
How it played out in Texas, because Texas isn't Virginia.
I understand
now,
that Texas is not Virginia, but I want to know if you think if it was a power play.
Where does this go? Because you want to talk about power plays. I would love to know. Hasan Piker on your side of the aisle said today that as a result of this ruling,
what the fuck? I know Brian Tyler Cohen's ass is not about to defend me. Let's see what he says.
If a peaceful revolution is not possible, then violent revolution is inevitable.
Okay,
do you agree with Hasan Piker?
I'm not Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker can.
But do you agree with that?
Hasan Piker can speak for
what
himself.
What does he mean by that?
I don't know. You can ask him. I'm not Hasan Piker. I'm
But
Brian.
do you agree with that? Do you condemn that?
Call Hasan Piker
Where
and
do you
ask.
want to see this go?
What I'm here. I don't care what Hasan Piker says. I'm not Hasan Piker.
I don't think Brian's pushing for a violent revolution.
Yeah,
either.
Are you or no? Just to be clear, because like, where does this go now that the Supreme Court in Virginia has ruled
Here's
this
where
is
it goes.
not
It goes to me calling on every Democratic elected official, either in the legislature or the governor's office, in Democratic states across the country, and demanding that they redraw maps to fight fire with fire and actually.
By the way, that is an easy dunk for him, but he could have just been like, yeah, he's not saying it's good to have a violent revolution. He's repeating the same warnings that John Fitzgerald Kennedy made. It's literally a JFK quote. I know you're not the most educated, right? Like he could be like, you're not the most educated, but I'm sure you've heard the president JFK before, right?
Counteract what Republicans have done in a raft of different states across the country and what they continue to do in southern states across the country in response to the Voting Rights Act being gutted.
Do you think that there should be a national ban on gerrymandering to try to stop this whole thing around the country?
I'm not opposed to it, but I also believe that the Constitution says, the 10th Amendment, what is not outlined here is left to the states. And I think states have a right to decide their own process. And that's what I'm arguing with you is the process played out here in Virginia. It was put on the ballot on a referendum directly with the voters. It barely passed. The language was extremely misleading. There was an appeal. It then went to the state Supreme Court. What's the problem here? Checks and balances played out.
And you support a national ban?
100%. And in fact, when the Democrats put that forward, a national ban on gerrymandering in 2021, the Freedom to Vote Act, every single Democrat voted for it. Every single Republican voted against it.
Do you think the United States Supreme Court, which has supported Texas's right to do this and has supported California's right to do this, will support Virginia's right to do redistricting? You think they might overturn this?
No. I think that this Supreme Court has proven itself to be an arm of the Republican Party, if nothing else. And we have seen numerous instances where, whether it's this U.S. Supreme Court, where you had a bunch of justices beat their chest about the importance of precedent and the Voting Rights Act, which is, that precedent has been reaffirmed over and over and over again for the past 60 years, just like Roe was precedent that was reaffirmed over and over again. The Supreme Court stands for its own adherence to the Republican Party.
You think the Supreme Court might step in?
I don't think they're going to hear this. I don't see why they would. Again, the people of Virginia spoke. And what's interesting is when this referendum was put on the ballot.
The people of Virginia spoke. No, they didn't speak in the direction that you're claiming. As a matter of fact, they spoke in the opposite direction, and then they voted, and then the Supreme Court overturned it. It's not the people of Virginia. It's objectively the opposite of the people of Virginia.
Let's be very clear. It disenfranchised the rights and the voices, if we're talking about who got disenfranchised with the rights.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was disenfranchisement. You just said it was good for Texas.
Peaceful.
Yeah, got to be the biggest, dumbest attempt to cancel him for quoting JFK at a time when Normie Dem sentiment would viscerally align with this quote.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Not lost on me that it's a bunch of Israel fanatics and Iraq war boosters concerned trolling about violence, and their big fake hang-up is a JFK quote because Hasan said it. Colbert keeps rattling it off, and they've never had a problem. You have Starmer-level political instincts, which explains why we're all so fucked right now. Yep.
Referendum of rural Virginians. Yeah. This referendum transferred power from majority of the state, which is rural Virginians, and consolidated it among the swamp, which is people who work in D.C. and live in Virginia. But I didn't hear you speaking up then.
And I, by the way, I would concede that when you have a gerrymandered map, certain people are disenfranchised, which is why this whole thing was sparked off after Republicans first went after Texas. I didn't agree with it when it happened in Texas, but what I don't want to see is unilateral disarmament. I think gerrymandering is a scourge all around. But if you really care about disenfranchisement, then you'll care about it when it happens right off the bat. You'll care about it when it happens in Texas. You'll care about it when all of a sudden Memphis is cracked into multiple districts, Nashville is cracked into multiple districts, and those people have no voting power because that's 100% Republican.
And that
now.
is true in California now, that Republicans are being disenfranchised
Correct.
by Prop 50.
But the difference
and the
is
districts are not. It's not fair to
Correct.
Republican voters, and the idea of like a 52-0 map here is not fair. Just like it's not fair.
Yeah, but they should do it. They should do it in New York too, which I have some smoke for, by the way. I'm actually very annoyed that New York Democrats won't do it because they're like, I think they're legitimately worried about like their safe incumbents. They're claiming it's because of the principle. They don't want to gut any of the VRA principal districts that they have, like heavily densely black populated districts that they have. That's bullshit because you're literally doing it to protect and preserve the vote participation of black voters in the South by literally creating new Democrat districts, Democrat seats in the North.
What we're seeing in Tennessee and
Correct.
other places where there's going to be no Democratic representation. That's bad for democracy.
Correct. It's terrible for democracy.
Right.
The difference is there's only one party that actually supports a nationwide ban on gerrymandering, and that's the
But
Democrats.
violent revolution, to be clear, is also bad for democracy.
And
I
neither
agree.
Brian
Violent
nor
revolution.
myself are endorsing violent revolution, just to be clear. Always against
you.
political violence. I've said that repeatedly. Quickly, here in Los Angeles, there's a very interesting race happening right now for mayor. Karen Bass, the incumbent, who has been embattled and does not have very high approval ratings right now, is being challenged by Spencer Pratt, a reality star known for The Hills, who's a Republican, who gets a lot of attention on social media, had a debate this week, got a lot of attention for it. What do you make of what Spencer is doing right now? He's running ads that he's getting a lot of attention for. Certainly a lot of Republicans around the country who don't live in Los Angeles and can't vote for him are endorsing him. What do you think of his chances to actually win in a deeply blue city?
I think Spencer Pratt could be the next mayor of Los Angeles, and I'll tell you why. The last time a reality television star who was politically incorrect ran for office, he ended up all the way at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And Spencer Pratt is reminding me of the saying, first they ignore.
Oh my God. More of this, please. Yes. Keep reminding people in Los Angeles that Spencer Pratt is just like Donald Trump. No, definitely. It's so funny because I made that comparison knowing full well that was something that would devastate his chances in LA.
You, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. He has all the makings. I don't even have to use the Donald Trump example. He has the charisma of Mamdani, AOC, Trump. He has that outsider, anti-establishment energy, and he is good at harnessing attention. He is running, tactically speaking, a very nimble, agile, smart campaign. I can tell that campaign is not being governed by committee. My guess is it's a very small team of 5 to 6 people who, just like Trump in 2016, are able to move a lot faster than bloated political consultant type campaigns. And Spencer, people are saying they don't like his politically correct, comments. So in the debate the other night, people said he was offensive maybe when he was suggesting that Nithya Raman go ask people who are homeless under the freeway for treatment. They were going to get stabbed in the neck, and people were really offended by that. Well, guess what? In Venice, California today.
God. You want to know what's crazy? Nithya Raman could have literally been like, that's wild that you're saying that because I'm the only person on this stage that has actually done that. And I did it in my district, and it was an unbelievably successful initiative where I went and actually talked to the homeless population, and we were able to convince many of them to get permanent shelter and permanent housing. And she didn't. And she didn't even say that. It's literally her strongest It's her strongest fucking thing. It's her thing that she could talk about how she successfully, like directly with her entire district, she went and she engaged in did you donate yourself to support the initiative? No, I hate the homeless, as you guys know, famously. Yeah. It's ironic because I did actually work with Nithya at the time. She was a DSA pick. So yeah, I did. What are you snarfing there? Some teriyaki chicken.
We had a man get his arm sliced off with a samurai sword. So Spencer Pratt, it looks like, is way more in touch with reality than the rest of the candidates on that stage.
Quickly, Brian, thoughts on Spencer?
What could possibly go wrong with a longtime reality star who speaks bluntly, knows how to game the media, and decides that he wants to be a politician? Look, I think that would
what
actually...
What do you have to lose, Brian?
I think that
Look
that
at
would
this
actually
city.
carry...
What do
I
you
think
have
that
to
would actually
lose?
carry more weight if Donald Trump's approval rating wasn't what it is right now, and if he wasn't, basically exposed as a con artist for promising to be this populist champion, and instead, prices are higher for everybody, healthcare's cut, food assistance has been cut, and we're spending God knows how many billions of dollars per day on a war in the Middle East that he promised would never happen.
Well, in the next few weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, this is like Brian Tyler Cohen's ultra instinct moment. You bring up Trump, his eyes light up. Like, have fun with your losing argument. You just went to the number one anti-Trump guy. You calls him the ult. Literally, this is it. This is like the thing that he does best, okay? You went on stage and you decided to compare an LA mayoral candidate to Donald Trump in front of the number one anti-Trump slop guy. I mean, he does good work too, for the record. I'm just saying sometimes territory with the anti-Trump shit. And I am, like I said, 100% in support of and 100% backing him to the hilt on the redistricting shit. But this is his, you entered his domain. At least not David Pacman. I mean, yeah, he's not. He does a lot of good. Dude, I don't know. I mean, I shit on Chorus and stuff. I've been very critical of Chorus. Brian does not fuck with me at all any longer. He hates that I've criticized Chorus quite a bit. But fair is fair. I think he does really good work as well. We might not always align on everything, but he's a Destiny Orbiter? I didn't even know that. But it wouldn't surprise me. A lot of these guys love Destiny. I think it's maybe because they also do debates and stuff, and they love him. They see him as like a debate god. And there's also some ideological agreements there too. Why are you sending me Instagram videos? Why am I clicking on these Instagram videos? I'm not clicking on these Instagram videos. How long do you think they stop bringing you up in every argument on TV? It's not going to stop. I think this is... Who's orbiting who? One person is on CNN, the other is in litigation for spreading CSAM. True. That's actually a really good point. No, they just these guys do have like a lot of loyalty for Sex Pestiny. I don't know if he does. Some of them do. But that is a good counter. That is a good point. Yeah, they're just like friendly. They're in the, you know, we hate Trump coalition, which seemingly I'm not in. Even though I fucking hate Trump.
We will be talking to all the leading candidates for LA Mayor, including Spencer Pratt, here on The Story Is. But for now, thanks to Caroline and Brian, we could keep going all night, but at some point we got to stop. Thank you guys both for being here. We appreciate it. Coming up.
One of the weirdest thing is the...
Yeah, Brian cooked their ass. The media's trying to make you into Farrakhan. There's a difference, buddy. I am the media. That's a big difference. Like Farrakhan has his sermons and stuff, but he doesn't have like a robust media presence. I do. So even if all these other media outlets are constantly chirping, and it, you know, and it causes people to be like, yeah, maybe this guy is bad for some. There's still plenty of people who see that shit and go, who the fuck is this Hasan guy? Let me go check him out. I do think that the Republicans are dumb enough to sincerely advance the fuck Hasan cause as a what they perceive to be a reliable line of attack. It's not even. I think a big part of the reason why they're doing it right now is because of Zoran, where they foolishly think I was like unbelievably helpful in Zoran's victory. When that's obviously not the case. But they think that, I think.
fact, here I sit on one side of my street and my neighbors across the street are in a different district. I mean, my bass player in my band is across the street and he's in a different district than me. The people that will end up doing either of these two districts, they're probably not going to be representative of the people in the neighborhood because the people in the neighborhood do not look like them.
What I do not like about redistricting is that it stifles people's voice. You telling me because I'm in another district and my representation lives 2 hours away that is less concerned about the streets or crime in my area, you have to be a part of that community in order to speak for that community.
This is a 65% African American city. So if you allow voting to be driven by citizens who make up a community, then you are allowing for black people to have representation. Attempts to challenge that are not just constitutionally in question, they're morally corrupt.
The people that we vote for have failed us. They're listening to people that don't really know these people and don't care to know them.
Sticking with our national lead, the rise of anti-Semitism across.
Uncovered the plan to cancel Hasan.
America. Republican Congressman Mike Lawler of New York and Democratic Congressman Josh Gottheimer of New Jersey have introduced a new resolution that
What the fuck? We're watching the Young Turks on the broadcast.
condemns the surging distribution of hate-filled anti-Semitic rhetoric and content at the hands of prominent online personalities. Congressman, welcome to the show.
So this is a perfect establishment segment. You've got establishment media and CNN, and Jake Tapper is a perfect symbol of it. Then you've got establishment Republican and Mike Lawler, and establishment Democrat and Josh Gottheimer. The Uniparty has assembled, and they are here to tell you, bow your head to Israel. Oh, that is so weird. I thought for a second there, they might be like, hey, you know what? Maybe the war's not going well. Gottheimer's theoretically a Democrat. Jake Tapper's theoretically a journalist. And they were gonna have a conversation about, hey, should we keep listening to Israel as they drive us into disastrous wars? No, it turns out they found out the real problem. Hasan Piker and Candace Owens. All the guys who died in the Iran war, the civilians in Iran, are service members. The 400 billion apparently we're gonna have to spend on this war, not a problem. The real problem is two naughty people in this country who have said things that have upset Israelis. How dare they? They should be sanctioned. So they've actually introduced resolution, not to stop the war, God forbid, okay, but to condemn Hasan and Candace. So let me read you from the resolution, then we'll go back to some of these clips because they're amazing. They say, whereas the rise of digital media platforms has enabled individuals with large audiences to disseminate disinformation, wink, wink, commentary and political viewpoints to millions of viewers worldwide. Okay, let's pause there because that's so funny. They're like, whereas the truth is getting out online and we have to stop it. We have to.
Look at the Chiron, genocide glazers. Israel first reps discuss censorship resolution
Pass
with
this
Tapper.
resolution condemning anyone online saying the truth. Whereas we used to control the mainstream media like this segment you're about to watch with Jake Tapper, and they were good little boys and girls and always told you that Israel was the victim. Now these rabble-rousers online are telling you the truth. We're gonna have to condemn it, okay? Second part of the resolution, whereas such influence carries a heightened responsibility to avoid rhetoric that promotes hatred, violence, or discrimination against any group, including Jewish individuals and communities. Wait, does that include Muslim communities or Armenian communities? Because if you wanted to condemn someone spreading hatred and rhetoric that might lead to violence, good news. There's one right next to you, your colleague Randy Fine. He has said,
to be fair, Josh Gottheimer himself is also engaged in some Islamophobic sentiment in the past. So
on several occasions that we should murder everyone in Gaza, 2.2 million people. One time he said we should drop a nuclear bomb and kill them all. Another time he said we should starve them all to death. Millions of people, starve them to death. That is borderline, not borderline, that is literally what the Nazis said, right? They just couldn't find a way to condemn him. I mean, he doesn't have any power. He's not online, okay? I mean, he's just a poor little congressman. But why did I mention Armenian communities? Recently, Representative Randy Fine said that no Armenian should be allowed to run for office. What? Okay, so why? Because Dan Bilzerian is running against him and he's Armenian. Plus, Armenians are in southern Lebanon and the Armenian militia is fighting back against Israel's invasion of Lebanon. So no, that's it. Now the Armenians are canceled too. Gee, I wonder why they don't like our network with me and Anna. Oh, but weird, they couldn't find a way to condemn him. No. What is the important ones? Including Jewish individuals and communities, the most important thing in the whole wide world. Okay, now should you condemn anti-Semitism? Of course you should. Should you do like 208 resolutions as they have in Congress over and over again? Condemning anti-Semitism, condemning it. We got it, dude, we hate it, we don't want it, I got it. Nope, nope, never enough, never enough. No, it's not to cover up Israel's war crimes and distract you and
not to be off topic, but I approve that you were the first one to notice the Charlie Kirk Mike lapel bomb. Sometimes I just strategically comment the same thing and to time it so it winds up in your screen in between bites. Congratulations, Chatter. You did it. I noticed it.
Make it seem like Israel supporters are the victims. They're the victims, right? No, it's because this is the most important issue in the country. So let me keep going. Whereas anti-Semitism has surged in the United States and globally in recent years, fueled in part by online disinformation, conspiracy theories, and extremist rhetoric. So what does that mean? They call disinformation when you say that Israel's committed a genocide. They're like, no, we didn't murder every Palestinian, so that doesn't count. No, that's a Holocaust. A genocide is targeting a group in whole or in part. 86% of genocide scholars say that it's a genocide. But when you say they're like spreading disinformation, how dare you oppose Israel? Wait, I thought this was about Jewish people. Because I love Jewish people. I got Jewish family, I got Jewish friends. I almost everyone I've supported for president in the last, 10 years. Well, there's only been one, no, not one. I supported Bernie Sanders, and then I supported Josh Shapiro for vice president for Kamala Harris. But
boo, that was a mistake. Unc, you were wrong about that.
No. Not good enough. You have to kiss Israel's ass. Okay, got you. Yeah, sure. So the resolution goes on to list comments, naughty comments that Hasan and Candace has made. Although on air they lied about what Hasan said. We'll get back to that in a second. So, but it calls for action. It is a sense of the House of Representatives that social media and streaming platforms should take appropriate steps to enforce their policies against hate speech and prevent the spread of anti-Semitic content. In other words, they should cancel everyone who disagrees with Israel. Because there isn't anything you could say about Israel that Jake Tapper, Mike Lawler, and Josh Gottheimer wouldn't call anti-Semitic. They killed 23,000 kids. Blood libel, that's not true. Well, is it true? Yeah, it's true, but shut up, you're not allowed to say it. That's it. We love the monopoly we have in mainstream media. No one's allowed to disagree with Israel. No one's allowed to call it a genocide. These rascals online, they're letting people see the Palestinian kids we murdered with their own eyes. Now, they could see Gaza's completely and utterly destroyed. Remember how we had Jake Tapper and all our dogs in mainstream media pretend that, a hospital, right in the beginning of the conflict in Gaza. Oh, Israel would never hit a hospital. You're all anti-Semites, right?
Does he always yell this much? Yes, on camera. You guys don't know Shaky Gurga? Why can't you cover the news like this? He's mogging you, bro. I mean, that's Shaky Gurga, man. He's always been like this. Cenk gets like this every story. It's amazing. Yeah. Bro, this takes me back to college when I only literally watched TYT for news.
And then
yeah, he's been like this for 20 years. The one time he wasn't was your 821. Yeah. The one time where he wasn't going like that was when I said what I said about America deserving certain things. He was very calm in that conversation. As he was upset at me. Can't believe Cenk had a stint on MSNBC. Oh, don't get him started. That's when he got banned off of like all mainstream media outlets.
When someone clicks on a YouTube video, there's a
okay. I want to watch this Jose video. Professor, in air quotes, Chiang's bizarre education. To be fair, I don't like the start of it because he says professor in air quotes. That's a real professor. Professor Jiang is a real professor.
an expectation that comes with it. Maybe someone is expecting a music video or a cute clip of a cat. But if there's a guy standing in front of a blackboard with the title of a lecture underneath it, you're expecting something educational. All you really have to go on is the aesthetic of an educator, but it primes you to think you're about to learn something. In 1973, the Journal of Medical Education published a paper titled The Dr. Fox Lecture, A Paradigm of Educational Seduction by Naftali Ware and Donnelly. It details a study where an actor was hired to play a fictional professor named Dr. Fox.
We go in one door, we go all the way around, we come out the same way. I think the word was communication. We ourselves do not listen.
The actor was trained to give a completely vacuous lecture that had all the aesthetic hallmarks of a real lecture, dressing the part, being given phony credentials, and using rhetoric that had the appearance of academic rigor with none of the actual content. Audiences were captivated by the actor not because he had anything of value to say, but because of the educationally themed aesthetic he used to present it. The title of Dr. Fox's lecture was Mathematical Game Theory as Applied to Physician Education. And in 2026, we have a new fake professor lecturing his audience using game theory. Jiang Chuqin, or Professor Jiang, as he is often called and refers to himself, is not an actual professor, but—
No! 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 Nonsense! How dare you, Jose? No way, Jose! Not my Professor Chung!
A high school teacher at Moonshot Academy in Beijing. A few years back, he began uploading his lectures to YouTube under the channel title Predictive History. Recently, his channel began to take off after some of his claims went viral, and his lectures are now getting hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of views. The 3 predictions he made in 2024 that put him on the map were that Donald Trump would win the 2024 election, President Trump would then invade Iran, and that the US would lose that war.
What's up with the Jose Mike situation? Why does it sound like it's coming from deep? Coming from somewhere deep, his voice. You feel me? It's like, I'm starting to think China kicked him out because he's a crank. No, they didn't. No, they did not. The professor has just been elevated to the dean of the Moonshine Academy. Professor Jiang is exactly the type of guy that Uncle Jank would defend, by the way, I think. I could totally see Uncle Shaky Gurga defending Professor Jiang, being like, he's a prominent fixture. He's a pillar in the pro-Palestinian movement.
The fact that Jiang is not a real professor gets overstated a bit, because YouTube is not a space where people typically check things like credentials or even sources. What matters is that Jiang—
Your sarcasm is confusing me. How do you actually feel about this guy? One of the most important thinkers of the 21st century. Dude is a crackpot conspiracy theorist, but his fourth dimensional minded thinking
has the aesthetic of a professor and is committed to the performance of teaching, creating the impression that his YouTube videos are educational. I'd like to take a closer look to what that education actually entails. How to predict geopolitical events is not a likely course for high school students, and that probably isn't the name of the class Jiang actually teaches. According to his profile on the Moonshot Academy website, he teaches Western philosophy.
But he only has a BA in English Lit. What does this have to do with Western philosophy? What is what he's talking about? What does what he's talking about have to do with Western philosophy? I guess he's like, Western philosophy is all about being a Frankist, cannibalistic pedophile overlords, and America going to war with Iran, and then simultaneously losing said war, causing Pax Islamica and Pax Judaica to take root.
A year-long survey course that introduces students to the major ideas and books of Western civilization. On YouTube, these are broken up into several different sets of videos, including game theory, secret history, and great books. The predictions that made Jiang famous, Trump's win, the war with Iran, and its failure, are emblematic of his work. Taken in small bite-sized shareable bits, it's somewhat compelling. But when you take a closer look, things start to fall apart very quickly. For instance, looking at his prediction that Trump would win also includes a prediction about his running mate.
It's very likely that Trump will become president of the United States again in November, and he will pick Nikki Haley as his VP.
To be fair to Jiang, he does mention J.D. Vance in the video where he first makes this prediction, but only at the very end does he briefly consider him a possibility. But what makes the Haley prediction especially bad is that almost a week prior to Jiang posting this video titled Why Trump Will Win and pick Nikki Haley as VP, Trump posted this on Truth Social. Nikki Haley is not under consideration for the VP slot, but I wish her well, DJT. His prediction about the war in Iran was similarly filled with things that didn't happen, such as the US being part of an international coalition.
And Trump,
dude, I love his predictions, dude. It's awesome. I do wonder like what it is about Professor Jung that is catnip for so many people. Cause like, I mean, no one is supposed to be 100%, right? No one makes 100% predictions. I certainly have made some very wrong predictions, right? And I'm pretty open about it. But like, is it the whiteboard? Is it the accent? Like, I think there's something to it where there's this holistic picture that is unbelievably compelling. Maybe it's the way he says, okay, after every statement. Like, I think there's maybe like an Orientalist approach here where they see like an Asian wise man, wise beyond his years, with a whiteboard. And that's the reason why people are just like, oh, this guy has like deep insight. When in fact, a lot of the stuff he says is really funny because it reminds me of like just unks in that side of the world. Not just like Asian unks, but like Arab unks do this too. Of course, it doesn't hit the same because Americans and Westerners don't usually perceive like Arabs to be wise beyond their years. You know what I mean? That's why I think the Orientalism works in his favor in this circumstance. But like, he is literally like a Arab taxi driver. Like in the shit that he says. Like some of it is very compelling. Some of it is absolutely truthful, very good, comprehensive analysis. And then the rest of it is just hokum. Where you're like, how did you arrive at this? Like, this is an insane thing. How can you believe both of these things at the same time?
goes on TV. He announces Operation Iranian Freedom, a full-scale U.S. invasion of Iran, along with Israel, Saudi Arabia as its main partners, but the United Kingdom, UK will be involved, Australia will be involved, UAE will be involved, Poland will be involved.
The United States only had Israel as an ally when this war began. The failure of the US's invasion of Iran seems likely at the moment, but I suspect it won't go down the way Jiang predicts it will.
A massive invasion force is sent to Iran in the south. 100,000 US troops land, maybe 200,000 Saudi Arabia troops land, okay? You think they're soldiers, but they're not. What they really are
200,000 Saudi Arabian troops. Did he just say 200,000 Saudi Arabian troops? How big is the Saudi military? The total number of the Saudi military troops with active personnel strength, right? So this means like not just like people that are, you know, not just people that are going to be holding the guns, like total is 247,000 to 282,000. This means support positions. This means janitors. Okay. Saudi Arabia does not have 200,000 troops. Oh, he said 20,000?
Hostage troops land, okay? US troops land. Maybe 200,000 Saudi Arabia troops land, okay?
Okay, he didn't say 20,000. No, he did not say. He said 200,000. Why? Why are people saying no? He said 20,000. What the fuck's going on? Are you guys fucking with me? Am I being gaslit by Professor Jung fans, or am I being gaslit by people who are LARPing as Professor Jung fans for fun? It's not that big of a deal. How much of a difference can 1-0 make? First of all, Saudi Arabia is not sending any troops to Iran anyway. But if he's out here saying Saudi Arabia is going to bring 200,000 troops, that is a fundamental lack of knowledge about what the Saudi military capabilities truly are. Okay? So that's why it's like it's an insane thing. It's like saying America is going to deploy 3 million troops to Iran to invade Iran. Okay?
You think they're soldiers, but they're not. What they really are hostages. You have too many people in the country, so you can't get them out of the country, but you don't have enough people to actually launch a strike against Tehran. You can't resupply them. And they've been encircled by Iranian forces.
This is all in the future, though, so perhaps they will send 100,000 troops in through Iraq, only to see them stranded and become hostages. I'm a bit skeptical of that one, though. This is a pattern that holds pretty regularly when watching Zhang's commentary. Predictions and sometimes conclusions can sound sensible or compelling when you look at them from a distance without much detail or specificity. But when you get a closer look at how he...
Are you saying we should include support positions in troop estimates? No, when someone says they're bringing the 200,000 troops, they're talking about a ground invasion. And the ground invasion does not factor in the entirety. Like, the generals are not counted in the fucking ground invasion. The janitorial staff is not counted. Saudi Arabia's total troop number, like the total estimated strength with his entire personnel, is not just armed combatants. Like, here, I'll give you an example of the United States of America. Okay? The United States of America has a massive military, right? What is it? What's the number now? United States total. I'm typing with one hand. Total military. Yeah. The United States. No, not aircraft. Fuck. The U.S. approximately has 2.81 million total personnel worldwide. Okay. 1.3 million is active duty troops and over 700,000 National Guard reserves. But the problem here is not all of those people are, I mean, it's AI, but I mean, here, okay, Wikipedia. Like a big chunk of that, a percentage of that is always going to be support staff. Okay. They're not going to be holding a weapon and shooting a weapon. Like when you look at the total number of service members in the United States military, that total number is not the amount of people. I'm a numbers guy. We can grok it. I'm a numbers guy, and what a lot of people don't understand, I was in the military. And at first I thought everybody in the military is shooting with a gun. And I grokked it. I said, let's grok it. Please don't tell me you got numbers perversion. That's even worse than being a debate pervert, Unk. The U.S. combat support staff, the tooth-to-tail ratio generally includes 3 to 10 personnel for every one frontline warfighter, providing crucial logistics, medical intelligence, and maintenance services with ratios increasing in complex modern operations. Thank you. You don't just grok it, dipshit. You ChatGPT it too. I grokked it. I ChatGPT it. It turns out a lot of those guys are not holding the guns. Do you see what I mean? So I highly doubt that Saudi Arabia even has 200,000 actual fucking, gun holders that they can deploy. And they certainly don't even want to do that anyway. That was never going to happen.
Reaches those conclusions or what those predictions more specifically contain, they don't hold much water. And they frequently reveal that Jiang is uninformed about the topics he's discussing. And there are also predictions that seem completely ridiculous, like this one.
If you know game theory, okay, and you understand the principles that we've learned today, then you're forced to conclude that in East Asia, North Korea has a better future than China.
To understand what drives someone to say that
What? Bro. Yo, this is my shit. He says such insane stuff, like when he said that the real global superpowers that are going to be popping off is Germany and Israel.
North Korea has a brighter future than China, we have to get into the nitty-gritty of how he constructs his predictions. One of the major keys to understanding Jiang's theories is that they are, above all else, narratives. Although he makes references to theoretical models and historical patterns, they always exist in the same structure of a narrative. Narratives exist to explain most of how we see the world, but Jiang uses concepts like game theory to give them all an academic vibe. For those unfamiliar with game theory, it is described
a mathematical theory about how decisions are made in situations where one person's decision affects another. It is used in many fields such as economics, psychology, and biology.
How did he use game theory to game out that Jusha is the superior ideology as opposed to Maoism or socialism with Chinese characteristics? Because I really want to fucking know how he gamed that shit out.
Jiang has a number of lectures supposedly covering game theory, though his use of game theory is a lot like the title of professor. It's one that serves to confer legitimacy to a narrative rather than actually educating people. Although I'm not an expert in game theory myself, his lectures don't really conform with the definition I just read or other examples I found while researching this video. According to Jiang, understanding what he calls game theory will make his students better people, help them understand the world, and provide the tools to make predictions. Jiang's use of game theory is used to describe a dynamic, the players involved, their motivators, and then their reactions, typically grounded in a concrete example. Or at least that would be the goal if his lectures were strictly about game theory. What often follows instead in his lecture is a series of assumptions that spiral out of control. In his first lecture on game theory, he provides the example of a dating game where 5 boys and 5 girls want.
Okay, I have to continue this video tomorrow because I have to go. I have an event that I must attend. It's like the I'm going to this like thing. There's like the Chinese Met Gala. It's not the Met Gala, but it's they're not Chinese. Why am I saying Chinese? It's like the Asian Awards. I forget what it's called. I got Professor Jiang in my mind. I got yeah, I got Professor Jiang and predictive history on my mind. I can't get it out of my mind, which is very exciting. I'm also, I don't know if I should wear the Zhongshan suit because, like, they say you need to get like, it's an event to celebrate like Asian tailoring as well in the red carpet, and I want to wear it because it's like. It's a Zhongshan suit, but I'm a little worried that people are going to get mad at it because of the color of it. They're going to be like, "Oh, you're doing, you're LARPing." You wear that a lot, freshen up with the new look. Don't do it. If I don't do that, I'm just going to wear probably going to wear a Yoji or some shit. Yeah, don't LARP. It's not a LARP, man. It's not. I fucking love that suit, and I have more coming. custom fit from a literal Asian tailor in Shanghai? Yeah. As a Chinese man, I give you permission. The tailor said only for special stuff. Yeah, but I wear it probably too often. Wasn't that Sue the designer appeared on stream to deliver for y'all? Do it, bro. You're already all being flamed. It's a little tight on you now, not gonna lie. What the fuck? The fuck? That's crazy. Bro, some of you are insane. It's literally not, but also, what a rude fucking thing to say. Imagine if that was the case. That'd be crazy rude to say. Fatso, yeah, you look like you're about to burst at the seams. Okay, week off or a ban? What are we thinking? 57-month subscriber. What are we thinking? Damn, everybody wants you gone, Evan Crozier. I'll give you a week off. All right, that'll be all. That'll be all for today. I'll be back tomorrow, inshallah, with more Professor Jiang.
What can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.